starter. We've got 1 minute before the start of the formation lap, or laps, 2 laps to come from these cars. And then just to reiterate, as in fact it was less than, wasn't it? There goes the export car from the front row. It's a slight delay before the Delage liveried car. That livery carried over from the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It does suit the Oreca beautifully. It is 18 LMP2 cars split between the LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am entries here. Great drone shots of those distinctive stripes that mark out the circuit. They're basically abrasive concrete to help slow the cars. The blue less abrasive than the red. Once you've got into the red, that's designed to slow a spinning or a sliding car more quickly.
Yeah, normally a bad sign if you go into the red in any flavour of life, really, and they are designed to be able to catch you before you hit anything solid. Now you have to be a fair way off the track, as you can tell, to find tyre walls or barriers. But they're pretty close on the Mistral straight, the famous section of long straight here at Le Castellet. Pole position for Pachito, Jose Maria Lopez, but it'll be Vlad Lomko to start the Cool Racing car alongside Paul Lafargue. 3rd and 4th, Panis Racing, Manuel Maldonado in for the opening stint, Rui Andrade for Inter-Europol competition. Next up, it's Kiffin Simpson for Algarve Pro and Nico Pino for Duquesne. And then the pole sitter in Pro-Am, Sally Jolic once again for Racing Team Turkey, joined by Giorgio Roda on the 4th row. 5th row is a great qualifying for Rodrigo Sales and Tom Van Rompuy for Nielsen Racing and DKR Engineering. AF Courses Francois Perrodo with the Team Virage car alongside of Alexander Matchell. Alexandre Coigny of Cool Racing, the 37 car, joined by Henrik Hedman for Dragon Speed. And then it's Daniel Schneider in the United Autosports car, 15th, ahead of in 16th position Algarve Pro Racing's Fred Pordad. Then Jim Maguire for United alongside Torsten Kratz. Tony Wells rather for the Nielsen Racing car. So Torsten Kratz on pole position for WTM by Rinaldi Racing in LMP2. Then it's Tony Wells, into Europol's Miguel Cristobao and Michael Jensen for Team Virage. Adrian Schiller and Horst Felbermeyer come next for Cool Racing and RLR. Then it is the ultimate car of Eric Truier and Adam Ali for Euro International. Jack Wolf and James Dayson will start 27th and 28th. Into the GTE field, Christian Reed for Proton Competition, Duncan Cameron alongside, Michael Fassbender and Johnny Lawson for Proton and Formula Racing. TF Sports Arnold Robin alongside the Ryan Hardwick-driven Porsche. Jens Moller for Proton Competition has the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin alongside. Then it is Takeshi Kimura and Martin Berry, John Hartshorn and Crichton Lentudes for TF and AF Corsa respectively. And this is where the big story was from yesterday. Behind Claudio Schiavone in the Iron Lynx Porsche number 60, it's Ollie Jarvis in the number 22 United Autosports car. United had a fuel supply issue yesterday with the car straight out of the box. They've never had it before with any of their cars, but it was a similar problem to, if you watch the World Endurance Championship race at Portimão, when Prema had just done a pit stop and were heading out onto the track. The car cut out and the team had to push the car back to the garage bay for further work. I think they actually started to take the engine cover off at Prema and do the work well away from the pit apron and were penalised for that. Well, it's to do with how the fuel gets to the engine, and a significant part of that failed, but it's buried right underneath a load of components. Never normally has a problem with that, but typically for United, who are having a difficult season at times, that car just had no power. And even though Ollie Jarvis was able to move it a little bit and get it closer to the pit lane, he was doing that purely on the starter and couldn't get the car back to the pit lane. It caused the red flag, and if you are the cause of the red flag, you get no time and you have to start the race from the back of the grid.
You do indeed, and that will be just ahead of the number 10 car with that problem with the splitter post-session. And as we saw on the screens earlier, the number 3 car will peel off at the end of this second formation lap and will start a lap down from the pit lane. I presume that is because they joined the grid too late with the pit lane closed, but we'll confirm that if we can later. It is going to be, Johnny, 7 in the lead LMP2 class, 11 in the LMP2 Pro-Am class, 12 LMP3s and 12 LMGTEs. All told, that is 42, the meaning of life. That is the ELMS grid for 2023, and boy, are we expecting fireworks here at Paul Ricard. Always produces great racing in mixed class endurance races, and that's why, look behind the leading car, all sorts of opportunities on this massively long Mistral straight to make up a little bit of ground. And for the fortune that favours the brave, it's this corner, Scene corner. They'll be going a lot quicker than this next time around.
Heading into Beausset, but it's by the time you get to turn 11, the tricky left-hander that leads into the Gala band swoop, that the cars will need to be two abreast. Remember, the format for this year, a full course yellow, should we get one, automatically closes the pit lane, and for the full duration of a full course yellow, if you desperately need fuel, you can come in for 5 seconds of the nozzle being connected. You can repair a punctured tyre as well, but anything more than that is considered more than emergency service, and you'll have to pit anyway if you come in for that emergency service at the next possible opportunity when we go green. If it's a safety car, the first 3 laps of that safety car close the pit lane. So if it's an early safety car, probably that won't be weaved into strategy to top up the cars very early on in the piece. Probably about 40 minutes for an LMP2 stint, maybe close to an hour for an LMP3 stint, and the GTs can do 65 minutes or so. But we're going to have to do that for GTs 4 times and 3 pit stops at a bare minimum. And who is going to come out on top in this, again, running of a near annual race at Le Castellet, the 4 hours of Le Castellet as part of the European Le Mans Series. We've still got 5 races to go in 2023 as at least one car shoots into the pit lane there.
That was a number 3 car doing as it was ordered.
And you are able to overtake once you have crossed the safety car line 1 to get by those cars. Is anybody else going to peel off? Because there's a message about car 10 as well. That should start in the main grid, but they're all over the place here at the start of the race. We are racing for the European Le Mans Series at Le Castellet.
Well, that's looked to me to be a start that will require some investigation.
Bouncing their way through the S-bend at Verrerie, and I really do mean bouncing, because Henrik Hedman has spun in the middle of the road, but there were 3 cars straight lining the blue striped section of the track, which is considered not to be the track at all. It's been a good getaway for Vlad Lomko. That's entirely what he would have been wishing, but there was nobody level with him. Side by side across the grid it should have been, and level with the grid hatchings. We'll find out in probably about half an hour as to what that was all about. But the number 3 car has gone into the race now. Now, I thought from starting from the pit lane, you would have to start a lap down as well, but the DKR engineering car of Tom van Rompuy is behind the 81, which was the Henrik Hedman early spinner in the white with the dark blue and stars from the Star Spangled Banner Dragon Speed car.
No, he's still on pit lane, the number 3 car, unless you saw him leaving.
Well, he's only just arrived because that P wasn't there 10 seconds ago.
There's something a bit odd about that. 81, by the way, Henrik Hedman has got away from that spin and did not appear to have suffered contact.
Ollie Jarvis is up to 27th position already from 41st on the grid. He's already basically passed all of the GTE cars, but Vlad Lomko is building a nice little gap here of a second as the battle is on now between Edex Sport and Algarve Pro Racing. So it's Paul Lafargue, the silver-rated driver, installed for the first stint, and Barbadian driver Kiffin Simpson to the inside, number 65, and Panish Racing, sorry, Maldonado, I should say, in the 65 car. So Kiffin Simpson has dropped a little further behind, it would appear. Paul Lafargue and Manuel Maldonado running 2nd and 3rd now, with Simpson in there in 4th.
Yeah, Vlad Lomko well away here, and unsurprisingly, race started into the T100 investigation. That will include, by the way, whether or not those cars straight-lined turn 1 followed the race director's instructions as to how they should rejoin. We saw plenty of that yesterday, didn't we, in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. Lomko from Lafargue, Kiffin Simpson and Manuel Maldonado. Watching for the progress of those delayed cars as well.
Now the DKR engineering car of Tom van Rompuy leaves the pit lane. I'm still not convinced that we only had the one pit lane visitor at the start of the race.
It was the one behind
the
the safety car.
3 wasn't being shown in the pit lane for a spell.
That, I think, was a glitch. It was definitely the 3 I saw pulling off.
We'll get many replays of the start and exactly when the 3 car entered pit road. It is a journey from turn 13 to actually get to the timing loop at the start of the pit lane, so that can take some time as well. Speed limit on the pit lane entry road, so before you get into the pits itself, is 80 kph, exactly the same as a full course yellow, and then it's down to 60 once you're into pit lane proper. 3.5 seconds now for 18-year-old driver, who is an authorised neutral athlete. You can probably work out which country Vlad is from, therefore. But Cool Racing car number 47 leading convincingly by Paul Lafargue from Paul Lafargue's EDEX Sport car, the number 28. And then it's Kyffin Simpson who's got ahead now of Manuel Maldonado. So 65 Panish Racing does lose a spot on that last lap around.
Fastest lap of the race to the race leader, Vlad Lonko. He's got a big lead there. 4.3 seconds across the line as Kyffin Simpson looks for a way by the second place car. Meanwhile, by the way, Ollie Jarvis has cleared all bar the LMP3 leader at this point. And we can see there Ollie in the background behind the number 12 car, Torsten Kratz, one of the quickest bronze drivers in LMP3. This is proof positive of that. 2 laps to the good, and is pulling away, by the way, quite considerably from the chasing pack in LMP3, already with, what is that, 3-4 seconds to the good.
Jarvis reports up to 16th place now, so he has behind him Jim Maguire, who is in another United Autosports LMP2, but it's side by side now between these 2 battlers, EDEX Sport and Algarve Pro Racing, and Kyffin Simpson on the inside line in the black-nosed LMP2 with the sky blue livery, that of Algarve Pro Racing of Portugal, slotting up the inside of the French family-run EDEX Sport, but it's a massive outfit, a massive team, huge in yachting as well, and that car, the Delage back machine, drops back at space and is into immediate pressure now from Manuel Maldonado in the 65.
A good run here from Manuel Maldonado, and a good run too for Giorgio Roda, leading LMP2 Pro-Am ahead of Saliholic. Proton competition man, Giorgio Roda went well in qualifying yesterday. To reverse the positions we saw after that session, side by side, just in the back of shot there, the Duquesne Duquesne team car rather, and into Europol. It's another fastest lap of the race for Lonko. 5 seconds to go now. Kyffin Simpson up to second.
James Dayson a long way back. I can't really explain that at the moment. He's well into the GTE cars.
He had a stumble at the start. I wonder if he's one of the cars that went straight on there.
Yes, quite possibly so.
Glenn van Berlo, who was the other back row starter, by the way, is just about cleared. The GTE pack does so as I speak, and is through into 28th place from the back of the grid.
Yeah, the splitter on car 10 found to be 2 mil lower than it should be. The absolute minimum is 50 millimetres, and it was found to be 48, and that was the front of the Euro International car. So as a result, completely disqualified from qualifying. They had to reapply, did that American outfit, to start the race, even though it hadn't, strictly speaking, managed to actually qualify. With connections with America, but actually on the entry list as Italian this year. They've got 2 cars in the race, the 10 and the number 11. So there's quite a queue now, backing up behind the number 7 Nielsen Racing car of Tony Wells. This is the 2nd place car in LMP3. Adrian Schiller and Eric Trouillet are in the queue for Cool Racing and Ultimate, respectively.
Ollie Jarvis now on the back end of the LMP2 Pro-Am train, but 15 seconds back from the LMP2 top 6. So it's the 1 car out of position there. 3 LMP2 Pro-Am cars out of position. Not this one. This is Saliholic looking at the back end of Giorgio Roda there, getting away from the rest of the train. It's Rodrigo Sales who is 3rd in this order. And he's a further 4 seconds back from this battle for the class lead.
So across the line will go the Racing Team Turkey car, chasing Giorgio Roda. There's only half a second basically between the 2 LMP2 Pro-Am leaders, but Proton Competition have the early advantage. This is the view from the number 30 car of Duquesne, driven by Nico Pino, making the step up from LMP3 to P2 in 2023, and he's running in 6th place. Trying to chase down this little duo of cars headed by Paul Lafargue in the Delage back car, and then it's Panis Racing right behind in the 65. In the GTE category, Christian Reed leads for Proton Competition, but what a start for Michael Fassbender, gaining 1 position from his 3rd place grid spot. So it's a Proton Competition 1-2 currently, the all-black 77 leading the car with the silver front and the black rear, and then the Spirit of Race Ferrari that qualified second, but Duncan Cameron, the green and white Ferrari, has dropped a place, but he's still well in the hunt.
Yeah, then you've got James Dayson before we get to Arnold Robert in the TF Sport Aston Martin, the 72 car, back to its Barcelona livery from the Pescarolo commemorative livery at Le Mans, and then into the Ferraris beyond that. Formula Racing, Kessel Racing, GMB Motorsports, Aston Martin Vantage finally getting a decent start after trouble at Barcelona, not of its own creation, and similar issues, albeit deeper into the race at Le Mans 24 Hours. There's a change. That's the Formula Racing car going ahead of the 72 Aston Martin.
Formula Racing carrying a small bit of weight because they lead, or rather they're second in the championship and they finished second in the previous race, so you get 2 lots of 10 kilos for that, 20 the total. But to be honest, I don't think it will be affecting things too much in qualifying. It'll be interesting to see how much that wears the tyres, though, through the course of an hour-long stint. 5
laps in, and finally, Kevin Simpson, freed from the competition behind, has taken a few tenths out of Vlad Lomko. The gap now just under 5.2 seconds. New fastest lap of the race, a 1:45.0 for Kevin Simpson.
So Ferrari's running 3rd and 4th in the hands of Duncan Cameron and Johnny Lawson. Arnold Robert, who was putting a brave face on a difficult result yesterday. You say difficult? He finished 2nd. Well, yes, but his teammate was leading at the time of a full course yellow in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, but the car got stuck in gear effectively as Valentin Hasclo was hitting the full course yellow, and some kind of mechanism basically failed, and Valentin Hasclo's Aston Martin was going absolutely nowhere in the full course yellow, and in turn he was overtaken by Patrick Kujala in a Lightbird Motorsport Lamborghini, which meant they missed out on 4 points, but at least the 10 Aston Martin yesterday did come home in 2nd. And I said to Valentin Hasclo a little earlier on, at least you got another bite of the cherry this weekend. The 66 Ferrari, which was in high drama at Le Mans last month, that is the same car that was involved in a dramatic accident in the darkness at Circuit de la Sarthe, now spins on its own with Martin Berry at the wheel. That's at Virage du Pont, the final corner, turn 14. Green again now, though, so at least the Singaporean driver has got going again. He's back to the rear, though, 12th position in GTE. GTE.
Busy time since Le Mans for the JMW squad. That car heavily damaged in a luckless for them accident, multi-car accident at night in a next slow zone where unfortunately an errant LMP2 car caused carnage, including the retirement of the number 7 Toyota. But this Michael Fassbender, silver front to the car, black and yellow stripes on the side, new look for the car, and they are gapping the field, this pair of Porsches. Christian Reed, Michael Fassbender, in great form here. Michael, great race he had at Barcelona. He will be, I am sure, looking forward very much to the new look finish this season as a result of the postponement, the cancellation of the Imola round. There'll be 2 4-hour races at Portimão. His local track, lives in the area there and has always shown really good form at Portimão.
Kevin Simpson, having wriggled free of Manuel Maldonado, up to 2nd place, and he's just done a lap better than the race leader. In fact, he's done the best lap of the race so far, a 1:45 flat. So he's now trying to get a hustle on to close that 4.5 second gap to the lead of Vlad Lomko in the Cool Racing 47. Also a very good lap from Sally Jolic, which is the best in the category, i.e. LMP2 Pro-Am. So the Istanbul man extending the gap 1.2 seconds back to Giorgio Roda after initially Proton Competition led Pro-Am.
Ollie Jarvis, by the way, his progress up to 12th now. Still with 5 Pro-Am cars between him and the train of LMP2 class cars at the front, but not dropping time to them, still 14 seconds back. So Jarvis making good progress on a very quick lap, could well end up being the fastest lap of the race as they clear the end of what is lap 8 rather, side by side between Nielsen Racing and the Ultimate car.
Ollie Jarvis absolutely tearing up the Le Castellet asphalt. He's just done a PB through Sector 1, an absolute best middle sector, which is that run basically out of Virage du Comte, which is turn 5, and then all the way through 6 and 7, the Mistral straight, and just before you break for Senior, that's the end of Sector 2, and he's done a 27.5 quicker than anybody else.
Yeah, that, by the way, was the battle for second place in LMP3. You can just see Jim Maguire ahead. There's Maguire and Hedman between that battle, and the leader in LMP3 is still Torsten Kratz. Torsten now is at 15 seconds, the gap. That is some start to the race. It's about a second a minute he has pulled out on the class opposition.
Yeah, and managed to get a couple of LMP2 Pro-Ams in between him. One is Henrik Hedman recovering in the Dragon Speed car, and one is Jim Maguire in the number 23 United Autosports car. Third position in GTE. In the hands at the moment of Duncan Cameron for Spirit of Race. You've got the Aston Martin number 72 of TF Sport, and then right on its boot lid, Johnny Lawson, and door banging there virtually between definitely touch there between the GMB Motorsport and Aston Martin, with the golden arches on its nose, and the car guy run by Kessel Racing Ferrari number 57. They are totally dead heating across the line. That's for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th positions here, with the Ferrari now hanging with the door mirror off. It's just about hanging on for grim death there with a cable, it looks like, or a tether, and now muscling its way up the inside is Vlad Lomko, the overall race leader in the number 47 LMP2.
Yeah, Takeshi Kimura has had a fair amount of muscling type action this year, quite often in the World Endurance Championship with Satoshi Ashino, the 777 car, but it looks like GMB Motorsport playing that part here.
Also tagging on to the back of the scrap between Car Guy and GMB is Ryan Hardwick in his opening stint of the Proton competition. So the Wright Motorsports livery number 16 car. They're the championship leaders, remember, winning at Barcelona last time out. So they have an extra 30 kilos for company, and that might be telling for this opening stint. Down in 8th place, they had to carry that extra weight in qualifying as well. And although it was really a Porsche session with the Ferrari slotted in between them of Spirit of Race, otherwise the 488s and the Aston Martins for that matter struggled a little bit in yesterday's 15-minute qualifying session.
Now into the first part of the race where dealing with traffic is going to be the issue. To this point, Kevin Simpson has made a little bit of inroad into what was a nearly 6-second gap for Vlad Lomko. Now, of course, Kevin Simpson has got to deal with the traffic.
Really good run from Johnny Lawson. All of a sudden, from his onboard camera, the car of Arnold Robin disappeared, and I think the 50 car's back in front of the 72. Going to be really careful on the brakes into Virage du Pont at the end of lap 8 for the GTEs. In fact, no, they're still just about on the lead lap, most of them are, but we know that the midfield of GTE is now starting to be lapped, and Vlad Lomko's working his way through the Proton competition Porsches as we speak. But that was a change in position. Johnny Lawson up to 4th, back ahead of Arnold Robin in the Aston Martin.
Big battle here between the 30 from Decane team and the 43 from Inter Europol. This is the battle for 5th, Nico Pinho and Rui Andrade. And then we've got a trio of battling LMP3 cars.
2 of which from Euro International, so mightily impressive from Glenn von Berlo, who started the number 10 car, and that was counter to what I was expecting, because that car's not been in for a pit stop, so they must have started with Glenn von Berlo.
They did.
I wonder whether that was the message about car 10's race, rather team manager having to go to race direction. They'd nominated Matthias Luton, but Glenn van Berlo, I think, has to be put in the car because it's starting from the back of the grid. And this weekend, Glenn's been faster than Luton.
There you go. So that's, that will be the change, well spotted. So Glenn van Berlo. This is a tactical throw the dice as well, remember. Contact between cars 37 and 81. At the start at turn 1, we saw 81, that's the Dragon Speed car, turned around. So it was the LMP2 Pro-Am car of Alexander Poigny. That was the other car involved in that incident that turned Henrik Hedman around.
And guess what? They both started on the same row, the 7th row, with the 37 on the inside line. So presumably that's possibly contact of Kwani into the rear of Henrik Hedman, although we didn't see it. 2 Ferraris still battling. But this scrap does not involve Christian Ried, who leads GTE, and Michael Fassbender in 2nd, so they have both checked out. This instead is for the bottom step of the podium early on.
They are 7.5 seconds clear of this battle between the 2 Ferraris and the 72 Aston Martin, which is right there. And look back, 3 more GTEs involved in what is a 6-car group. 72 Aston looking to see whether or not he can down the outside, down the inside. As meantime, Takeshi Kimura says, I'll have a bit more of this. He goes by the Aston Martin, is looking for a way past Johnny Lawson as well. Couldn't quite get it done. We'll turn into turn 3 there.
The difficulty now for Takeshi is he had not got a clue where that Aston Martin was, because he looks over to his right-hand side to the mirror and it's not there anymore, so you don't know whether to turn in or not. We talk about sometimes in touring car racing mirrors really just being a gauge about how close to the wall you want to run. But in a GT car, I would imagine they're very, very useful. You don't get a central mirror because the bulkhead in these Ferraris basically obscures anything rearward of the seating position.
Yeah, Kessel Racing being told, by the way, they must repair the missing mirror at the next pit stop. They're pretty certain what they'll do is just replace the door. It's the quicker way of doing it.
Very fiddly otherwise to be slotting in a new mirror, and there's no guarantee that it will stay there at speed. Bear in mind, through the speed traps, the quickest GTE car at the moment is doing 270 odd kilometres per hour through the speed trap.
Watch Giffen Simpson, that gap 4.4 seconds to the leader. We've got a new leader in LMP2 Pro-Am. Sally Olic has got by Giorgio Roda, has pulled away. He now has his mirrors full, or will do shortly, of Ollie Jarvis. So Jarvis back up to 8th. There's the gap to, and he's also closed in terms of time to the back of that group. 72 car goes by Johnny Lawson, back up into 4th place. Yet again an engaging GTE battle here. Does produce great GT racing this track.
Well, you've got 2 Porsches out front, then a Ferrari scrap that has just been split by the 3rd manufacturer in GTE in the ELMS, Aston Martin. Now there's a big bit of tyre rub on the 24 car that's just heading through.
But he's just gone up to 2nd, he's just gone by Giorgio Roda for 2nd place in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Yeah, but
Roda is going backwards here, he's losing places.
Concerning amount of tyre rub from Rodrigo Salles' car. A huge chunk of tyres just come off it as well. It's going nowhere further, I'm afraid. And that was the big problem for me coming through Verreries at the start of the lap. It's a rear left which is launching itself as they head onto the Mistral Straight. And Rodrigo Salles has got to slow down here.
He's got to be careful here, because if that thing goes at these speeds, he's going to find that the Mistral, Scene Corner is rather more dramatic than he wants it to be.
Do we think that's contact that's pushed the bodywork onto the tyre?
He had just taken the position.
Great view of it from Johnny Lawson's Ferrari, and shows you how slowly, unfortunately, the P2 is going now, because it's getting absolutely swamped by the GTE traffic heading through Senior Corner, where there is massive pressure on fully inflated tyres through turn 8, remember. But amazingly, Rodrigo Salles has got through. This is not the reward that he wanted after such a good qualifying session yesterday.
So he'd made his way through to 2nd. At some point, there's been contact to the rear of that car. 99 car of Giorgio Roda, who was in 2nd place. They're ready with a tyre and the rear clip for the 24 cars. The team fully aware what the problem is.
I wonder whether that tyre is still inflated. Is it the fact that the wheel is trying to work its way loose, or is it some sort of bearing that's gone? But the tyre looks up to me. Yeah. It's tearing away at the rear of that car, though, so you can understand why they've readied a rear deck along with a new Goodyear.
But it's been topsy-turvy stuff at LMP2 Pro-Am. Francois Perrodo came through last time in 2nd place. It's now Alexandre Kwani in the 37 car. So Giorgio Roda down to 4th, despite the fact that the 24 had gone by and then had to lift off. So 24 has made it back to pit lane.
Missing the rear left shoebox. By that
That's
I mean
got to be fixed as well.
Legality panel where the tail light sits, and if it were raining, there's a rain light on that panel as well. So it's torn that bit away. The rear deck's not sitting correctly either. But what I want to see is the tyre and whether that is still inflated, because it's a strange failure. I wonder if it's more likely to be a problem with the hub, or as I say, a wheel failure rather than the tyre going down.
I wonder if it's the inner arch that's just been... So the tyre doesn't look... It's got a groove in it.
Bizarre.
But I wonder if it's just a piece of the broken bodywork at the rear that has been... There you go, there's a couple of grooves machined into that tyre. Interested to see whether or not Steph manages to get a look at that tyre. Steph Wentworth joining us again, of course, on pit lane. She will for this season.
Well, that has solved the problem with the bullet as well. So that cheese wedge-shaped bit of bodywork that sits behind both of the rear wheels. The LMP3s have them as well. But that has to be always on the car for legal reasons, regulation reasons.
But it's a significantly easier repair to make on a P2 car than a P3.
Yeah, because a P3, you can't take the whole rear deck off. That's not a separate component.
Louis Andrade, by the way, is on pit lane as well. And that means Ollie Jarvis and, for that matter, Sonny Olic move up a position as the Inter-Europol car drops down through the LMP2 Pro-Am order. No idea at the moment why that's the case. 24 returns to the race, but it's in the midst of the LMP3 pack now. Lots going on here, and we've only been running for 24 minutes. It's been the 24 car that's been the car with some of the dramas here, as Rodrigo Salas
43 has been in as well. Rui Andrade, a very early stop for him, so I'm not quite sure why that car has come in, but it took fuel and not tyres, but we shouldn't be burning through fuel at this rate. Needed about 40 minutes stint really for that to be competitive. The 43 LMP2 car, who did they start with? The Rui Andrade Angolan driver staying on board. So he started from 4th position. But I don't quite understand why that was the case.
Fuel only, we're being told by Steph from pit lane.
You wouldn't fuel a car 25 minutes into a stint when it can go to 40.
No, it's a bit odd.
It's not getting off strategy. Well,
no.
You can get off strategy, but it's of no benefit because there isn't a caution out on track. Unless they were sort of half expecting one with the 24 car. It was going very slowly. Were they trying to preempt a full course yellow, perhaps, and it didn't happen?
Maybe. That's a distinct possibility. Meantime, by the way, we haven't mentioned him for a while, Vlad Lomko still leads this race, 3.4 seconds ahead now of Kevin Simpson, who is closing that gap.
Well, it was down to 2.5 when I last checked, so clearly that traffic is condensing and extending depending on where they are. But I've been really impressed with the Barbados driver, Kevin Simpson, only 18 years old himself, so same age of Vlad Lomko, two very young superstars out front as the silver racers.
This is a replay of the start, and the pole position car, by the way, is the one at the back of it's the pole position is to the left, isn't it?
Correct.
So
Driver's left.
Way back, so there's going to be trouble here for the cars to the right, to the left-hand side of your screen there. It is the pole position car that controls the pace here.
Yeah. But there is also a sort of prescribed general speed limit to go by, but absolutely you should be not overtaking anybody before the start line. But what Paul Lafargue will say is that, well, Vlad Lomko was going way too slow and I didn't want to cause an accident behind me. We famously, a number of years ago, had a huge accident here at Paul Ricard when the flags were being waved green, but the lights were still red, I seem to remember. The spin, though, or rather a push and spin for the Dragon Speed 18 car, and very close indeed. That was, who are we on board with? Michael Fassbender, possibly?
No, I think that was the 16 car.
Ah, yeah, OK, so another Proton competition Porsche. There are 3 of them, and if that was Ryan Hardwick, it may well explain why he's lost a bit of ground from the start. Arnold Robin getting a very good run on Duncan Cameron down the Mistral straight now. They're both hugging that right-hand side part of the track, though, and Cameron is in 3rd, but as they go through the next split, the Aston Martin is just ahead, and there is full proof of it at senior corner. Good legs in that 4-litre turbocharged Aston Martin engine in the nose.
Classic Paul Ricard overtaking move. Down the Mistral straight, using the slipstream opportunity and through Scene Corner. Palace Racing here, the number 65 car of Manuel Maldonado. That, I think, was Jim Maguire, wasn't it? So that was a lapping of the number 23 car. Still hasn't cleared Torsten Kratz, Jim Maguire. This is a cracking start from Torsten Kratz. Still, what is that, 15, 16 seconds clear of Glenn van Berlo, who started from the back of the grid.
Yeah, and there was a conversation clearly with the team manager of car 10 about which driver had to be put in the car, but I'm assuming they just submitted the wrong driver's name because Glenn van Berlo was in it from the start. But we're now hearing about potential problems for the race leader, and the team manager of car 47 is being summoned to race direction immediately. My guess, it's a wild stab in the dark here, but that is entirely to do with the start of the race and the pace of Vlad Lomko. Yes, you're not allowed to overtake before the start line, but if you're going ridiculously slow, which I would argue Lomko was doing, then what option did Paul Lafargue have starting alongside him in the number 28 car? If it's a safety car restart, different story because it's single file and you can rein back the pace and then decide to go at any moment that you want to. So that's about backing up the field, but you tend not to want the field backed up when you've got 42 cars about to head all across the start-finish line together, and we're really trying to avoid a first corner incident.
We've got a second car requiring a repair of the mirror. It's another of the Ferraris, the 51 of Quinton Lantudis requires a mirror to be repaired at the next pit stop. That's evidence, if evidence were needed, that the racing here has been close. I use that term in its widest possible context. Contact, I think, is the other term. Clifford Simpson now 2.4 seconds back from leader Vlad Lomko as we approach the end of the first half hour here. And that pair, by the way, 13 seconds clear of the third place car. Racing Team Turkey still lead LMP2 Pro-Am, 6th overall for Sally Olic. Remember, the overall race winner last time. As that is Ollie Jarvis side by side now, looking to take the actual race position, 6th place from Racing Team Turkey. Has he managed to make that? I don't think he has, you know.
But an absolutely superb charge through the order, considering he started 41st. There was only one car behind him, and that was Glenn van Berlo in the disqualified Euro International car. They were disqualified at the end of qualifying, and now Jarvis runs 7th overall, battling for 6th.
Yeah, that wasn't Ollie Jarvis side by side with him. That was one of the other United Autosports cars. That must have been Jim Maguire. Meantime, the 99 and the 83 car battling still. That is the Proton competition car. Giorgio Roda now ahead of Francois Perrault and back up into third. A bit of a traumatic lap from Giorgio Roda, which may or may not have included contact with the 24 car. We didn't see an incident there. Now what have we got? That is the 16 car and the 50 car. And again, a little bit of a love tap, I think. Maybe.
It was minor, if so, but I think that was a fair move from Ryan Hardwick. He was fully alongside Johnny Lawson and runs across the line now in 6th position in GTE. So it's Takeshi Kimura, the yellow, day-glow yellow car guy Ferrari, that will be the next on Ryan Hardwick's list.
It's still the two Proton competition cars, Porsches 1 and 2, 77 and Chris Reed. Michael Fassbender in the 93 lead the race, 5.2 seconds between them. Arnaud Robin now uncorked from the Ferrari bottle. The TF Sport 72 car, similar distance, about 5.3 seconds back from Fassbender, and that is a wild ride for the number 8 Team Virage car. That is Michael Jensen, 11th in the 12 car LMP3 class. Michael will get the car gathered up, Danish driver, Michael not Mikkel. Dan Schneider is, I suspect, the first of the regular pit stops here. It was a little early. Daniel Snyder bringing the car in, dropping down through the order as a result.
Michael Jensen, intriguingly, with a South African nationality on this weekend's entry list. So again, some mixing of where drivers' licenses have been established, I suppose, and where the drivers are from originally. But Jensen previously having run with the Danish flag, but not to be confused with Mikkel Jensen, who is a works Peugeot driver for the 9X8 programme now in the World Endurance Championship. So the 55 Ferrari still being driven by Duncan Cameron, the Cheshire man, alongside, or nearly alongside, Takeshi Kimura of Japan, tucked in behind. in the 57, and Ryan Hardwick right with them now, and bringing Johnny Lawson in that sort of maroon or deep red Ferrari as well.
They're now dealing with the additional challenge of the leading pair of Oricas coming through. Radlonko seemed to have done that pretty well. Lead, which was over 4 seconds, now down to 3.5, but as you can see in the background there, the blue and black Orica playing leapfrog through the order. Tucked in behind, by the way, is Tom van Rompuy in the Decar Engineering car that started a lap down after, we think, missing the, well, actually I think going through the red lights when pits were closed to make up the grid. That is the only available explanation I can come up with. Being told to pull off and start from pit lane.
And a lap down.
Yeah, that car, by the way, these leapfrogging manoeuvres by Tom van Rompuy are for position. So this is Tom van Rompuy in the number 3 car, making his way through, finally, the LMGT3 GTE pack.
Johnny Lawson very wayward at the double droite de Beausset there, as the car almost the front end washing away from him. So that meant that coming through 11 and now Garlaban at turn 12, Jens Moller is applying the pressure. We've got 2 Danish drivers there, one in an AF Corsa Ferrari, Formula Racing as they're entered, and Danish flagged Formula Racing, together with GMB Motorsport with that Aston Martin. You'll know GMB from last year's Michelin Le Mans Cup and their Honda NSXs, but also from TCR Racing back in Denmark too. Big establishment, René Berg's team. We have Gustav Berg and his cousin Simon Berg joining the racing fold this year too.
Also on pit lane, by the way, is Fred Pordad in the LMP2 Pro-Am class Algarve racing car, the number 20. Okay, we'll drop back for the moment through the order. Still time before we have to see the cars in for their fuel window. So this is going to be tactical. This is going to be about them completing driver time at the end of a full stint, I'm sure of that.
Indeed, although whether you're bronze or silver, you're still going to have to do more than a 40-minute stint. I'll get the driving times for you in a moment, but just one stint will not do it, and the rules are written deliberately for that and to avoid that. Otherwise it'd be far too simple, this motor racing lark. Now, how close do you like it between Duquesne and the car in front, which is the, is that Panis Racing, the 65 of Manuel Maldonado, and Maldonado was squeezing Nico Pino to the left there so that he was straddling the blue concrete, just about keeping 2 wheels on the racetrack. Don't like to see cars squeezed to the very edge of the road. I think that was just about fair, and Manuel Maldonado running a little wide out of Beausset 2. As in Beausset being 2 corners effectively, turns 9 and 10, but actually he's now scampering away from Nico Pino, who will have to wait maybe another lap to get another really good run down the Mistral.
It was ultimately fastest, the purple middle sector there from Pino, so a good tow. And finally, after they cleared the traffic that interrupted that battle, they're going to close up again, I'm sure. But Manuel Maldonado now under real pressure for his 3rd position. The gap, by the way, after the last little bit of traffic, sees Kevin Simpson 2.5 seconds back. He is closing the gap to Vladlonko. Sally Ulich, by the way, pits from the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. And that finally releases Ollie Jarvis to join the LMP2 train in 6th place overall from the back of the grid after 36 minutes.
The magic number in LMP2, whether that's LMP2 straight or LMP2 Pro-Am, is a minimum drive time of an hour for absolutely everybody. So if you've done an hour, no problem, you can get out, or you can of course do 40 minutes or so now and get back into the car later on. But it looks like Sally Jolic will be staying on board. They are not the same times for LMP3 or GTE, but I'll give you those a little bit later on. Now we have an incident being investigated. We've spoken about that, the 4 and the 13.
Didn't see that, I don't think.
Turn 11.
Decar Engineering, and the 13 is into Europol.
Both from LMP3. Yeah. No, I don't remember a collision there. Don't
think we saw that. Also, by the way, should note, with the pit stops happening right now, 37 in the hands of Alexander Poigny. Goes to the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. So that was a lead change with Sally Jolic on pit lane. Giorgio Roda also on pit lane. Jim Maguire on pit lane. Jolic away, and will rejoin ahead of Giorgio Roda.
So Johnny Lawson in the number 50 Formula Racing car, having recently been overtaken by Ryan Hardwick, has fallen to 7th position. So Arnold Robin, a really good opening stint for him. And Robin in the number 72 car is the bronze, joined by a silver and a gold. So we'll have to do an hour and a half, therefore one stint won't tick off all his driving time.
Kane team with the number 30 car take the lead as the top 3 runners all come to pit lane. Adlomco, Ethan Simpson, also on the pit lane, Ollie Jarvis and Manuel Maldonado. So the leading group in the process now of going through their pit stops. It's going to be about keeping it tidy in pit lane. No minimum pit stop times, remember, for the LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am squads.
Yeah, so this is where the practice that perhaps you've had in the lower rungs of the ACO rules set in Le Mans Cup and indeed in Leisure European Series, where the pit stops are limited, then you get a practice of doing things at a more relaxed pace, but now they have to be done at breakneck speed.
It is a quicker pit stop for Cool Racing against Algarve Pro, 4 seconds to the good. That will help win this battle.
Well, 4 seconds, you can fight for a full hour to try and close a gap like that, and then it's lost in one fell swoop in the pit lane. Nico Pino for Duquesne has not yet pitted, so that's the reason why he leads the motor race. Ahead of Paul Lafargue for EDEX Sport, Alexandre Coigny works his way up to 3rd overall and the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am, but is again one pit stop in arrears, with Francois Perrodo about 5 seconds further back, also due in probably at the end of this lap.
Yeah, the 19 car, Team Virage, P2, Alexander Matchell brings that car in. So rapidly working our way through the LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am pit stop cycle. Another incident under investigation is one between 44, that's GMB Racing, and 57, that's Kessel Racing. At turn 14, the final turn at 11:45. Now, did we see? I think we did. Oh no, it was 66 car we saw sideways, wasn't it?
No, but the Aston Martin knocked the door mirror off the 57 because there was contact. So it'll be that's being looked at. 57 car being told to replace that door mirror. For me, that is just classic Grand Touring racing. A little bit of argy-bargy, but there was nothing wrong with Jens Moller's run into the corner. Didn't try and spin Takeshi Kimura out. It was just a little bit of afters leaving the corner. Meanwhile, Takeshi Kimura with a tidy move perhaps on the inside of Duncan Cameron. Again, he wasn't fully alongside. Nip and tuck that, not sure. We have seen better overtakes at turn 14. You've got to be fully committed and dart up the inside and then hit the anchors as late as possible. No ABS on these cars, remember, so it's all about the finesse of the driver, not wanting to lock those tyres up this early on. Next batch of pit stoppers, Nico Pino from the lead. He comes in, as do the 2 or 3 cars we had yet to see for the lead group in LMP2. So Vlad Lomko takes the lead again, and it's 5.7 seconds now to the good from Kevin Simpson. Rui Andrade still aboard the Inter-Europol car that now inherits 3rd place and is 10 seconds back. So I can see where Nico Pino comes back into the order. I think maybe 4th. It is indeed 4th, and right with Rui Andrade. GTE is not quitting here, is it? Team manager car 57 is being called to race control immediately. That might be for a somewhat robust driving style from Takeshi Kimura. Related to Duncan Cameron rather than the incident with the 44 of Jens Moller, which is also being looked at. But yeah, could be one, either or both, couldn't it? Yeah, but I don't think, in fairness, Takeshi did much wrong when he was being overtaken by the Aston. That was the GMB Vantage on the inside line at turn 14. But yes, the overtake on Duncan Cameron could have been a little more tidy, and that may well be about to be explained. Oh, up the inside, there was a bit of dust or maybe smoke being kicked up there as they're catching one of the Inter-Europol competition cars at the 43. That's the 43, but that's a battle. I think that's a battle for position, for 3rd position. Yeah, so it was the 35 that was the fly in the ointment, I reckon. Car 35 is the ultimate car of LMP3, and they didn't know quite which way Yeah, it was a 43 on the inside of Ultimate, and there wasn't a gap there. So it was really an effort to squeeze underneath, but clean one of the bollards out in the process. 35, Eric Trouillet, not doing a great deal wrong there. Does remain fourth, and hopefully the car is still straight after that.
That does mean Nico Pinho makes his way through into third position again. So he was the beneficiary of, well, something of a gift, really, from the 43 car. Andrade, there was no way through. So Lonco, Simpson, Pinho, Andrade, and then Manuel Maldonado before we get to Ollie Jarvis still in this recovery run, 6th place. Actually top 6, Sally Jolic emerges from the pit cycle, still in the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am with Paul Lafargue between him and Alexander Cloney, and the gap in LMP2 Pro-Am, 16 seconds between Racing Team Turkey and Cool Racing. LMP3 still being led by Torsten Kratz. Remember, the LMP3 still to pit. Then Glenn van Berlo and Adam Ali in the 2 Euro International cars. And that 35 car, Multimate, currently sits in 4th in class. GTE is aboard the number 50 car. It's had a bit of a topsy-turvy race so far. It's still a Proton 1-2, Christian Ried and Michael Fassbender. Arnaud Raban, though, has caught Michael Fassbender in a battle now for 2nd place. TF Sports number 72 car, Takeshi Kimura 4th, but 10 seconds back.
The gap now to Torsten Kratz, the German driver from Wuppertal, not far from Frankfurt, the gap's coming down now, back to Glenn van Berlo, who's been really putting his foot down, and I reckon it's down to
5, 6 seconds.
5 and a bit, probably.
But remember, Glenn is the higher ranked driver
yes,
in the International, and it's a 2-driver squad.
Yep,
oh, trouble for Giffen Simpson. Is that Giffen Simpson? Or is that the 20 car? That's the 20 car.
Well, it doesn't make it any better for those guys, though. The 20 car spinning for Fred Pordad, who was running second effectively in LMP3, even though he runs in LMP2 Pro-Am, but he was wedged between that battle. We were just talking about Torsten Kratz and Glenn van Berlo, and the 20 car in the same livery as Kiffin Simpson. So another Algarve Pro Racing car stranded in the middle of the track, as now Michael Fassbender has a bit of pressure from behind because the man from Lussat, Arnaud Robin, flashing the lights in the number 72 TF Sport Aston Martin. Really smart livery on this car, turned out by Tom Ferrier's outfit. But it's a nice change as well from the emerald green last year that we had of the 93 Porsche, with this silver front, black rear and the yellow middle stripe for the German-Irish Hollywood superstar. And Michael Fassbender now deep in defensive mode, but this again is great for his experience.
Here comes a flying LMP2 to introduce itself into the conversation. On the Cool Racing cars, this is the lead car, the 47 car, with 5.8 seconds now ahead of Kiffin Simpson, Vlad Lomko. Looks to me as if Arnaud Raban has the quicker GTE car, and at the moment he's done better out of that transaction with the LMP2. Porsche's got good traction off that final turn. Let's see what the Aston Martin can do in a straight line about the Porsche, as Christian Ried flashes through our picture in the lead of GTE. And the answer is Porsche's got good straight line speed at this point. Fassbender at the moment soaking up the pressure well. This is the second part of the challenge, isn't it? He got the getaway together with his teammates. Been closed down by the TF Sport car. Now he has to soak up the pressure in traffic. That was the spin from Fred Pordad we saw just a few moments ago, and a very close run thing with what I think was the Nielsen Racing car flashing by.
So that was at the S at Verrerie, turn 2, and the exit of that, which is a quick exit as you then take the short, sharp blast of straight down towards Virage du L'Hôtel. So broadside car. We had similar in the Michelin Le Mans Cup yesterday between turns 5 and 6, with the 24/7 motorsport car stuck there and possibly in gear, forced a full course yellow. Thankfully Fred Pordad, who is driving GTE in the World Endurance Championship this year as well.
He has been driving GTE.
Yeah. So sort of straddling two different categories. He was racing last year. Many seasons combined into one in my mind, but committed to the ELMS this year, and therefore a significant step up from GTE to LMP2.
Inside here from Arnaud Raban, And has he made that move? He's not. This is great stuff from Michael Fassbender, you know. What progress he's made in the last couple of years.
Intriguingly, the 3 amber lights are illuminated on the Aston Martin, though, rather than the Porsche, so they must have been in different order, crossing through the last split sector.
No, this is for second.
I beg your pardon. So where are the 2 on the Porsche then? Oh, they are there, but the sun was glinting away, and difficult to pick them out because they sit right next to that yellow band. Oh, a squirm from Arnold Robert in 3rd position. Michael Fassbender running in 2nd. Christian Ried out front and leading by 5.5 seconds now. So this is rather handing Christian Ried an advantage in that leading Porsche, because Fassbender's not lapping as quick as he would be without the distraction of Arnold Robert on his rear wing.
Well, Hardwick on pit lane, by the way. That's we're 48 minutes into this race. That's a bit early for the number 16 car. These cars, there's some debris on track, by the way, at the exits of the final turn, as Arnold Robert is looking for any way he can possibly find by this Porsche.
The debris on track is out of the final corner at Virage Dupont. Very early stop for a GT car as well, and I don't understand this, unless the debris come from the number 16 car, of course.
There seems to be some clear up at the front end of that car. So whether or not there is tyre debris or something else, giving the car a bit of a cooling issue. Again, I'm sure we'll find out a little later. Ryan Hardwick is dropping down the order.
But it's 45-minute stint when that car should be able to comfortably do an hour.
Yeah.
So the car will maybe, I can't imagine that there's going to be a stint at the end which needs to be shorter than an hour, because normally it's a 4-hour race, you just do 4 stints if it stays green. Here on the inside is Arnold Robert to try and pick off Michael Fassbender for 2nd position.
Again, LMP2 car in the mix. This time it's the number 30 car, 3rd place for Nico Pinho. Looking to make progress, but dropping back from this top 2. This won't help him.
It's not helping Arnold Robert either, because Robert had a good run on Michael Fassbender before the Duquesne LMP2 arrived on the scene.
That is, of course, part of the game here. This is Rodrigo Sales, and that will be Daniel Schneider directly ahead of him. This is for position, for 6th in LMP2 Pro-Am, 13th place overall. The other flag's out just at the moment at turn 10.
Which is the 2nd bit of the double droite de Beausset. So running into turn 11, that tricky left-hander.
Doesn't seem to be a car stop down there, so I'm guessing that must be debris.
Well, although the 60 car hasn't reached the pit lane yet, so is it surrounding the 60 GT car?
That's the Iron Lynx car. Yes, there we can see now.
Schiavone.
So spent for Claudio Schiavone, spins to the outside, no dramas for anybody else, mercifully, but certainly a drama for the Italian.
Well, the yellow flags have been withdrawn, back to green there now, and it might be that he dives straight into pit lane, or he will continue on, but he will have actually absolutely munched through that particular set of Goodyear tyres, as Ryan Hardwick has rejoined, and in fact Claudio Schiavone does pit at the end of that current lap. 3-car
battle for 3rd in LMP2 Pro-Am. Francois Perrodo ahead of Alexander Matchell and Giorgio Roda. They, of course, are Team Virage and Proton competition. Bottled up here by the number 15 car from RLR. That is the car running 7th in LMP3, so traffic here could play a part. Perrodo will be looking to get by that car and get a good run onto the Mistral Straight. He didn't manage to do that. Is that going to compromise his run here? Looks to me as if Roda is tucked in nicely behind the number 19 car. But meantime, the Virage car immediately goes to the inside. He's got the better run, and Matchell is going to take that place.
Yeah, Matchell in the yellow-fronted Team Virage car with the orange visor, and ahead of Francois Perrodo. He will go then into 3rd position in LMP2 Pro-Am. Francois Perrodo 4th, and Giorgio Roda in the all-black, but with that very smart sort of 2-tone blue tyre mark right down the centre bit of the Proton competition car. Giorgio Roda, who qualified his car in 2nd in class yesterday, running 5th at the moment.
That was all about Francois Perrodo having his speed onto the Mistral Straight compromised because he was too close to the LMP3 car ahead. Just a bit of bad luck in terms of where the traffic happened. Now they're having to deal with the Nielsen car, and a jink to the left from Perodo. Reaction from Roda, and he was briefly off track there in response. Car guy, Castellet Racing on pit lane. Remember, they've got to repair that mirror on the opposite side of the car. We presumed that would be a change of door, didn't see whether or not that happened.
So this is the third car choosing to pit earlier in the window than I would have expected. Claudio Schiavone may be the exception because he had that lurid spin at Beausset and will desperately have needed a new set of tyres. Remember, the Goodyear Eagles are not limited in GTE, so you might as well just change them, throw a brand new stickered set at the number 60 car.
They've not repaired that mirror. It's just been snipped off.
They also didn't have a rear right ready either. But what are they going to do about the mirror? Remember, only a certain amount of mechanics allowed over the line at any one point. But as you said, it's the door that needs to be replaced. It's about the number of people that are allowed to cross the line, Graham. Yeah. I don't think they had a spare person to do it. So the fuel has to go in, and you can't change the door as the fuel's going in. That has to be a completely separate action. Is this what happened to Claudio Schiavone? No, because it's on a separate bit of the track.
This is 4 wide here.
Nip and tuck as Henrik Hedman in the Dragon Speed car was fully alongside. Was that the Proton machine?
I think that was.
Yes, he's got ahead of Giorgio Roda.
That's the EDEC car.
No, not the EDEC car. Sorry, not the Proton car. So Dragon Speed and Algoff Pro it might have been, because Henrik Hedman and Fred Pordad are now separated by 4 and a bit seconds.
It said EDEC Energy on the inside of the wing of that car.
It's still Hedman who's got ahead of. Are there 2 EDEC cars?
No.
He's got ahead of Paul Lafargue, but they are laps apart. Are they? Yes, because the 28 car is running in 7th position, 8th overall. The 81, I suppose, is trying to get back its positions after that very early spin. So that's a very good move if that was Henrik Hedman getting ahead of Paul Lafargue. Still
for Vlonko, by the way, keeping Kiffin Simpson honest. It's 4.3 seconds. Captain Pino still 14 seconds. Rear Andrade a further 8 seconds back, with Manuel Maldonado dropping behind the interior pole car. Ollie Jarvis now 6 seconds back from Maldonado.
This is Johnny Lawson again, 5th place in the 50 car, with Jens Moller only 0.7 of a second behind him. So you can't see the bright red GMB Motorsport Aston Martin, but be rest assured it is right there.
31 car from Cool Racing on pit road. Oh, sorry, it's Racing Spirit on the bottom. My apologies, Jack Wolf. From 10th in LMP3. And again, this is early. They can do an hour.
They can, yeah. Probably 65 minutes in the LMP3s.
So remember, this is a class where there is a minimum pit stop time for 2 of their 3 required stops.
Yeah. So one of them will be as quick as you like, and then the other 2, assuming you can do the whole race on 3 stops, have to be timed to a minimum reference time, which is different from track to track. Now, the scrap for 2nd and 3rd has finally changed. Arnold Robin up the inside of Beausset. He got a very good run, although having said that, now the TF Sport car leads. That is because Christian Reed darts into the pits. There he is in the all-black Proton competition car. And Michael Fassbender and Arnold Robin were actually duking it out for 1st and 2nd in the category.
This is going to make things very interesting at the end of this race if we stay full green, because it's going to mean that these cars need a splash.
Yeah. Well, it's
more than a splash at this point.
Part of this lap is clearly top-notch throttle, as in you are foot to the boards for the whole of the Mistral, so it's a high fuel burn, but even so, the rest of it's relatively slow speed and very technical.
But we've been full green.
Yeah, but a GTE car should do an hour. It certainly shouldn't do 45 minutes, which was the case of the number 16 car. Are they banking on a very late safety car here? Is this the difference between last year and this, whereby a full course yellow now locks you out of the pit lane, whereas last year you could use it as part of the strategy?
Well, it'll be interesting to hear from the teams post-race. It is certainly a change in strategy. That was neat and tidy by the look of things from Proton competition. The key here is how far can Arnold Robin take this car, because if this is fuel, then that's a significant advantage to the Aston Martin.
Yeah, and to be honest, the fact that how closely these three manufacturers have been bopped, have been, you know, balance of performance applied to them, I'd be very surprised that just picking an Aston Martin as your car would give you that much more fuel mileage. Unless he's been fuel saving in this opening stint. As I say, one half of this track, you're going to be burning through the fuel like nothing else, whereas there is the opportunity to just blend out of the throttle into Beausset, into perhaps Verrerie at the start of the lap, and just buy a little bit of fuel back again. An early stop as well, I would say, for the number 12 car, but it does seem like WTM are adopting this way. Yeah,
Torsten Kratz, we know, has been pretty pacey at this part of the race. Comes in from the lead, and that lead will go, unless he pits, to Eric Trillier. 17 car, by the way, from third also pits. So we are getting to the stage where this is a fuel window. This is going to be a very interesting end to this race, Johnny.
Well, it doesn't make it clean. It's not going to be cleanly cut, as in a cake, a 4-hour cake, and you should slice it into quarters. That's not going to be possible.
Michael Fassbender follows the sister Proton car in, so all three Porsches have been in. That has to be fuel then at this stage. John Hartshaw, the first of the Aston Martins to pit. So TF Sport on Rabat is going to go, well, 2 laps longer, isn't he, than the 77 car? At least.
Fleet of foot, John Hartshorn perhaps driving in the slippers to make sure that he gets a few extra laps. Remember, we had 2 formation laps. That was only a change very recently as well. And yes, they're done at a reduced pace, but you need some fuel to circulate 5.7 kilometres twice. New Goodyear's going on to the 93 because why wouldn't you? The tyres aren't limited in this particular category, and Michael Fassbender, having to do an hour and a half as the bronze, will stay on board that car.
10 seconds added to the next pit stops of car 10. That is the Euro International car that started from the back.
How close were those Proton teammates there? Christian Ried and Michael Fassbender. Fassbender just sneaking in behind his German teammate. The team effectively run by Christian Ried, Proton Competition.
With his brother Michael.
Yeah.
It's a family affair with Father Gerald still involved. 47 car, though, carries on in the lead, but the gap has come down dramatically. 1.37 seconds now. So the time ceded in that pit stop for the 4 seconds has been eaten up. And now we've got a lead battle. So it is the Castle Racing car, by the way, is the other car that will have 10 seconds added for the next pit stop, and that is for not respecting the race director's instructions at turn 1. It will be both cars having gone straight on and not rejoining as they were told they should.
So the GTE cars that have not stopped so far: Arnold Robin, Duncan Cameron in the 55, Robin's in the 72 Aston Martin, Johnny Lawson's not been in yet in the 50 Formula Racing Ferrari, and there are a few others missing, I think, further down,
and Crichton and Dudis. So it is 1 Aston Martin and 4 Ferraris. And we have not pitted. And we are now beyond the hour.
Exactly.
So this is putting them into a position, as will be this car, the GMB Racing car, where they can keep to a regular fuel strategy. This could be real drama for Porsche.
And particularly Proton Competition. They've got 3 cars in the race. The 16 car came in after something like 45 minutes, which was a big surprise. I just wonder whether they're taking the gamble that this race has a habit of delivering a full course yellow at some point, and they want to have a bit more flexibility than, you know, pit slightly earlier within the window, so that then if there is a full course yellow, you're not going to be stung by the emergency service rule that forces you to do 2 pit stops, 1 in the caution and 1 immediately after it.
So where are we running? 47 leads the race, 33 laps under the wheels of Vlad Lonko's Cool Racing Orica. 2 seconds back to Kevin Simpson in the 25 APR Algar Pro Racing car, with the first pit stops under the wheels already. Duquesne team run 3rd, still 14 seconds back. Manuel Maldonado 4th for Duquesne and Panis respectively. In LMP2 Pro-Am, Sally Jorich leads the race 7th overall with the IDEX Sport LMP2 car between him. Here comes Arnold Robin. They're well in the window, aren't they? From Cool Racing, Alexandre Pony is 2nd in LMP2 Pro-Am. Giorgio Roda runs 3rd. There are some largish gaps appearing there, though. We've got another incident, this time involving car 44. That is a GMB racing car, and car 50 at turn 5, 12:23, 10 minutes ago, under investigation. That's the Formula Racing car. With Alain Raban pitting, by the way, Johnny Larson, he cycles through to lead. Spirit of Race 55 car on pit lane. So that the person wearing the carpet slippers at the moment is Johnny Larson.
The other thought about what Proton Competition are up to is that for the bronze drivers that they all have on board at the moment, they've got to do 90 minutes.
Yes.
So Brian Hardwick's effectively done half of that already. If he does another 45-minute stint, you can get him out.
That was my presumption for him.
It doesn't fit with the fuel windows, but maybe they think getting Zach Robuch on board, then Alessio Picariello is going to be quicker in the long run than keeping Ryan at the wheel for 2 full stints rather than the 1.5 that you could do.
On board now with the number 93 car. Here comes Alain Raban. There go the 2 Proton cars, and they have leapfrogged the Aston Martin again, or rather the 93 car has. And that, I'm presuming, is to do with the pit stop time for TF Sports. And it was indeed 1 minute and 30 seconds for the 72 squad, as opposed to 1 minute and 21 for the 93 from Proton Competition. Crichton Lendudis is that, I think, will be for position at this stage, because Crichton, I don't think he's been down pit lane. He hasn't. It's got Christian Reed and Michael Fassbender going by for position. It's a nose change to the 43 car.
Interesting. I didn't see any damage with that, but maybe a vibration has been felt. The 2 very large Allen key type metal pegs there go into the nose and twist several times to secure that to the car.
So that car, the 43 car, was the 34 car for Monza from Inter-Europol. That will carry on as being their ELMS car, as finally, this time from the lead, comes in Johnny Larson, with Inter-Europol having a new chassis delivered for the 2 flyaways for the WC, the car that took the win at Le Mans, retired from use and is now on display back at home in Poland.
The thought on why the Aston Martin took longer in the pits than the 2 Porsches, there's more fuel to go in, isn't there? There's a bigger void in the fuel tank, so the nozzle has to be connected for longer.
But not that much longer.
You don't think?
No, it'd be 2 or 3 seconds tops, and that was longer.
What, for a quarter of a tank? All right, maybe. I mean, the Proton cars came in after maybe about 50 minutes, so that's 5/6 of a tank rather than a full tank.
Proton cars came in at about 56, 58 minutes.
Okay, it was closer to the hour than
it was closer to the hour, yeah.
All right, and to give you that difference in lap times completed, I can tell you Ryan Hardwick he's in the 16 car, and bear with me, caller. Proton Competition car did 23 laps. And then the 93 did 28 laps, Christian Reed did 27 laps, whereas Johnny Lawson's just completed something like 31, and Martin Berry as well.
Yeah, good fuel economy from Martin Berry. Had that spin at turn 14, which will have cost him time. He's on pit lane now, Formula Racing just rejoining the race. 51 and 66 also on pit lane. Trouble by the look of things, by the way, for the Ultimate car. That car's been on pit lane for quite some time. Also working our way through the second fuel stops for the first of the P2 cars. Nielsen Racing's Rodrigo Salas on pit lane. This, what is it? Is it an hour they've got to do?
Yes, as a minimum.
So this is going to be the first driver changes in LMP2. Alexander Juani and Rodrigo Salas from LMP2 Pro-Am will be ceding, I'm sure, the driving seats. Ollie Colborne, by the way, aboard the 43 car after that stop.
Well, Salas is massively off strategy now, because remember the drama they had with the back of that car with all the smoke pouring out of it. So it came in after only 11 laps and they will have fueled it there, and it's just done a further 23 laps. So that's indicative of perhaps how far a bronze can go behind the wheel of an LMP2 car, whereas Vlad Lonko in the race leading 47 only reached 20 laps, but bear in mind that was with 2 green flag laps as well. So probably more like 21, 22 during a full green flag stint.
So at this stage of the race in GTE, as we see the 47 car leading the race, 1.6 seconds ahead of Kiffin Simpson. There is the Algar Pro Racing car, just dealing with the traffic in the manner of the number 15 car. In GTE, this is the battle for third place. TF Sports Arnold Raban, 7.7 seconds back from Michael Fassbender, but under pressure from the third of the Proton cars, who is under pressure and will cede to that pressure from the number 55 car in the hands of Duncan Cameron. Does he? Porsche is quick in a straight line, but no, the 55 car goes through into fourth.
But again, Ferrari just relatively fresh from a pit stop, whereas the 16 Porsche pitted after only 3/4 of an hour, or just north of that, is the Aston Martin that is now running in third position in GTE, still in the hands of Arnold Robin. So third position for the Frenchman, Duncan Cameron in his wheel tracks. And now a focus in on Takeshi Kimura versus Jens Moller in a Ferrari Aston Martin battle.
This is the lead battle with the two GTE cars in between. They've cleared that, have they yet? Yes, they have. But intriguing here, Johnny. It's kind of trying to be a fortune teller as to what's going to happen in the next 3 hours. If this stays green, this is going to swing the way of the TF Sport, Aston Martin and the Ferraris. If we get an interruption for anything, then Proton competition, they are banking everything on pace here.
Jeff Carter, the European Le Mans Series press officer, has spotted a driver change with the 55 car. It's still being shown as Duncan Cameron as the driver currently. It would be weird for Duncan to have got out because he hasn't yet done the hour and a half that he needs to, although it's not unknown for Spirit of Race to actually split their bronze driving time. So it might be that Duncan's getting back in and the driver ID hasn't quite caught up yet. Many other drivers up and down the order, though, including at Panis Racing, are thinking about a driver change, and that will fit in with something like another 35-minute, 40-minute stint for the race leaders in LMP2. Manuel Maldonado is currently at the wheel of the fourth-place Panis Racing car, but it is Vlad Lomko for Cool Racing who leads after almost an hour and 10 minutes at Le Castellet. We got underway bang on 11:30, and a weird start with Vlad Lomko very, very slow coming out of turn 14, which meant that actually Paul Lafargue, who was meant to be starting level with him on the front row, had got well ahead, almost 2 or 3 car lengths worth. 3 cars running straight on at the Verrerie S, and also Henrik Hedman sideways. There was a spin there between he and Alexandre Coigny in the second of the Cool Racing cars. It is a beautiful day today at Circuit Paul Ricard for the second race of the season in the European Le Mans Series, and Vlad Lomko wasting no time at all in pulling the gap, something like 5.5 seconds in the early stages over several different shades of blue in LMP2, including this car, the number 24 for Rodrigo Sales. Really disappointing for the American because he had a great qualifying yesterday, but something failed at the rear of the car, whether it was an inner wheel arch that got loose and started rubbing on the tyre, but they replaced the whole of the rear deck. Tyre appeared still to be fully inflated. Vlad Lomko through the Bousset corners continued to lead the race, and Kiffin Simpson right on his tail in the closing point as well, with Sally Jolic having a good getaway in the number 34 car. They were side by side in the GT category as well, with the Wright Motorsports liveried Porsche number 16 battling with Johnny Lawson. And Nico Pino, a good opening stint as well for the Chilean for Duquesne Racing. First stop for Vlad Lomko, that was totally on schedule after 35 minutes. Then he had to work through an intense GTE battle that involved Michael Fassbender and Arnold Robin. Robin would eventually get in front in the blue, red and white and yellow Aston Martin ahead of the silver-fronted Porsche of Michael Fassbender. But Vlad Lomko in the 47 Cool Racing car, comfortably ahead of Algarve Pro Racing. And as we head into hour 2, it is still Lomko leading from Kiffin Simpson. And this is how we stand then, with an hour and 10 virtually gone. Half a second the advantage as Kiffin Simpson closes in the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. Duquesne, the French crew, are in third for Nico Pino ahead of Manuel Maldonado in the 65 car, and Oliver Jarvis in the 22. From the back of the grid, remember, Sally Jolic leads LMP2 Pro-Am for Racing Team Turkey ahead of Giorgio Roda for Proton and Francois Perrodo for AF Corsa. LMP3 led by Wochenspiegel, Team Monschau by Rinaldi Racing, and an amazing opening stint for Torsten Kratz. LMGTE, Christian Ried and Michael Fassbender, both for Proton, with the advantage, 77 ahead of 93, Graham Goodwin.
Yeah, new third place car. It is the 55 Sprinter race car. That car confirmed by Stefan. Thank you very much from pit lane, Steph, for confirming. David Perel is in that car. They need to sort that driver ID out, or there could be a penalty for that. That is something that can be penalised should race control determine that's appropriate. But David Perel has gone ahead of Arnold Rabat, and so the 55 car up into third place. So it is Proton Porsche from Proton Porsche, Spirit of Race Ferrari, TF Sport Aston Martin, as we watch this lead battle now, nose to tail for the very first time after a spectacular start from Vlad Lomko. Kevin Simpson has been just tapping away at this, hasn't he? This, by the way, is the battle for second, because not only has David Perel gone by Arnold Rabat, he's caught Michael Fassbender.
Just whizzing through the regulations to find out what extent of a penalty it might be for a driver ID issue, but can't immediately find it. We'll let race direction deal with that. I'm sure there was an official down there, along with Jeff Carter, who is official as well.
He's official.
I'm not sure he necessarily wants to land Spirit of Race in the doo-doo. So Duncan Cameron's picture displayed, but David Perel, we reckon, in the 55, and to the inside of Michael Fassbender he will go. And with the greatest respect to Duncan Cameron, he's not been able to match the pace quite as readily of Michael Fassbender as his South African teammate has managed, David Perel, and already Perel starting to open the gap up to the silver-fronted Michael Fassbender, dropping to third. And Fassbender will be being told by the team, this is nothing to worry about, you know, race your immediate rivals as in the fellow bronzes. And of course, what we will need later on in the race is a bit more driving time from Duncan Cameron, half an hour or so, pretty much, for car 55. So it's Vlad Lomko leading by now 1.3 seconds. The gap had altered very slightly back to one and a half or even half a second at one point, but opening back out again to the tune of a second. Kevin Simpson struggling perhaps with the traffic that Vlad has already dealt with. There is Michael Fassbender down to third position in the 93 car, but ahead of Arnold Rabat. The 72 Aston Martin taking longer in the pits by about 9 seconds compared to Fassbender's Porsche. But the TF Sport Aston Martin carries good speed. That is either a 19 or a 20 lap stint for Vlad Lomko. It's 20 laps for the driver racing without a flag, the national flag this weekend, and the 47 car dropping now to third position as Kevin Simpson goes through. Nico Pino likewise in the number 30 car. Pino will probably be fine for fuel for at least the next lap and maybe one more, because the 30 Duquesne car managed 21 laps on the opening stint, which was more than Vlad Lomko for Cool Racing.
So Kevin Simpson for the first time into the lead here. Argyle Pro Racing from Duquesne and Panis Racing. Racing dropped down the order with this stop, but remember that will all work its way through. It is going to be a drive-through penalty, by the way, coming for Interpol's car 13 in LMP3. The contact with car 4, that came an hour ago at turn 11. Car 4, not the local supermarket, but DKR Engineering's Duquesne. Alexander Picantoff at the wheel of that car at the moment.
Intense stare from Alex Lynn, who is preparing himself to get on board the number 25 car of Kevin Simpson.
Back to his regular helmet design after wearing the colours of Derek Bell at Le Mans this year. There's a drive-through penalty as well for car 43 for contact with car 35. That came just over half an hour ago. So that is the Interpol competition. Sam Cox for Interpol. Apologies, Argyle Pro Racing. That's car 43 is the LMP2 entry from Interpol, and that was contact at turn 9 with car 35, which is the ultimate car. That was the one we saw Rui Andrade going up the inside, wasn't it?
Trying to muscle his way on the inside of Eric Trouillet, but there was no gap. Trouillet was perfectly within his rights to be occupying that bit of the track. The new race leader for the time being within the pit stops is Kevin Simpson. but we're moments away from the Barbadian driver handing over to Alex Lynn, who now steps forward in readiness. Nico Pino running in second, but 2 more pit callers in the meantime for United Autosports USA. Ollie Jarvis in from 3rd, Manuel Maldonado in the Panis Racing 65 in from 4th, and Sally Jolic as the LMP2 Pro-Am leader, car 34, also pitting.
I think that's going to be the end of his driving time, isn't it?
He's done the hour, so yeah, that will be enough, and now can rely upon Charlie Eastwood and Louis Delatraz to finish the job off. Well, they're leading at the end of the Pro-Am stints. Giorgio Roda could get out of the car at any point as well, and probably will be in either at the end of this lap or the next one.
Mathieu Vazevier, the new driver for the AF Corse, number 83 rather, takes over Francois Perrodo. His time will be done. Nico Lapierre already at the wheel of the 37 car, also in Pro-Am. There's a gaggle of cars, only the top 2 overall in LMP2 yet to pit.
And Kyffin Simpson is into pit lane as well. We'll have to go all the way down to the far end where Algarve Pro Racing are based for the weekend, so we'll actually overtake the EDEC Sport car in pit lane. Paul Lafargue could get out now too. The other drivers, Paul-Luc Chatin, who qualified it yesterday, and Laurence Hoare, the young German talent.
Here comes the Duquesne team car, so that completes the pit stop cycle for the leading group of LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Ams. There is the driver change for Algarve Pro Racing.
Fuel going in as he steps on board. They may and probably will elect to do tyres as well, although tyres severely limited in the LMP2 category, both in Pro and Pro-Am. Goodyear Eagles used, but you only get 12 individual tyres for the race and qualifying. Not much at all as GT cars do battle again. Christian Reed still trying to finish off his driving time. But David Perel is now right on his boot lid. Now, this is not essentially a fair fight, and Christian Reed's probably being told to allow David Perel through. You don't want to waste too much time defending, when actually Christian Reed's potentially in a better position here, only because the 55 car has to have a bit more Duncan Cameron driving time between now and the end of the race.
Yeah, so David Perel has done what his stint was designed to do, take the 55 car to the front. They'll pick the bits out of strategy a little later. Out comes Alex Lynn in the number 25 car. It's the LMP2 leader. Still in the hands of Torsten Kratz. The stint it's been from him. He's got 37 seconds in Adrian Chiller. That too comes the 30 car. So this will all sort itself out over the next half a lap or so as to where the real world gaps are after these second regular pit stops are served. There are a couple of penalty stops to be served still.
Kyffin Simpson looks to be worn out after that stint, but he did an incredibly good job. James Allen sauntering by as well into the back of the garage, so we know that Alex Lynn has taken charge now. He's the platinum racer, leaving perhaps the duties of closing the race out to Australian James Allen. Christian Reed now down to 2nd position, but he won't be fretting too much about that. David Perel leading the race for Spirit of Race, but David is the silver in the combination that also includes Matt Griffin as gold. You have to have 1 bronze, 1 silver, and then platinum or gold for the final driver.
Pace at the in-lap must have been very good for Kyffin Simpson, because despite the fact, no apologies, they were 3 seconds quicker in pit lane. That has earned Algarve Pro Racing the lead over Cool Racing. So being quicker on pit lane from the number 25 crew, 1 minute 29 to 1 minute 32, has switched the positions between the top 2 finally, with Alex Lynn ahead now of Reshad Dejeras. 12 seconds to the good from Rennie Binder in the Duquesne team car, which is now 3rd place.
Oh, contact between the GMB Aston and the car guy, 57. That's not the first time we've seen that either. Jens Moller and Takeshi Kimura have already come to blows, and that's what meant the Ferrari 57 lost its door mirror. Well, that was far more substantial from the GMB Motorsport car. Jens Moller not fully alongside, rotating the Japanese driver around, and he did well to keep his head and rejoin the racetrack, but they both lost places. Kimura now running 7th and Moller in 8th.
Yeah, Moller also loses about 10 seconds in recovery there. I suspect that won't be the only penalty, small or large P, that comes his way. Nico Lapierre running quickly in LMP2 Promos. Kimura.
The door mirrors not matching on the 57 car, and unsurprisingly that incident involving Moller and Takeshi Kimura is now going to be looked at as we head to the pit lane to catch up with Steph Wentworth.
I am catching up with Kiffin Simpson, driver of number 25 Algarve Pro Racing. You guys are currently in the lead. You've just done your stint. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was a really good stint. The car felt amazing the whole stint, and we were able to get up to P2 pretty quick, and after that I was just trying to chip away at the lead. Traffic wasn't helping us sometimes and helping us others, so it was hard to get close enough to make a move, but we were able to save enough fuel, and now we're out in the lead.
Yeah, congratulations on that. And can you tell us a little bit about the conditions out there, because it's very hot and obviously you've got to maintain the car, make sure it doesn't overheat.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, but the track is very rubbered in, so it's quite quick. Very quick compared to yesterday, I think, so I was quite happy with the track, and I do think it's going to fall away a little bit as the race goes on, though.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, interesting point there about the pace being relentless at the moment because it's such a warm day and because the tyres are going to have to be at least double stinted. Great dicing here into the first corner. Then tyre preservation is going to have to really be thought about. That to the inside is the...
That's the Nielsen racing car going by.
Trying to recover.
But I think that's the Nielsen racing car unlapping itself from the second place car overall. It is. So that's the 24 car now in the hands of Matthias Besch. That car down in 6th place in LMP2 around 13th overall, but that's a mark of the pace that's being shown at the moment by Matthias Besch, getting between the top two cars.
But it's a quick car, and we know this from Rodrigo Sales yesterday. It's only because they had that bad luck with whatever failed on the rear left corner, which took the shoebox with it, or the cheese wedge, so they had to stick a new rear onto that car and maybe deal with the inner wheel arch. Although, actually, do they even have inner wheel arches? Because, of course, there's that hole, isn't there?
I think the car was hit from behind or hit to the side, and it was bodywork rubbing on that tyre.
But the tyre stood up to it very well. There were some significant notches once I got a closer look, but probably only half an inch. I was really very bothered that that tyre would go bang, particularly at very high speed. I mean, they're doing north of 300k down the Mistral Straight this weekend in LMP2, but thankfully the driver at the time, Rodrigo Sales, had eased things off, and I'm not surprised to see that car going as quick as it is now in the hands of Matthias Besch.
Good pace, by the way, despite being passed by Matthias Besch from Richard de Giras, not being dropped at the moment by Alex Lynn, a man of very high quality in his driving career, Cadillac factory driver, of course, in hypercar and GTP. Jens Moller, by the way, reported to the stewards for abusing track limits and driving standards.
Well, because he was all over the curb, and then he collided with the 57 Ferrari of Takeshi Kimura in the same movement. So you can say there wasn't a gap. Well, yeah, the whole of the car, the whole of the Aston Martin was straddling the curb, so that's the reason why there wasn't a gap. He had to leave the track to attempt an overtake that was never going to happen.
A little bit of housekeeping, by the way, for Ultimate. They have rejoined the race after 22 minutes in the garage. So we are back to 42 cars running now. It is a drive-through penalty for car 44 for abusing track limits. There might be something more to come, you know. Yeah,
agreed, because that's just leaving the track on several occasions, so the drive-through will mop that up. But then there was the spinning out of Takeshi Kimura, the Aston Martin rudely assaulting the back of the Dayglow Yellow 488. So let's see whether there's a separate penalty assessed for the contact. I wouldn't be surprised. Race leaders, Alex Lynn for Algarve Pro Racing, Richard de Giras, who impressed so much at Barcelona with that outright pole position in Spain 3 months ago. And the gap is only 1.6 seconds, so de Giras keeping Lynn honest, no doubt about that. Early on in each of their stints, de Giras has done around about 6 laps, whereas Alex Lynn more like 5, I reckon. But they didn't pit on the same laps, perhaps only 4 for Alexander Lynn, as they crossed the line with only seconds between them, 2 and a bit to be exact. René Binder a further 16 seconds adrift, and we'll wait to see what his lap time is like. He's not, of course, dealing with the same amount of traffic as this leading duo are. The LMP2 Pro-Am leader is Charlie Eastwood, up to 7th position now in the Racing Team Turkey car, 7th overall, that is. And he has the buffer zone of Ollie Caldwell between him and the 2nd place car in Pro-Am. Caldwell in the Inter-Europol competition car number 43. And it's Nico Lapierre in the 2nd of the Cool Racing cars, and their only entry in Pro-Am, who is running in 2nd place.
Oliver Raban, by the way, in the 72 car is another car that's making progress, has now split the two leading, what were previously the two leading Proton Porsches. Ryan Hardwick right with Michael Fassbender now as well. There's a lot more to come from this GTE class because of the split in strategy between a number of these cars. It stays green, and I think Proton are in trouble.
It puzzled me why they did come in so early on, and Ryan Hardwick, I think, can push on now to do about 30 laps if necessary, but actually I would expect the Proton car to come in at the end of roughly the same stint that he did in the opener, so probably 24 laps.
Yep.
That's only 5 away from where he is currently, and they'll get Ryan out of the car then.
Correct.
And plug Zach Robichon in. And that will be Ryan Hardwick's drive time done. We're only 2 minutes away from the bronze time being burned here in the GTE category, so it's a crucial point, but a lot of the time that 90 minutes is ignored in favour of running through the full fuel stint, of which you can do 2 basically. But
that's the key.
Yeah.
Is if it's left to run green, it's a matter of how do they manage the driver time. Do they stop when they can, or do they complete the stint?
Ryan is new to Le Castellet. I don't think he will have ever raced here before. So is he just saying, listen, I'm not as quick as Zach and as quick as Alessio Picariello, so it'll pay us back if I get out of the car nice and early after the full 90 minutes, and then you boys push on to the finish. It doesn't fit in the fuel windows necessarily, but actually on the long run we'll do better.
Well, at this stage, as he looks up the inside, he hits the team car. He hits Michael Fassbender.
And he actually was trying to get out of the way of another car at Virage de l'Hotel, but that has really now put the fly in the ointment, because Fassbender, the innocent party in all of that, having to find a forward gear and rejoin as safely as possible, but the right-hand side of that car is properly battered after being assaulted by a sister Proton competition Porsche.
So I can see what damage there was. It was up the inside. It was too late. He did leave the door open, but it was too late to make that move.
Well, if Ryan hadn't locked up, I think he would have been okay and he would have made the corner, but he was just asking a little bit too much. No ABS on these cars, so if you do lock up...
So Fassbender moved to the left to allow the 30 car through. He'd seen that car coming. The door was still open. I think Ryan just saw the opportunity. It's a bit rash.
It's a clumsy manoeuvre from Ryan Hardwick, and that's going to be a difficult conversation now within the Proton competition garages, because Michael Fassbender had been doing so well. And yeah, a big exhale from everyone down at Proton competition after that moment, because Fassbender, it's cost him an awful lot of time, and is the car now running straight?
Well, that remains to be seen. There's something hanging underneath that car.
There is, I'm afraid. There's massive skirts on these relatively new GTE machines, and whether they're integral to the car design, I don't know, but that will snap very easily and potentially fold underneath the car, causing an awful scraping sound.
Busy track behind, and that is still the 24 car of Matthias Besch. Still ahead on track. Unlapped itself from Richard de Geras' 47 Cool Racing car, but this is now allowing Alex Lynn to get away in the lead of the 25 car. That gap now 4.3 seconds.
And the incident involving the two Porsches will be looked at, and the fact that they are teammates will not be factored into that one bit.
No.
It is one team versus another team, and if the 93 is just to have been compromised, then the 16 will cop a penalty for that. happened at exactly 1 o'clock this afternoon. We started on the half hour, remember, and we are now north of 90 minutes worth of drive time. So Fassbender could get out at this point, and that might fit better now in the strategy considering what's happened. I do think Ryan Hardwick will be getting out in the next 5 to 10 minutes as there's a slow number 7 LMP3 car. This is Tony Wells down on one side.
It's got lost a wheel. There's no front right wheel.
So it is down on the skid plate, basically, which is in position on the splitter there. But this is bizarre to have happened so far into the stint. It's not as if Tony Wells has just made a pit stop. His stop was many, many laps ago.
The wheel had gone there. There it was, almost took the Euro International car with it. That cleared the wall as well.
So let's hope that that wheel and the speed of it was arrested as quickly as possible.
Should be said, by the way, our cameraman had a lucky escape there.
Yeah, a sharp intake of breath, I'm sure. Foot down on that camera position, which is to driver's right of turn 7. There is some debris fencing the other side of that rector cell barrier, and let's hope that the wheel was bouncing low enough to be caught by that, but it's not full debris fencing. So, all being well, it's been retained within the track confines. We'll try and get you some news on that. But amazingly, Tony Wells has got back to the pits on 3 wheels.
Pretty clearly something failed there, didn't it?
Well, to give you an idea, he's 16 laps into his stint. So for that to have happened that far in, you know, a cross-threaded wheel normally bites much, much earlier than this. I'm not aware of seeing any contact between that car and anybody else.
The key now is there damage at that corner other than just putting another wheel on it?
Agreed. Well, if something's failed, pegs seem to be intact, and perhaps the hub as well, but it's not until it goes up on the jacks that they'll be able to get a good look at it.
Under the rear wing of Christian Ried's number 77 for second place, Arnaud Raban. He's been in the thick of things, hasn't he? The difference here, quite apart from track position, is that the Aston Martin chasing, if we go full green, is in the fuel window. The Porsche is not. That place goes.
Yeah.
But still, there's the question of driver time. Oh, big twitch there as he just makes the corner. The 72 car.
There was a moment with the number 7 Nielsen car that you didn't see, where the wheel gun guy on the front right sort of raised his wheel gun itself to a wheel that wasn't there. And there was a thinking moment of, oh, hang on a minute, I don't need to take anything off, it's already come off on the racetrack. So then he just leaned behind him and put the new wheel on and bolted it on. But that's the muscle memory that, you know, within a pit stop you go through. First job, loosen the wheel. Oh, it's not there.
If they're smart here, and they are smart at Nielsen Racing, they'll be burning one of their long pit stops here.
Yeah. Why not?
It's compromised anyway, the strategy. They may just as well make the best of a bad job. And we can see in the background there, the Nielsen car just getting ready to leave pit lane.
There was a lot not being done at Nielsen at the end of all the key jobs being completed, so they have definitely followed that thought, Graham, and gone for a longer stop, which is a 1 minute 48 before they rejoin, so perhaps 1:45. I needed to look that up before we got going, really, but I would imagine 1:45 is the minimum reference pit stop time. Therefore, it's going to be a drive-through penalty. You've mentioned, I think, for the 44.
Yeah, that's a second penalty. This is for the contact.
For the contact itself.
Was it 10 seconds they got for the drive? No, it wasn't. It was drive-through that as well, wasn't it?
So 2 drive-through penalties, 1 for track limits and 1 now for spinning Takeshi Kimura out at turn 11, which is the left-hander immediately after Bose, the double right.
Perhaps surprisingly, no further action regarding the start of the race.
Okay. Interesting. Well,
so maybe that was exactly as you said, as we see here. This is Formula Racing. That was an overtake off the track, I'm afraid. That was clearly 4 wheels over the line up the inside of the 93 car.
What we're not privy to is discussions from Cool Racing and from EDEC Sport, who were the 2 cars on the front row, remember. Very different speeds being utilised. And there's certainly some history, I think, of Roman Rusinov being penalised in the past from pole position, starting the race far too slowly. But they obviously heard the plea from Cool Racing and said, well, it was still Vlad Lomko in front. Paul Lafargue did ease back the pace eventually.
Which I think is going to be the argument.
Yeah, and he didn't take advantage. There we go.
This is the battle, by the way, for third place overall. Tiemann van der Helm catching Rennie Binder. 1 second apart here for what is at the moment the final podium position, but we're not even halfway through this 4 hours.
Yeah, so Tiemann van der Helm, the Dutchman for Panis Racing, the 65 this year, also racing in the United States as part of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and a big talent from the Netherlands. So 65 Panis have got a good driver on their squad. It's a great lineup throughout, in fact. Manuel Maldonado, who did the opening stint, and Joop van Aert still to come, fellow Dutchman to Tiemann at the end of his probably double.
Jens Muller, by the way, has completed that second drive-through, as I thought we might see. Car 50, Formula Racing reported to the stewards for overtaking 93 beyond track limits. That was pretty clear. Indeed.
So Formula Racing could be in strife as well, running in 5th place at the moment. Algarve Pro's Alex Lynn leads by 6.3 seconds. He has been steadily opening that gap to Richard de Guiris, although de Guiris was able to keep the measure of the Brit for the early stages at least. But now his class is really telling. It's consistency that's building that gap. You can be quick on 1 lap or 2 maybe, but what about the whole stint?
Looks to me like the Panis Racing car's got a good run here. And Richard de Guiris just slightly compromised by traffic there, but through the early part of that traffic, right onto the rear end of Rennie Binder, and they're going to get to the Mistral Straight. I don't think quite close enough. You never know for the slipstream to make a difference here, but this is a proper battle for third position now. No, don't, unless that GMW car not close enough. So Decane team's Rennie Binder 15 seconds back, by the way, from Richard de Guiris in 2nd place, but Tiemann van der Helm making a real fight of this for 3rd place. Still leading LMP2 Prime, by the way, is the Racing Team Turkey car, now in the hands of Charlie Eastwood from Nicolas Lapierre, Mathieu Vazevière, respectively, in Cool Racing 37 and AF Corsa 83. Torsten Kratz leads P3, as he has from the start of this race, with a 46-second gap now. Car 50 now being told to give the position back to car 93. I think we can regard that as being, at best, a final warning.
Yep. Somebody else to pick out is Jack Hawksworth, who's now got on board the number 20 Algarve Pro Racing car. Easy to miss that he's just done the best Pro-Am lap so far in the race. Wedged down in 8th position in class, but he and Andy Merrick are trying to work their way through.
Yeah, it's sort of in no man's land here. It's 40 seconds back from Andy Merrick in the 21 car, 21 seconds ahead of Juan Pablo Montoya. God, the names in this LMP2 class. It's staggering.
That's what I mean. If you're not paying attention to the middle order of Pro-Am, you're really missing out on some superstars. Guy Smith there, Nat Berton for DKR Engineering as well.
Well, Berton, who was in a Glickenhaus hypercar at Le Mans. Guy Smith, 2003 race winner. Juan Pablo Montoya, race winner, of course, in Formula 1. Jack Hawksworth, current Lexus factory driver in the United States. Andy Merrick, ex-Bentley and Aston Martin factory driver. Matthias Besch, Rebellion race winner in the WEC.
LMP1.
Yeah, Mathieu Vazevière, Rebellion and Alpine. Race winner in the WEC. Nicolas Lapierre, well, who needs to tell you what Nicolas Lapierre's done? Multiple class wins at Le Mans, Toyota and Peugeot factory driver.
Tremendous.
Absolutely staggering.
And the great thing is, it's all rear-loaded this season, so that, you know, first 6 months we had 1 race. The final 6 months of 2023, we've got 5 races, including this one, to feast our eyes upon. So Portimão is just going to be a mass of. Well, let's hope that all the championships are still, you know, very much in the running going into that double header on the Algarve at the end of the season.
Johnny Larson has given up that position, and that required him, by the way, to give up nearly 3 seconds to give the position up.
So, who are we expecting in the next few laps regarding GTE? Because for the 16 car that could be in strife, the Right Motorsports car.
Looking up here, this is the position being given back on the Mistral.
Yeah, okay.
That's possibly the best place to do it. It's been a race, by the way. Lead the GTE pack. David Perel now with, what is that, 15 seconds from Manuel Robin. Christian Rieder further 2.5 seconds back to the Aston Martin. Ryan Hardwick 22 seconds back, but under investigation. It's a drive-through penalty as I say that,
yeah,
for Ryan Hardwick for the contact with the car we're looking at now. This is a replay of the incident. It was Ryan, I think, saw the door open with the P2 car being let by Michael Fassbender.
I think that was an overtaking opportunity, but if he hadn't locked up, it might have been a lot cleaner. If you'd had somebody like Picariello in there, he would have picked off Michael Fassbender pretty well, but Ryan Hardwick still getting used to this track. He knows well, he doesn't necessarily know the car because he races GT3, so maybe, you know, thinking I'm in a GT3 car, hitting that brake pedal as hard as he could. And there's no ABS as mentioned on these cars, so did struggle to arrest the speed, but that's not helped out Michael Fassbender at all. And now Fassbender really in a battle with Johnny Lawson in the Formula Racing number 50. They're also both being shrouded by the Proton competition.
Oh, he's hit him! It's a hit again! That was the Proton competition P2 car involved there. Michael Fassbender hit in the side at turn 14, double yellow, to protect that car, and damage to the Ferrari as well.
So they were both being watched by Proton Competition's Giorgio Roda and Johnny Lawson. I didn't work out which side of the road he went. He must have been round the outside because there's damage on the front right of the Ferrari. But poor old Michael Fassbender is being knocked from pillar to post here.
And there is damage now. And there's
hugely. Well, this is going to have to be a full course yellow for me because there's huge chunks of Porsche left in the middle of the road. And if Ryan Hardwick doesn't get in now and preempt this, it's a safety car. So there goes Alex Lynn's lead of 6 seconds back to Richard de Guerres.
Well, they can't come in for the first 3 laps of a safety car, remember. But that is going to take us, Johnny, into the window for the GTE bronze drivers.
We're beyond that. I mean, it's 90 minutes, but yes, accepted. But Ryan Hardwick's already done 27 laps. He only managed 23 on his first stint. And what I was thinking was, Hardwick, get in now. You've done your drive time and beat the safety car. But nobody reacted. I don't think. Oh, Iron Lynx did. And I think they've got into the pit lane possibly before the safety car was called. Johnny Lawson to the inside line, and just having a constant nibble there on Michael Fassbender's car. And the problem was the secondary bit of contact as the Porsche flicked around.
It took the rear wheel cover. It was the second contact after he'd gone around, which did the damage. Not just here, but you'll see that the jolt here. That was where the damage was done to the Porsche. And what a horrible sight for Michael Fassbender. He must wonder what the heck he's done to deserve this.
Can the car continue is the next problem, because there are much more significant components to the Porsche, I would say, around that rear right wheel arch.
They're also ready to get aboard the 77 car. Driver ready for the 16 car. There's going to be some interesting steering contests in the GTE pack when these guys get out. Safety car is out for the debris, and there's legion of it. 60 car is waiting at pit exit.
That's because the safety car train has not yet been fully connected up, so it's unsafe really to allow cars straight into the mixture there. And you'll find that the red light at the end of the pit lane illuminates when the safety car crosses safety car line 1, which is pretty much at turn 13. And the red light will not go out until the tail end of the safety car train crosses safety car line 2, just before turn 1. So this was the moment where Ryan Hardwick tried to charge up the inside of Michael Fassbender, but the lock-up and the fact that Fassbender was not willing to give the corner up. You can see the number 16 car in Fassbender's rear mirror, so he knew, or rear camera.
It's the P2 car. He went wide to allow the P2 car through.
But he knew that Hardwick was there. Then you get this plume of smoke and then whack. And he says, well, what am I supposed to do there, Ryan? I'm trying to turn in. And then here, This was more sort of innocuous. Almost Lawson got the move done.
The P2 car so near to being involved in that.
But the bigger damage was done as the cars collided for a second time.
It's the second impact here. Watch the rear wheel cover go. Now that is a relatively easy fix if there's no damage beneath the carbon fibre.
I wasn't sure that the modular parts of a Porsche would allow you to take that whole section off.
Yeah,
maybe
you can.
You're right.
It's the wheel covers can come off in one.
And they're independent, left and right.
There's the front bodywork ready.
When you say wheel cover, that's the whole rear wing or fender of the Porsche.
Yeah.
But okay, well, let's see what they can do. They're ready with the front bits. Now the safety car train in its entirety has worked its way by the pit lane, so the red light is extinguished for Matteo Cressoni in the number 60 Iron Lynx car.
That could be big for them. That could be very big for them.
Assuming that pit stop was legal, and I didn't see the exact point that the Porsche came into the pit road, but I think that's a fair bet that with all that debris across the road out of turn 14, there was going to be either a full course yellow or a safety car, and they were clearly in a position to capitalise from that. Claudio Schiavone's done his drive time. They were in the pits for 1 minute and 50 seconds, so clearly that was a lot more than emergency service because they've done a driver change as well. But as long as they were in the pits before the safety car was called, absolutely fine. And now, of course, all the ground they've lost, they can catch up with some of them after we've done the wave bys. And we will do a wave by just as it happens with the World Endurance Championship.
Indeed. So there's quite the kit of parts, including a door ready for the number 93 car.
Marshals on track at T14 and on the main straight. We have marshals on track at T14 and on the main straight.
Yeah, and that is because the amount of debris that has to be now picked up. This is the reason why it couldn't have been done under a full course yellow as well.
It's a blind corner as well, which makes it double difficult.
Cars are equally spread all the way around the track under a full course yellow. Yes, they're going at 50 miles per hour, 80 kilometres per hour, but there's just not sufficient gaps between them under an FCY for marshals to safely retrieve all of that debris.
And all cars to bear left on the start-finish straight. We have big pieces of debris on track, on the middle and on driver's right. In the area of the start lights, all cars to bear left.
Car door being prepared with the mandatory
all
signage.
Cars to bear left, and I have a car in the middle of the track. That's really kind.
A little bit of sarcasm there, I think, from Eduardo Freitas.
That's at least one car, 2 cars on pit lane. This must be for emergency service. It's Ollie Caldwell and United Autosport's Guy Smith. So there'll be nothing more than 5 seconds fuel allowed here. Also,
Caldwell had done 23 laps his previous stint, or Rui Andrade's previous stint, only 21. So we're right on the bubble here for LMP2 cars requiring just 5 seconds of fuel, and they will have to pit at the end of full course yellow to complete this service.
Yeah, completely correct. You can see that Guy Smith and Ollie Caldwell at pit out. We'll wait till the end of this.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane, exiting T7, we're going to work on the pass around. Close all the gaps, please. Exiting T7, let's have no zigzagging, we're going to work on the pass around.
And that is to allow cars to wriggle free if you've got trapped between the safety car in front of you and your class leader behind, because what we don't want to do is introduce 9/10 of a lap between cars that were otherwise mere seconds apart before the safety car. Safety car can work very well for you at times and very much against you at others if the overall leader, that's Alex Lynn, has got in amongst your class battle.
Prepare for the pass around. Prepare for the pass around.
There's definitely an inner wheel arch skin that's being retrieved.
For the pass around, prepare for the pass around. Start the pass around. Start the pass around.
This is like looking at a catalogue that you can flick through of Porsche 911 RSR 19 car parts, Graham. They're all laid out on the floor.
Great universal Porsche 911 RSR kit.
You need to know where all the bits are, though, as well.
It's like one of those magazines, isn't it? $3.99 just draws you in with a juicy part, and after that, $10.99 for 154 weeks, and you've got your own Porsche 911 RSR.
The classic magazine part work.
One-to-one scale.
Yes. The pass around, please do your best to catch the tail of cars behind the safety car.
It's going to be frenetic for a few minutes here. the pass around has now taken place. So we'll keep an eye on how that's going to affect matters. There will be winners as well as losers there. And then we've got a pit stop cycle to come, and that's going to be a very busy pit lane. So if you're down there, Steph Wentworth, we'd like updates on every single car, live as it happens.
Okay, all cars may zigzag again. All cars in the queue behind the safety car may go back to weaving. Thank you very much for having respected the instructions. We're waiting for the rest of the pack to catch up.
Alex Lynn, not due for a stop at the moment. I reckon he's on either lap 16 or 17 of his stint. You can do 21 at full speed, so he's still okay. This has fitted relatively well in for Algarve Pro Racing. The downside is, of course, that the 6 seconds that he'd been building across the stint now evaporates to nothing. Richard de Gueras pitted a little earlier than Alex Lynn. They're about 3 laps apart on strategy, so it's getting a bit more nip and tuck now for the Frenchman at the wheel of the Swiss car, Cool Racing. For Panis, Tymon van der Helm pitting just after Richard de Gueras, in fact. So he's on about lap 17 of his stint. I reckon under these slower speeds, probably the cars can do 23, maybe even 24 laps to a stint. So Alexander Lynn in the better place here at the moment. Marino Sato, who drives the number 22 United Autosports car, he's on about the same pattern as Alex Lynn, and Laurence Hoare likewise.
Rickard Leeks there, he'll be aboard the number 93 later. Now, the one good part here is that car has carried on. They have not pitted the car because there's no urgent need to stop the car.
True enough.
So let's hope this, it's clearly drama, another drama for the number 93 car, and you can visibly see the damage.
So Fassbender now on lap 26 of this current stint, but through green flag conditions he managed 28 earlier on. So again, they've got some time in hand. Have we seen the 16 car of Ryan Hardwick in yet? No, he's still in 4th position, only with the 1 pit stop. And again, I think that's a missed opportunity. Of course, Ryan may not have been in a suitable position, i.e. at the end of the lap, to actually dive in and beat the safety car. We should get a signal from race direction very shortly to say that pit road is open again.
I think, did the 93 get the pass? I think it did get the pass around, didn't it?
Yes.
It's restricted the damage somewhat.
Is the 93 in the train? Just checking the tracker.
Difficult to see.
They're all piled on top of one another. 95 Aston Martin is certainly in there. And the pass around actually being led by Ryan Hardwick, so 93's behind Ryan's car. So yeah, I reckon it's in that cluster that involves LMP2s.
It is. Yeah, it is towards the back, behind the 55.
Yeah.
It can't be 95. My apologies. So it is in there, but it's going to be clearly a longer stop than some of the others for the 93. However modular that Porsche is.
Information to the pit lane, safety car instructed to go at full speed. Safety car instructed to go at full speed.
Well, that indicates that maybe the lights will be extinguished. It's likely to happen at Beausset if it's on this lap. Well, so we'll keep an eye on the lighting bar on the top of the Audi.
Well, the chasing group are going to catch this train on this lap. And that will be the end of the 3rd lap, I think.
Yeah. So actually it's been a very quick and efficient clear-up process, which has meant that we haven't needed to open the pit lane.
Safety car lights out. He's coming in at the end of this lap. Do not forget that the pit entry remains still closed until all cars have crossed the line to finish the 3rd lap behind the safety car.
So not
pit
this
entry
time.
Remains closed. Safety car is coming in. Pit entry remains closed.
Because strictly
no
speaking,
overtaking before the line.
As you pass the pit lane entry, the safety car has not completed the full 3 laps. And that's what it's down to. The safety car is the reference point, and the safety car will complete 3 laps when it comes into pit road
and passes the line.
And passes the line. So you cannot get ahead of the safety car, absolutely speaking. So it will be next time around that the 43, or certainly we had a handful of cars coming in to top up with fuel. But it'll be a straight race and a much closer fight between Alex Lynn and Richard de Gueras at the restart. Tymon van der Helm in the deeper blue Panis racing car with the red mirrors, and right on his tail is René Binder in the black and green Duquesne team car, and it's on board we go now with René Binder, looking for an opportunity to get up the inside of Tijmen van der Helm. Tyre temperature will have drifted away, of course, as well, so you can't push like crazy through the S-bend at Verrerie on this first racing lap.
It is Besh, by the way, on pit lane. That will have to be for emergency service, I'm sure. It is indeed. That will be 5 seconds of fuel and gone. It's not great timing for the 24 car. We are 3 minutes from halfway through this race.
But Besh then having to come back in again. He was left with very little choice because of their fuel strategy. That was 24 laps for the Swiss driver, and back into the race he goes, but probably next time around we'll see the 24 car in for the rest of the fuel that is required on that Nielsen Racing car. So the
instruction has been given, release the hounds, and away we go again. Alex Lynn trying to make good escape from Richard de Geras. Tijmen van der Helm, René Binder. So Marina Sato and Laurens Gehr completing the LMP2 train. Charlie Eastwood with Nicolas Lapierre, I think with cars between them. Mathieu Vazevier, 1, 2, 3 in LMP2 Pro-Am. The WTM by Rinaldi Racing gap massively cut by that safety car. It's under 10 seconds now to Adrian Chile in the racing car.
Jonas Reed was looking for a way by Jens Moller there in the 44 GMB Motorsport car. There wasn't quite the gap on the approach to Beausset, but he tried again then through Garlaban at turn 12. And Charlie Eastwood to Laurens Gehr, not much at all, 0.15 of a second, but they are in different elements, different categories of the LMP2 division. And
trouble
now the 72
from
Aston Martin is off the road, dropping down the order. He was something like 4th at the restart.
He was second. I was just about to say Christian Reed's gone by him. He started to tumble down the order. Now, was that by himself? Was there contact, but into the tyre wall?
So who was behind him if he was second at the time?
It was Christian Reed.
Christian desperate to get in the pits, and he's now in there. Ryan Hardwick's followed suit. 55, David Perel stays out. Here's Chris Reed arriving, though, in the front of the Proton Competition garage. Joining him, Ryan Hardwick in the 16, also Proton Competition Porsche. Johnny Lawson for Formula Racing. It's the dice between Sally Jolic and the the EDEC 28 car. And Jolic getting by. Who's in 28? Laurens Gehr.
No, this is Charlie Eastwood in the 34 now.
Yes,
so
of course.
Change.
So Eastwood to the high side. And that delivers him into the apex at turn 14. Let's finish off the GTE pit stoppers, because they've done another hour, but obviously that hour extended because of the safety car. So John Hartzell, now Arnold Robban after the spin is in. Martin Berry is in 66.
Well, a mark of the fact that the 93 car is still able to run well is it stayed out, and that will be to allow the other two cars to clear the pit stop cycle, I'm sure. But clearly they are confident that that car can still run at some pace, and indeed it is. It's a second or two off Rui Aguas, the 51 car, cycling through the second. This is going to shake up the order a little. It also gives some of these teams an opportunity to get back onto a fuel strategy, because it's happening at the top of the hour.
Good point. And yeah, that's because the Porsches were running out of fuel. What does the Ferrari that leads the class do? Because it can go well into hour 3. It's
a drive-through penalty for car 50 for the contact with car 93. So Formula Racing's race is going to get a little bit more complex. Now, who's aboard the 50 now? It is Conrad Lawson. His son will serve the penalty for the sins of the father. Almost biblical. In comes Michael Fassbender, by the way, in his partially unclothed 911 RSR.
So good fight between Charlie Eastwood and Laurens Gehr, and Gehr's back ahead now of the Ulsterman. It's an LMP2 car overtaking the LMP2 Pro-Am leader, so maybe Charlie's not too concerned about letting that car by.
This would be good one to watch if there's no immediate battles to see on track. It'll be a driver change. Out gets Michael Fassbender. Despite the traumas, by the way, good driving from Michael Fassbender through that 2 hours aboard the car. He'll be massively irritated by the 2 hits, but there's nothing to be ashamed of about his pace.
And the blue and white helmet, I assume, are the colours of Estonia.
Yeah. And it is a warning flag for Fassbinder. Using track limits right at the end of that stint. Switch there, that is the 28 still, isn't it? And this is the United Autosports car, Marino Sato. That's a switch. Lance Her taking 5th place from Marino Sato. And Lance Her beginning to make progress. Rennie Binder is next target, 2 seconds up the road in the green and black car that flashes through our picture. So with that safety car, the gap 1st to 6th is just 5.8 seconds now. AF Corsa's 83 car, by the way, inherits the LMP2 Pro-Am class lead with Charlie Eastwood on pit road now. Long-time class leader in LMP2 Pro-Am. Debris again at turn 1. There's been further car-on-car action.
Yeah, not sure what that's from. Don't think there's a bollard down there, so it may well be bits of car. Charlie Eastwood back into the race.
They've not chosen to fix that rear wheel arch, you know. So they've decided there's more to be gained. LMP3 leader, by the way, on pit road. That'll be the end of Torsten Kratz's time in the car. That's one of the stints of the season so far, albeit only 2 races in. Torsten Kratz, bronze-ranked driver, absolutely dominated in the first part of this race.
Very experienced around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and you have to have a bronze in each of the LMP3 cars. He has been the standout. Didn't need to be involved in the qualifying yesterday. It was Oscar Tunio who put the car on pole position, the 27-year-old Colombian driver. Mightily impressed by him as well, but you need a good bronze alongside you, so it's a bronze-silver-silver combination there.
So we've got the Virage team car in the middle of this battle for meaningful positions in LMP2. Panis Racing, Timo van der Helm, under pressure from Mesha de Geras in the Cool Racing car, with the Duquesne team car in close contention and being closed now by Lance Her and Marino Sato.
Problem for Laurence Hoare is he can't get by the delayed Virage car.
Tatiana Calderon aboard that car, and she's going quickly too. Some gradual leapfrogging of the Virage car going on. There goes the EDEX Sport car to the outside of the number 19 car to get back onto the tail of the Duquesne team 30 of Rennie Binder. And rapidly onto the tail. Marino Sato also has to deal with the number 19 car.
Discussions down at Proton. Alessia Picariello nearest to the camera, chatting away to possibly Christian Reed, but more likely back to Ryan Hardwick, his teammate.
David Perel, of course, in GTE stays out as that's a Cool Racing car going to pit lane. That's Mesha de Geras.
From third position. Well, he was second, actually. Timon van der Helm, I don't think had got ahead of him by the time De Geras peeled off. You can overtake once the car is committed to pit lane entry, as Cool Racing descend upon the car. Both doors open, but no driver change for Richard De Geras. He'll have to do a minimum of an hour as well, just like everybody else in LMP2, regardless of rating and regardless of your combination makeup.
Well, if you've got an hour and 54 minutes to spare, there's far worse places to be than watching the end of this one, because this one, Johnny Palmer, has got a lot more to give. EDEX Sport in the hands of Ranteur, trying to get onto terms with Rennie Binder. The young German has been looking for an opportunity. Ranteur in LMP2. It's come this year with this 28 car. Just needs to show he's got the patience and the guile to suit his absolutely undoubted speed. And here's as good a time as any to do it. into seeing, very committed there, closes up a little. And potentially here in a position to go up the inside. Is the room not quite?
But René Binder's under pressure, massively so, from the young German. And it depends how they've been utilising their tyres, remember, at Duquet, because he's off the road again in the left-hander that leads into Garlebin. You only get 3 sets of Goodyears, and it depends whether they're double stinting or not, whereas Laurence Hoare, did he take over at the previous stint? It was a Paul Lafargue double to kick things off, so I'd expect in the 28 car that Laurence Hoare will stay on board, and they'll keep the same set of tyres. Very early positioning for Edex Sport in the pit lane, straight in there, almost Toyota style.
Yeah, Panis Racing, Edex Sport, United Autosports, all in on that part of the cycle. AF Courses, leading car in LMP2 Pro-Am in at that point as well. Mathieu Vazevier. And that will cycle Proton competition through to the lead for the moment in LMP2 Pro-Am. Still cars side by side. This is Racing Team Turkey's 34 car battling with, which of the Cool Racing cars is that? I think that's Richard Giras on the way out of pit lane.
So De Giras trying to go as wide as possible, but up the inside went the number 34 car. And Charlie Eastwood now ahead of Richard De Giras on an out lap, whereas Charlie Eastwood's tyres are fully up to temperature. No tyre warmers permitted in the European Le Mans Series this year. So if you've got new sets being put on, then it does take a few laps or a few corners certainly for the tyres to heat up, although the warm day today is certainly helping at Le Castellet.
And that, I think, has changed back. 34 car now behind the 47 again. All sorts going on here. Alex Lynn leads the race, lest we forget. 6 seconds to the good from René Binder now in the 30 Duquesne team car. Proton competition third in the hands of Jonas Reed.
Marino Sato on an out lap for United Autosports in the 22 car. Still, this one's not quite settled, with down the inside Richard De Giras, but Charlie Eastwood nipping away at the tail and the rear deck of the number 47 car. Former race leader, remember, when Vlad Lobko was at the wheel from pole position. So it's the two pole sitters now dicing onto the Mistral straight.
Alex Lynn in from the lead, René Binder in from second place. Anything can sort of happen here. So this is the 47 car that was, as Johnny Palmer says, the race leader, 34. That was, and I think will be again with Proton competition now on pit lane, the leader in LMP2 Pro-Am. So the two LMP2 class leaders together. Remember, the 34 car won overall first time out at Barcelona. And Charlie Eastwood already with a title to his name this year in the Asian Le Mans Series in LMP2, Deco Engineering. Looking to see what he can do to have a European title together with Sally Illich. And Chunguven, it was joining the pair in Asia. Out come the leading two cars. That's a lot closer than they came in. Is that Algarve Pro Racing? 1 minute and 12. 30 car. 1 minute and 8.
Which side of the GTs do you want to go here? The 47 car decided to go left, and Richard De Giras, I think, will still just about be in front because Charlie Eastwood was stuck on the right-hand side, but the 55 David Perel Ferrari was in there, also trying to stick a lap on the GMB Motorsport Aston Martin. So you've got GT cars lapping other GT cars. And,
He's got him, he's got him.
Yeah, as long as Eastwood can now get to the inside line of Virage du Comte. He went to the high side of turn 4, inside of turn 5. Now drama for car 22. Now, is this a repeat of what happened yesterday? Now, the car still got power.
It's Marino Sato.
So he ran off the road, possibly in avoidance of that little lot, because talk about suddenly finding a gaggle of traffic, and you did not know whether to go left or right, or simply just to park it to allow the cars in front of you to disappear into the distance and spread out.
Cracking stuff for this pair. It is going to be a drive-through penalty for the Proton competition. LMP2, that was for causing contact with car 72. That was the off, I think, as we went back to green flag racing after the safety car. We saw Was it Maxime Raban or was it Arnaud Raban at that stage at the wheel of the car in the tyre wall? We didn't see what caused it.
That was Arnold, because he was basically on an in-lap.
Because that was what caused them the issue. And it looks like it was contact with the 99 car proto competition. Duncan Cameron suiting up and getting ready to go back into action in the 55 car.
Yeah, so David Perel will have presumably done nearly a full stint, therefore, so a full fuel stint, that is. And we've been mentioning that Duncan Cameron hasn't done his full 90-minute drive time yet. We're verging on 33 laps now for the South African driver, so Perel will be very short of fuel, even though we had laps underneath the safety car. 55 expected on pit road very shortly indeed. And Matteo Griffoni, Matt Griffin, helping with the helmet and the hands device there for his long-term teammate Duncan Cameron.
Yeah. It's helpful for the parents of Matt Griffin to have given him a name that converts so readily to Italian. Duncan Cameron's parents far less considerate of our attempts to amuse the audience.
Dunkiano
Camerano.
There you go. It's not that hard. Tymon van der Helm leading the motor race for Panis Racing. 68 laps completed and nearly a second advantage now over Alex Lynn for Algarve Pro. They pitted virtually at the same time last time around, but Alex Lynn should be catching the number 65 car as they head down the Mistral Straight for the 69th time. I'm just trying to check the latest pit stop times. That was slightly different. Yeah, van der Helm pitted a lap earlier than Alex Lynn, so he's done an out lap, and this is the first flyer from that pit stop. And I'm expecting to see that 1.3 second gap start to condense.
I'm pretty certain, looking at the way this is all coming together here, Johnny Palmer, that our lunch bags are going to remain completely untouched for the remaining hour and 46 minutes of this race. A safety car is never perfectly timed.
No.
But something about the timing of that has brought this race together again in a way in which I think we're going to see this race come together again for a European Le Mans Series race in the last half an hour.
The massive losers, really, were WTM by Rinaldi Racing, because all the efforts of Torsten Kratz in his blistering couple of stints were lost, because you've got the LMP3s. They weren't necessarily on the boot lid of the number 12 at the restart because there were cars in between them, but you're basically waving everybody in LMP3 back to a couple of carlets away from car 12 that had, what did we reckon it was by the end of it? 30 seconds 40 second lead.
But there is one quick thing as we see Duncan Cameron being strapped into the car by David Perel. Second pit stops completed for the top two cars, with Euro International's 10 car in the hands of Matthias Lurton taking the lead, but with a short pit stop.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty certain that Leo Weiss has burned both of the required long pit stops.
Yeah, okay. Well, again, you know, if it's the long pit stops that you've burned and then you get a safety car but you're not leading, that could really help you as well if the race leader had not burned both stops. But we reckon at least the car number 12, WTM, has at least got one of those out of the way. David Perel with a wave. He has done, well, I reckon about an hour there. I'll have to check on the drive time to see whether that is sufficient. GTE cars, it's a simple one in the 55, isn't it, with a bronze, a silver and a gold. So minimum for Duncan Cameron is 90 minutes, minimum for David Perel only 45 minutes, and the maximum, as it's judged for a gold-rated driver, an hour and 15, but Perel will have done his 45 there, no problem at all. Handing the car back to Duncan Cameron, as now side by side into the first corner between two LMP3s, one of which was the 17, the other one being the 31, so that's Cool Racing up against Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Le Mans, as I worked out, or no, I was told earlier on in the weekend by Stephen Kilby of dailysportscar.com, Le Mans, not a reference to the place in France that we all know and love, but in fact the local name for Lake Geneva if you live in that part of Switzerland, Lac Le Mans. And it all becomes clear after a number of years, actually a year and a half commentating on Racing Spirit of Le Mans, who were victorious last year, of course, in the Michelin Le Mans Cup with Tom Dillman and Alexander Matchell. speaking of German drivers, Thorsten Kratz in the number 12 car, handing the car over to fellow German Leo Weiss in the WTM by Rinaldi racing car. And car 12 is now very close indeed to Matthias Lüten. And Leo Weiss showing that he's just as quick, maybe even quicker than his teammate in the 12, Thorsten Kratz. So this is a real-time battle now out on track in LMP3.
It is. We've got the lead battle in LMP3, nose to tail. We've got the lead battle overall, nose to tail. Timo van der Helm to the lead. But Alex Lynn takes it back.
Yeah, so Lynn now in front by 1.4 seconds. We've had 70 laps of this 4-hour race, and Alex Lynn closing that gap after the outlap that obviously he was getting up to speed and warming the tyres. But now 1.7 seconds to the good over René Binder, because Timo van der Helm has peeled off and headed into the pit lane in car number 65.
An incident involving car 22 and car 83, that's the AF Corset and United Autosports cars at T3. We saw the 22 car running slowly. That would appear to be the reason why. Looks like contact between the AF Corset and United Autosports car.
And one of those cars, the 51, let's move on to the 51 car that Rui Aguas is driving, and he's just come into the pits from the class lead. So slipping now behind Gianmarco Lavorati in the Pro Tour Competition 77, which is the Christian Reed car, as they were side by side there running into Virage de l'Hôtel with the LMP3 leaders. Dark blue number 10 car with the yellow mirrors is Matthias Lüten, and trying to get up the inside now Leo Weiss at Virage du Camp, and the right-hander at Saint-Baume. Through the right and the left flick and onto the Mistral. Still the 12 isn't ahead. Ultimate not on the lead lap, car 35. Yeah, of course, it had a long time in the pit lane at the start of the race. However, that doesn't prevent Jean-Baptiste Lehay being on a similar pace. And here comes the 35 then to unlap itself. The problem is it's likely to have to do this another 12 times before it's back on the lead lap.
It's going to be lucky to get that opportunity, isn't it? It's a drive-through penalty for the AF Corsa 83, as he does indeed unlap himself in the second place car. Curses, says Leo Weiss, as he's trying to get onto terms with the Euro International car. So it will be, I think, Matteo Vazaviera is still at the wheel of the AF Corsa car. Third place, that's going to cost him dearly. For the contact with 22.
Latest distance covered by the LMP2 overall leaders, where we're very early on in their stints, probably about 1/5 of the way through. But let's keep our fingers crossed that things can stay green as the Ultimate car driven by Jean-Baptiste Lehay unlaps himself from the number 10. And now it's side by side between the LMP3 front runners. So that was Leo Weiss's opportunity, as Matthias Lüten was somewhat on the back foot, allowing quicker cars through. Here comes the number 12 Duquesne versus Ligier. As long as he can get it stopped into the first corner, then Lüten is down a position in favour of Leo Weiss.
Good move there from Leo Weiss. Waited for the opportunity to be presented by the traffic. It cost him coming into and through scene, but showed real patience. It looked to be the 44 car running slowly there, by the way, the GMB car.
Okay, let's check
just up there.
Sector times seem reasonable on this lap at the moment, but let's hope that something hasn't kicked in the closing stages. I don't think it's close on fuel, because most of the GT cars are back onto the usual rhythm that we are used to, i.e. pitting on the hour or as close to it as it can possibly manage.
I'll keep an eye on that one, but that seemed to be a big difference in speed.
I know, Burke's having to come in and out and in and out. He's had several short stints actually. So it was a 3-lap stint followed by a 1-lap stint, and now back out again. So clearly the 44's got 1 or 2 problems.
It's had a couple of penalties, that car. It
True.
was a little down on pace, a couple of seconds off where it should be. So maybe just a little bit of a moment for Gustav Burke on that time.
Well, unless those penalties were effectively being served back to back, and that's the reason why the 44's had to come in and out, and the 43 seconds indicates to me that's slightly more than a drive-through, so maybe a stop and go. Was there a stop and go awarded to 44 at one point?
There was at least one drive-through.
Okay. Yeah, more like 30 seconds, I thought.
Yeah,
for
it
a
had two,
driving
didn't it? It had one for the contact and one for track limits.
Yes.
With Jens Muller.
Neither of which were stop and goes, but
No.
true. One of those may well have been the 43 seconds.
Under 100 minutes to go in this race. Before we get to the end of the second round of the European Le Mans Series in 2023. Still Aragon and the night race to come, Spa, and 4 hours there, and then 2 4-hour races at Portimão. The Edic Sport Car deals with the Nielsen Racing, Ligier.
And Laurence Heur hunting down René Binder. He's only a second further up the road. There he is in the distance. Black car with the green detailing, and 55 Ferrari running second has now Lorcan Hannafin all over the back of it. The 66 JMW Motorsport Ferrari wasn't really in the fight. Remember, Martin Berry had a spin early on coming out of the final corner for Jim McWhirter's team, but now because of the safety car they find themselves right back in the hunt. And of course this is Lorcan Hannafin, who I'll remind myself is a silver rated driver, hunting down bronze Duncan Cameron. Spirit of Race deciding to split up Duncan Cameron's driving time. So this is not necessarily a fair fight, with Lorcan Hannafin flashing the headlights on the 66 for a way by, but Cameron's been around the block too long to crumple just at the flashing of a couple of LED highlighted lights there. To the inside line goes Lorcan Hannafin though, and he will be able to bag second position from Duncan Cameron. And again, choose your battles. Duncan really looking to fight whenever a bronze is elsewhere in the car. And I'm not sure now whether this particular decision, as he dodges a huge bit of debris coming through Garlaban corner, that was the exit of turn 11, whether unfortunately the Spirit of Race strategy has worked because of that safety car. You need to be heading out of the safety car knowing that all of your bronze drive time is done. It's a LMP3 Bullet, which is sitting in the middle of the track, or one of those shoe boxes, as I heard it referred to this weekend. And where has that ended up from? Is it the dice for LMP3 lead, or rather the number 10 car? Yeah, it got whacked off by an RLR Sport car.
Yeah, that is the number 10, isn't it? With the yellow highlights.
RLR with a couple of cars, so it's either the 15 or the 5
it's
in
the 5.
this race.
15, I think, is the one in the Felbermeyer colours.
Yes. So 5 is Valdemar Eriksson, whereas the 15 car, which has Horst Felbermeyer driving it from time to time, but a nice little overtake from Lorcan Hannafin up the inside of Duncan Cameron.
Nicely done.
Going to be invited twice there, and Cameron, in fairness, gave him some racing room on the entrance to Beausset.
Well, Duncan's job at this stage is to complete his driving time with 0 incidents and retaining as much track time as he possibly can. 16 car now in the hands of Zach Robichon, chasing down Matteo Cressoni. They're not that far behind. Frederick Schandorf as well. Ben Tuck also in that group in the number 95 TF Sport car.
So some rather straight faces at Proton competition, and you can understand that because of teammates getting together. The 16 car of Ryan Hardwick at the time out breaking itself and clattering into the side of Michael Fassbender's number 93 car, but they do still have a class leading car in the form of 77 Gianmarco Levorati. Sideways for the 12 car that was the race leader in Leo Weiss. So all of a sudden we wind the tape back again to enjoy this battle once more. Matthias Luton back in front of Leonard Weiss.
Well, now, but has that number 10 car, is that missing a bullet now?
Well, was it the 10 or was it the 11 Euro International
No, it's missing a bullet on the right-hand side.
So it was the 10 getting some contact from the 5 RLR M Sport car.
Definitely missing the bullet.
And Valdemar Eriksson and number 5 car, just a little bit hasty, it would seem, in the traffic. So that's going to have to be sorted out at the next pit stop. We haven't yet had the message to confirm that. We do have a message, though, about Crichton Lentudis reported to the stewards for abusing track limits, so that's likely to be a penalty upcoming for Crichton in the GTE battle. He drives the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari.
Finally, this Proton competition, number 99. We're going to get a full course yellow. That will be for the recovery of debris, I'm sure. Side by side here, Edex Sport. Lawrence Herr makes the pass. Muscles his way through on the Duquesne car. That's for second position overall. Just 3 seconds back from the overall race leader. And he's going to make that before we get into full course yellow. Timing almost perfect there for the young German.
Easily before. We've still got 10 seconds before that FCY is initiated.
And no chance, or therefore, the Mistral or through scene for the chasing Rennie Binder.
Here's a full course yellow in order to retrieve the rear bodywork from the number 10 car. In fact, there's the 10 driving past it, wishing that it could just, well, the driver could pick it up and somehow attach it to the rear in motion. But Matthias Luton's a talented driver. That's a little bit out of his field of vision, though, I would say. And instead, the team will have to be able to find a spare bullet and somehow attach it to the car in a hurry during its next pit stop.
That was the hit. There it is, the 5 on the rear of the 10. And that's, we know that the replacement for that is not the work of a moment.
No, and unlike the LMP2s, which are nearly always retaining their legality panels, shoe boxes, cheese wedges, whatever you want to call them, they tend to fall loose on an LMP3 car much more readily, but have to be intact for post-race scrutineering and for as much of the race as possible as well, because they carry a tail light and a rain light when we're in those sort of conditions too. Absolutely essential. They also flash, as you can tell from the car in front of Duquesne's number 30. So Rennie Binder following Laurence Herr after that overtake just before the full course yellow. But there needs to be some indication to the car behind that we're under full course yellow as well, and it's going slowly.
Yeah. Rennie Binder, I think, making it pretty clear he doesn't regard this as being done. So another starring role for the plastic bollards here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the one that sits at Virage du Comp, turn 5, and really has been getting plenty of abuse through the course of the last 3 days.
Indeed, plenty of potential action for the World Bollard Association, popular Twitter handle.
And you're not joking there, are you?
I'm really not.
I haven't actually visited that, that Twitter page
yet. It's a
yet,
very specialist.
That bit might be my entertainment this evening. That's fun life I lead. Alex Lynn leading under a safety car, or under a full course yellow to be much more accurate. The gaps therefore shouldn't be read too much into, because they've extended hugely because of the speed limit of 80 kilometres per hour. This is a bit too early for both Alex Lynn, Laurence Herr, and let's actually lump in Rennie Binder as well. They're 10, and in the exception of Laurence Herr, 11 laps into a stint. Much too early, I would say, to take more fuel on board. And of course, I've got to keep reminding myself, you can't get into the pits unless you need emergency service with these new rules under a full course yellow. So the pit lane automatically closed whilst this FCY is out. It's also a chance clearly to do a little bit more track maintenance, maybe some sweeping, but more to the point, collecting loose bollards that are in the middle of the road and the bullet from the rear of car 10. I wouldn't imagine we're too far away from being able to go back racing again. Almost exactly 90 minutes of this race to go. And that's a stint and a half, really, unless you're driving an LMP2 car, which is much more like 2 stints and a little bit on top of that.
Indeed it is. So Alex Lynn leads the race from Laurence Herr now. After that,
we're removing full course yellow at 14:01:30. In 29 seconds, we're removing full course yellow.
Leads Laurence Herr in second place after that pass just before the full course yellow on Rennie Binder. Game team third. Racing Team Turkey fourth overall now. Charlie Eastwood with a couple of LMP2 class cars between
10,
him,
9,
his closest
8,
rival
7,
in Pro-Am. Full
6,
Racing's 37 in the hands of Nicolas Lapierre.
4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed.
And Rennie Binder goes off track in a search for that second place back and gets it. Now, will he be allowed to keep that, Johnny?
Well, he wasn't fully off the road. It wasn't,
was he?
No,
Wasn't he?
I didn't think so, but it's difficult to tell from our camera angle. Yes, he vaulted the curb, but that's where one of the many chicanes on the Mistral feeds back in.
Oh, there's elbows as well between the 57 and the 95.
So 95 now.
That's a change. That's Fred Schandorf ahead of Ben Tuck. And there's a bit of a flash of lights there to say, I think you'll find, sir, that was someone on call for.
Well, here comes René Binder because the 28 car's got back in front. So Laurence Rohr and the German driver is now in front of René Binder after Binder got the jump. So what's that? The team blasting in his ear saying, give the place back again, rather than incurring the wrath of the stewards. I'd like to see that again, though.
Yeah,
certainly two wheels over the line, but that's generally permitted. And
we've got an in-car camera in 30.
True. If Laurence Rohr was caught napping as the full course yellow was counted down and they reached 0, then René Binder is within his rights to get a hustle on. But yeah, if it was all 4 wheels off, I take that back completely. And as is usual, that whole full course yellow is now going to be investigated. Very late on last night, poor old Tommy Foster was relegated from the podium.
Information in the pit lane, it's a drive-through penalty, car 51.51 for abusing track limit.
And that is the AF Corsa car of Crichton-led Dudis, a car that he shares with Rui Aguas. Yes, to finish the point from yesterday's Michelin Le Mans Cup race, Tommy Foster no longer a podium finisher. He was given a post-race penalty at something like 11 o'clock last night because he was over-speeding at the very end of a full course yellow.
That's a change for second position.
In P3.
Racing Spirit of Le Mans go ahead of the number 10 car that looks to be in a little bit of trouble here, because Leonard Weiss has gone by the 10 and pulled away. By the way, I'm told we've had an extra stop for the Panis racing car for a cut tyre and a curb.
Okay.
So again, that's the change again, the 95 and the 57. That's changed back. Is that another position? That's the elbow. That was the elbows out for the 57, so it was a hit between those two cars. This was now that was a mistake over the curbs from the 30. He didn't give it back. Which again, yep, so was not given up.
No, genuine pass.
It was.
You saw, I was looking down at that point in time, all 4 wheels off when he overtook under the full course yellow?
Didn't see that
oh, we haven't
replay.
seen that one back, okay.
It was a different move we were allowed to see there. That was the 30 car.
The fact that Laurence Rohr is now scampering free might actually sort that out for race direction, but we'll keep our eyes trained to the bottom of the screen as the messages continue to come through thick and fast. So it's a 10-second penalty to be added to the next pit stop for the 95 Aston Martin being driven by Ben Tuck.
That's currently 5th place, having lost that place with contact from the 57 car, Fred Schandorf.
So the Tymon von der Helm pit stop, the extra one for the cut tyre, was after only 5 laps, I reckon. So he was in again, 5 laps completed. Now he's 7 laps into the next stint. I was also about to mention that Ollie Caldwell should be calling into the pits fairly shortly in the number 43 Inter Europol competition, LMP2. He's desperate for fuel and pitted a long time before a lot of the other cars ahead of him. Even Charlie Eastwood, who leads LMP2 Pro-Am in 4th position overall. There's the number 4 DKR Engineering Duquesne, running with Pedro Perino, and 6th position for that car. There's only 1.7 seconds between the top 2 in LMP2, as now here is the stop for Jack Hawksworth in the number 20 Algarve Pro Racing car, and a driver change.
So that will be the 3rd driver aboard the car. We've already seen Fred Pordat and Jack Hawksworth.
Tristan Vautier, therefore.
Tristan Vautier, yet another hypercar driver, by the way.
Yep. So out of turn 14, Virage Dupont will go the number 30 car, rapidly catching the Duquesne of Pedro Perino.
So Duquesne team on Duquesne Engineering products.
Yes.
And 30 car trying to hang on in there with Laurence Rohr. Laurence had a, how can I put it, somewhat physical start to the season in the 28 car. but is impressing here. This is more the form we'd expected from a young man who properly impressed in LMP3. Has been looking for that breakthrough in LMP2 for a couple of years now. It's a tough move to make at the moment. Driver gradings do make it tougher these days. But we've got a close race in every class here. It is 2 seconds the gap in LMP2. LMP2 Pro-Am, there is a gap between the Pro-Am cars with a couple of LMP2 cars between them, but still under 10 seconds. WTM by Rinaldi lead Racing Spirit Le Mans by a single second in LMP3, and in GTE, Mark and Hannafin, that's the biggest gap of the lot, by the way. It's 24 seconds for GTE. 77 car program competition, leading the JMW Motorsport number 66.
I reckon the Duncan Cameron drive time in total is now up to just north of an hour and 20 minutes, so he owes us slightly less than 10 minutes now so that he can get out of the car and hand it over to Matt Griffin.
It's not going to be quite within their fuel window, is it?
Possibly not.
Unless he stays aboard to the very end of that.
Well, the other worry for that team is that Matt can't get in the car if there are more than an hour and 15 minutes to go, because that's the maximum drive time for a gold.
Well, it's going to be, in which case, just about perfect, apart from the fuel.
Yeah.
It needs to go longer, doesn't he?
Yes, otherwise it's going to be a splash, because you will struggle to do an hour and 15 on a single tank of fuel. 30 car on pit lane for what will be its penultimate stop, I think. Or will they need a splash? They might just need a splash at the end here. Yeah, that's tough to call. It really depends on where the race leader is when the clock hits 0. If there's an extra lap forced out of it, that could be very dicey indeed. That's going to be a team that's going to be looking for another caution of some description, aren't they? That sent them plummeting down the order. Say 40 minutes, it's entirely possible, but with a little bit of fuel save here and there. And remember, they'll be leaning on Neil Jarney, no less, to try and eke out a little bit of fuel mileage in the closing stages. He's more than capable of doing that. So maybe Duquesne are in a pretty good spot here, even though they're tumbling well out of the top 10 overall now and down to 7th in LMP2. Incident involving car 10 and car 5. That is the Euro International car that led the race until being hit from behind by the RRM Sport car, losing the bullet of that car. We've not seen an instruction for that team to repair it yet. No, that's very true. Also, the incident involving cars 28 and 30 on the Mistral Straight. That will be the overtake going back to Green Flag Racing, is under investigation. I think they did. We did see an overtake off track. Car 10, he must be listening to us. Car 10 to repair the rear light cheese. Rear light cheese part, that's interesting terminology. Sounds more like how I refer to things. So yes, I would imagine the in-tray race direction has been fast though at times. Yeah. So they are steadily working their way through the various incidents, and each one has to be looked at individually, of course, although missing bodywork like that on a P3 is relatively easily dealt with. This is the lead battle in LMP3 with the P2 Pro-Am leader trying to make their way through as well at the same time. Side by side for Racing Spirit Le Mans and WTM by Rinaldi Racing. For the moment, Leo Weiss survives it. Antoine Ducant, though, is looking very racy indeed, as Racing Team Turkey's Charlie Eastwood only 6 seconds off, second overall here. Race winners overall, remember, first time out in Barcelona at this stage, looking very good indeed, with Louis Delatraz still to come to be on the overall podium again. Yeah, there's a fair chance of that. They have good experience of it as well. Ollie Caldwell, as expected, was due in the number 43 car, and that was the car you just caught a sight of getting new tyres. So that will presumably be a switch to their third and final driver, Jonathan Aberdeen. Meantime, the fight at the head of LMP3 continues on. Leo Weiss in the Duquesne from WTM by Rinaldi, being hunted down by Antoine Ducant for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. And They're working their way through Virage du Lac now to tick off another lap. This will be lap 79 completed in the LMP3s.
LMP2 cars heading for pit lane. Europol 43 has completed a stop. Cool Racing 37, 47 Cool Racing, third in LMP2, fourth overall. Hans Vresha de Juras heads for pit lane as well. 21 for United Autosports. Andy Merrick is on pit road, as indeed is Seb Montoya in the 81 from Dragon Speed Racing. It really has not recovered that far after that early problem from Henrik Hedman.
Maybe a hint of a lock-up behind these two LMP3 leaders. So what can Antoine Ducin do here? Working out where his Ligier is a little faster than Leo Weiss is. I think pound for pound, generally Ducan's going to be the quicker of the two drivers, but Leo Weiss is right in the groove, and he has a little bit of clear air ahead of him. They are catching, well, predominantly LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am cars, so not catching. They'll be stretching their legs down the Mistral. Two Dayglow yellow Ferraris together now. 57 car guy on the inside from Kessel, and the JMW Motorsport car on the outside for second position. And getting through, Frederick Scharndorf on Lorcan Hannafin. Couldn't hold him back. It's also nose to tail LMP2 cars there, I noticed. That's the 22 United Autosports car with the red visor. And who is with that car then? 65? No, wrong colours. Algarve Pro Racing's machine. They're not necessarily on the same racing lap there. Working his way through, Marino Sato to the inside line.
Sato.
Okay.
Because that is the EDEC Sport car, isn't it?
Well, 22 in WEC runs with the red visor. They probably changed that in ELMS just to confuse me.
No further action between the 10 and the 5.
Meanwhile, Jose Maria Lopez, the star from qualifying yesterday for Cool Racing, number 47, is the new driver into the Cool Racing car. Pachito joins the race with an hour and 17 minutes to go. He'll be down in 9th with some work to do from there as it's side by side in the LMP3 category, and Antoine Ducin getting a very good run on Leo Weiss coming out of the final corner, swoops across and into turn 1 and 2, the S-Bend Verrerie, and now down towards Virage du L'Hotel, but the move sticks, I reckon. Oh, he's off the road though. There, that was to get the ideal run into Virage du L'Hotel. And visions there of Antoine Ducin just barrelling his way to the escape road.
Absolutely. It's a cracking battle, this in LMP3 though, and it's going to be an interesting one down the Mistral straight, as the Ducin has been quick down the Mistral all weekend, whether or not in the ELMS or in Michelin Le Mans Cup. Is he close enough though to tuck in for whatever he could get by with the slipstream here? But we're going to see in about 15 seconds time. Not close enough, I don't think, Johnny.
Yeah, it's still really close indeed, but this is where the Ducin, if it can get in the wheel, in the draft, I should say, and the wheel tracks of the Ligier, it might be able to be sucked along, but I don't think Leo Weiss is quite close enough. Plus, Ducan's exit out of 6 and 7 was just superb. Not seen an LMP3 car do that pretty much all race, and it was the dart down the inside. Classic stuff. Saw Colin Noble pull a move off like that yesterday in the Le Mans Cup.
Clean as a whistle, absolutely surgical. And that is the LMP3 leader just going by our GTE leader.
Yeah, and if you get to the apex so early as Antoine Ducin did then, it prevents the car on the outside, in this case Leo Weiss, from even attempting to turn in, and the corner is all yours. And what it requires is bravery and full commitment and realising the opportunity is there well before you get to 14. But when it's executed like that, I get goosebumps, because, you know, the ability to position the car but also make it stable under braking, you have to be very talented indeed. And now Antoine Ducin starting to stretch his legs. 1.5 seconds already over Leo Weiss.
Lex Lynn leads by 2.7 seconds now from Lawrence Hurt. It's a good run here from the young German, measuring his progress against top quality prototype racing talent, and coming up pretty good right now. I don't think Alex Lynn is very far from a pit stop. I've seen off camera. There we go. We won't talk about no, let's not talk about James Allen being kissed on the helmet there.
You just did.
Did I?
Alejandro Garcia ahead of Matthias Kaptrich. This is the Cool Racing and the RLR M Sport battle, and Pedro Perino is also in the scrap as well. DKR Engineering's number 4 car in the orange and black. And a Ferrari versus Aston Martin battle is Lorcan Hannafin, just ahead of Ben Tuck in the chasing TF Sport Aston Martin. More track limits issues for Crichton Lentudis in the 51 Ferrari. That will be shown up probably on your screen fairly shortly.
He's already had a penalty for that, so that could be a stronger one coming here, side by side. 95 on the 66, and that's cleanly done.
And they're trying to be lapped by the 23 United Autosports car, which safely gets by as well.
Mattia Cressoni almost in this battle as well. So it's all action here. 25 car from the lead is on pit lane. James Allen climbs aboard. Lawrence Hurt goes to the lead for Idexport.
That was Paul Di Resta up the inside of the stonking GT battle. So look out in a moment. There's Paul just sneaking in behind with the blue visor on the United Autosports car, well over to the right, and the Scotsman got through whilst there was the change and Ben Tuck overtaking Lorcan Hannafin well before senior corner. Here's Laurence Hoare, the new overall leader, and that is because Alex Lynn has pitted, and that will be Alex Lynn getting out of the number 25 Algarve Pro racing car to hand over to James Allen, as we've said. And he's already in the car as the tyres are now being changed. A beautiful set of, no doubt, brand new Goodyear Eagles to mean a double stint for the Australian at the end of the race.
Every second on pit lane is counting at this stage. An hour and 12 minutes to go. Algarve Pro Racing are rolling. And James Allen it will be that goes back into the fray. Lawrence Hurt, Tiemann van der Helm, Neil Jarni, James Allen, the 1, 2, 3, 4, then Jose Maria Lopez. And yet again, I take a pause to think, oh my God, what lineup we've got this year in the European Le Mans Series. Louis Delatraz now aboard the race-leading LMP2 Pro-Am car. From Milton Jakobsen, Ben Barnicoat, Nelson Piquet Jr., Ben Hanley.
Through the gears, the 93 Porsche will go of Martin Rump, the Estonian driver, shadowing Maxime Robin's every move in the TF Sport prepared Aston Martin, number 72. Frantic arrows being indicated on the rear pointed camera as well, producing that image in the central console of the dashboard, and it's telling the driver of the Porsche, which is now shedding bodywork a little bit more, I notice, telling Martin Rump that there was a whole cluster of LMP2s eager to get by.
Stop and go penalty for car 51, that's Crichton Lentudis. Replay here, and that is a change between the 25 and the 47. There's James Allen being taken by Jose Maria Lopez, though he came out clearly right with him, but he's on colder Goodyear tyres.
Yeah.
But now fresher Goodyear tyres.
Good point. Lopez benefiting, though, in that particular moment. And Lopez, well, say fresher tyres, he will have been given a fresh set as well. And Lopez is only 3 laps into his stint. So, yeah, marginally fresher, but near as makes no difference, I would suggest. And Jose Maria Lopez up a place. Louis Delatraz also gets ahead of James Allen, as now it's side by side on the main straight between Maxime Robin and Martin Rump. Rump in the Porsche, Robin, the brother of Arnaud, who was doing the opening stint. And looking for a way by is Martin Rump to turn number 1, the S at Verrerie. Airport buildings away in the distance there, as now arriving on the scene in the 43 into Europol competition car is Jonathan Aberdeen. He took over in the previous pit stop from Ollie Caldwell, but that car's having to pit much earlier than a lot of the other LMP2 cars.
Yeah, Lawrence Hurt from the lead on pit lane now. Currently 3rd and 4th, 2 FIA World Endurance Champions and 2 Le Mans winners from a double ELMS champion, and currently leading Pro-Am with Louis Delatraz behind Neil Jarni and Jose Maria Lopez. Trying to get some cool air. It's been blisteringly warm down in those pit garages. Air temperature something in the low 30s.
I was about to say, Laurence Roos right on the fuel bubble. Well, he's in at the end of this lap, still actually leading and led by 58 seconds, although now that Timon van der Helm goes across the line, Timon becomes the new race leader for Panis Racing, number 65. He's about 16 laps into his stint, so we would expect him in probably in the next 6 or possibly 7 laps, depending on how Timon's been doing on fuel save. But they're all going to need one more stop.
Yep, they are.
The one that is touch and go, we mentioned this at the time, was Duquesne. And Neil Jarney maybe needing to be fleet of foot. He's 7 laps in. They might be in a great position.
They could very well have played on absolute blinder here.
Yeah. Jose Maria Lopez is behind Neil Jarney. And of course, they have previous LMP1 experience, both of them, could provide a ding-dong battle now. They're only separated by, what is it, 10 seconds?
10 seconds.
Yeah, and poor Luc Chatin, wedged in between them, has just re-emerged from his pit stop. So Paul Luc Chatin, that's the first we've seen of him in the race, isn't it? Car 28.
Indeed. And a fresh Paul Luc Chatin is a good Paul Luc Chatin.
Too right. And a track specialist, I was suggesting yesterday as well. Very close to getting pole position yesterday, just missing out on it to Pachito.
These are two, and there's the front bodywork beginning to come apart on that 93 car. And these are two cars that have had their fair share of nerfdom, haven't they? The 72 car taken off by a P2 car, the 93 car taken off by both its teammates, and the 50 Ferrari.
They are looking very weather-worn, particularly in the case of the 93 Porsche. That's not stopping their speed, though. The lap speed's still pretty impressive.
This, by rights, though, should be a battle for a podium position and not the battle it is at the moment for 8th.
True, and that's all down to the amount of time that's been lost in their various incidents. Arnold Robin was on an in-lap when that huge spin happened between Beausset and turn 11, and the 2 separate hits for the 93, as you've described.
Yeah, through scene, there you go, the right-hand wheel cover on the front is lifting. Now, how much longer will that go on before maybe a meatball flag is coming their way? I hope not.
It's been at that angle for about 10 minutes, though, and I don't think it's getting worse. Yes, the vibration over the curbs won't be helping, but I think race control will be closely looking at that, and if it stays at that kind of angle and it's not showing any more signs of detaching from the car, they might be okay. But there was a car yesterday in the Michelin Le Mans Cup race, in the Ligier European Series race, which had a loose door, and eventually, after frantic taping of that loose door, which you and I thought was not allowed, the meatball flag, the black flag with the orange spot on it, came out, in order to address that. And that was because not only is it a distraction to the driver and therefore dangerous, but also the door could be wiped off in the wind. Indeed. They're doing, well, round here, 300 Ks down the Mistral Straight after all.
You've seen that before with prototypes and with GT cars, famously. I think it was at this year's Nürburgring 24, with the driver on the Dottinger Hurt, and the entire door just ripped clean of the car. Small margins and large aerodynamic forces. 72 and 93 battling away down the Mistral Straight here. Neil Jarney leads the race from Paul Luc Chatin, 6.6 seconds. Jose Maria Lopez 2.5 seconds back. Louis Delatraz 3.2 seconds back. James Allen 2.4 seconds back, and now fully up to speed and quicker than all the cars ahead of him. Car 93 must repair at the next pit stop. There's the answer. And for those wondering, by the way, I am reliably informed by a very senior source that no, they do not listen to us on broadcast in race control.
I can't believe that for 1 second.
Which is so entertaining.
There's been too much aligning of what we've been saying and then race direction adding the instruction just after we've mentioned it. And we're so entertaining as well. Good point.
57, Kessel Racing in from 5th, losing down to 6th in GTE.
The Matches Kaptrich involved in that dice, ahead of the number 4 car now of Pedro Perino. And and he is continuing to motor forward. Now, that is getting a lot worse for the 93 Porsche. It wasn't quite as bad as that the last time we checked, and also he's now got ahead. So despite the extra wind resistance from the 93 car, I mean, that's effectively acting like a rear wing, slowing the car down.
Active aero.
Well, yeah, and maybe that's the reason why the car needs to be sorted out, because that's especially banned as far as the regulations are concerned. Still missing that sharp bite of the rear wheel arch.
The 10 has had the repair.
Here is where the 93 of Martin Rump darted up the inside, though, into Virage Dupont, and Maxime Robin had to steer away from the apex because the Porsche blasting up the inside, carrying a little bit of FAT backing as well, like the 963 did last weekend at Monza.
Indeed, historic sports car sponsor. Claudio Schiavone watches on. As well he might, Matteo Grassoni in a good position here, right with Ben Tuck for second in GTE.
Yeah. Well, remember that the 60 car beat the safety car. They preempted that when all the debris was on the start-finish straight. And I said, why is nobody pitting? Because surely we're going to get a full-course yellow or a safety car in the next few seconds. 60 did it. Yeah. And they got effectively a free pit stop during that safety car then.
They did indeed. It massively helped them.
So they're up to third. Matteo Cressoni driving at the moment. We haven't had Matteo Cairoli yet. There was a picture of him a moment or two ago getting the helmet and hands device off.
Just about to see the 60, I think, in this time. 16 is on pit lane from 5th. So is Duncan Cameron. That'll be the end of his driving. And it will be Matteo Graffoni. He steps out with David Perel acting as a driver helper first. So David Perel will help to get Duncan out the car and will then help to get Matt Griffin into the car. 95 and 60. This could be such an important moment for Iron Lynx. I think they're coming in this time.
How much does that rear wing on the 60 Porsche just move around on the vertical struts? It is designed to do that, but that gives you an indication of quite how much pressure from the airflow is at use there. To the high side was the Pro-Am United Autosports car, which I reckon was not the Paul di Resta car, so therefore the 21. So that must mean the red visored United Autosports car is 22. That I was spotting earlier on, and car 22 is running in 8th position with now Phil Hansen at the wheel, the gold-graded driver and former champion of this series, former world endurance champion with Philippe Albuquerque, former winners of Le Mans as well in that very special year not too long ago.
77 car on pit lane with a minute over the hour to go. I think they can possibly do it from here.
Well, the other car that's just made a stop is the 16 of Proton. So Alessio Picariello, I was wondering whether as Black Robichon got out and Picariello got in, is it a bit nip and tuck? But I think you could do 65 minutes if you're a little bit cautious. There was an Algarve Pro Racing car jinking out from behind the number 10 Euro International LMP3. And car 10 had been leading the class, remember, but then it had its drama with losing the bullet after contact with the RLR M Sport number 5, and sadly car 10 is way down in 11th position now. Glenn von Berlo at the wheel again.
That's after that repair to the rear cheese, or the replacement of the rear cheese. 4 minutes 40 seconds it was on pit road, so that's effectively a delay of what, 3 minutes over even a long pit stop. The 50 car, looking underneath that car. So these final drivers mostly getting a tear off here.
Yeah, a tear off the size of the whole windscreen, which has been laid on. Not quite as bad as Le Mans, where if you go to, let's say, 24 different tear-offs, then the thickness of that is just ridiculous. So you have to be very precautious as to how when you're removing those. Now, this is the dice. Car 13 is
13 and 11
into Europort competition, and 11, yeah. So Kai Aski in the yellow and green car, with Matthew Bell in the Euro International number 11. So not Matt Bell from the northeast of England, Matthew Bell from the south of England. And there's a place change there.
Long race leaders. W10 by Rinaldi. Leo Weiss getting out of the car. So the final driver aboard now. Similar position for the number 17, in from 5th. Alejandro Garcia out of the car. Also in 3rd place and 4th place cars in the LMP3 class. Racing Spirit Le Mans going longer, side by side again for the 2 Dayglow orange Ferraris, JMW and Kessel Racing. The 16 Porsche also in this battle. This is the battle for 6th between these 3 cars at the moment.
So it's Scott Huffaker and in the JMW Motorsport car, John Lancaster. And we have seen this before because Fred Scharndorf had a really good fight with Lorcan Hannafin. Swooping to the inside is the car then of Scott Huffaker, and a very good overtake, but then fully alongside Alessio Picariello. And did he give him racing room? Not quite.
That was a bit of a crunch, and that actually probably cost John Lancaster dear.
Yeah.
Cost him a little bit of pace coming onto the Mistral, which is all it needed.
Yeah, but Picariello now up ahead of John Lancaster and into 6th position ahead of car 66 with Scott Huffaker in behind. Let's catch up with Steph Wentworth once again down in the pit lane.
I'm with Lauren Hurt, one of the drivers for the number 28 EDEX Sport. You've just jumped out of the car. Tell us about that stint. You had some great battles. It looked like you were enjoying yourself.
It was a great stint, actually 2 great stints. The car was so good to drive, so I was just pushing all the way through. The tires kept with me, so I had everything from the car that I needed to go quick and to overtake.
And you are currently running in 2nd place, just behind the Duquesne team, who you were having battles with as well. But you are a French team. This is technically your home race. Do you think you've got the home advantage?
We've been testing here a bit. I mean, the team builder has his new workshop just around the corner here in Le Castellet, so certainly we have some momentum also from Le Mans pole position that all pushes us.
And the both of you are French, actually. Duquesne team is also French. You've now got Paul Louchaton in the car, who is obviously French also, and he is very good around this track. Was that the strategy behind putting him in the car last?
Yeah, we wanted to have it like this from the weekend on, and it worked really well in Barcelona, so no reason to change the strategy.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Paul Luke, a previous champion of this event on this championship rather, on 2 occasions. He won it with Signatec, I think, a number of years ago. He was actually the 2nd LMP category as well. That we used to have, what was that, the Formula cars?
Yes,
2009
Formula 1 cars.
That's right. So he was a champion in that,
yes.
And that's when he kind of really made his name. Then into Signatec, but he was also part of the lineup at EDEC when they won the championship in 2019 too.
Indeed, Ben Tuck in from the lead in GTE while that interview was going on. The top 4 cars overall, which include in 4th place the LMP2 Pro-Am race leader, 6.7 seconds, 56 minutes to go. And Duquesne team with Neil Jani currently have Paul Chatin 1.4 seconds back, with a sub-3 second gap to Jose Maria Lopez, and 2.3 seconds back to Louis Delatraz. That is some quartet. It's a little bit further back to James Allen. The Algarve Pro car running 4th in LMP2, 5th overall. This race has got a lot to give, and the pit crews will all have a part to play with every one of these teams at least one more time.
So if you can go beyond, say, 40 minutes left on the clock in an LMP2 car, do you choose to pit early, or do you choose to pit just before the fuel runs out? I have to say, there's been less caution than I was expecting. We've had 1 safety car because of all the debris out on the racetrack. We've had 1 full course yellow as well. I think that's been it. It was green, as we made the point very early on. There have been some local yellows, but yes, it's been 1 safety car period, which lasted just over 12 minutes, and a full course yellow, which was about the same time, actually. And then otherwise green throughout, which might have been a bit of a surprise to some of the teams.
Chatin is catching Neil Jani at this phase of the race. Number Still one pit stop to come for each of these teams. Track position here is going to be vital. GTE, by the way, it is back to a Porsche 123. 77, Julian Andlar is 20 seconds clear of Matteo Caroli in the Iron Lynx number 60 car. And Alessio Picariello in the 16 Proton car. And I don't think those three need to pit again, Johnny.
No, well, impressive mileage, as we've been mentioning all race, from the GTs, from the LMP3s, and they can usually do 60 minutes quite easily. So as long as you've pitted within the last 7 minutes, I think they are comfortable. It is an entirely different story, though, for all of the LMP2s, whether you're running Pro-Am or in Pro as such. With Neil Jardy continuing to lead from Paul-Luc Chatin by only 0.8 of a second. And Jose Maria Lopez looking to try and stay in touch with those two cars as well.
So watching aboard the 34 car, this is Louis Delatraz, and he's closed on Jose Maria Lopez. This is for position, overall position. Delatraz already in the leading position in LMP2 Pro-Am. Racing Team Turkey will fancy a second slot on the overall podium. They won the race overall in Barcelona. Proton competition car has a lap put on them by the 34 car in class. But the target, no doubt whatsoever about it, is Jose Maria Lopez. The team lacking nothing in ambition. Louis Delatraz would dearly like to take the scalp of Pachito Lopez.
Without a doubt, and looking for a way by. Delatraz then will know entirely who he is shadowing here, down towards Virage de l'Hôtel. Marcus Siebert in LMP3 has just set the best lap within that category, so look out for the Argentinian as well. Third for Cool Racing right now in car 17, and he's got, well, probably about 20-odd seconds to find on the race leader. Pachito snaking his way through turns 6 and 7 and onto the Mistral. This could be a cracking opportunity now for Louis Delatraz. Well in the slipstream, and that's your leaders sneaking through, shot between Neil Jardy and Paul-Luc Chatin. So 0.8 of a second, but this is 0.3 of a second, and it's actually been a very good run out of the corners onto the Mistral straight. But now there'll be no holding back Louis Delatraz. And Jose Maria Lopez had no answer to the Swiss's pace there in the Racing Team Turkey car.
Debris snaking off the back of the rear wing of the 47 car.
I think it's just tape, actually.
I think it's tape, but it won't be helping.
True enough.
Don't think it's a massive hindrance, but up into third place, Louis Delatraz. His next target, Paul-Luc Chatin, 6 seconds up the road. This is Neil Jardy. There is Paul-Luc Chatin. The next car on the road is the LMP2 Pro-Am leader and third placed overall, Racing Team Turkey. Second in Pro-Am, by the way, back in 7th place, Milton Jakobsen in the 37 Cool Racing car. And then A, of course, is Ben Barnicoat in the 83 car. That's the top three in that class, but that's the gap. 1, 2, and then coming through just the back of shot 3, the overall 1, 2, 3 with 51 minutes to go.
Also looking to find a way by Jean-Maria Bruni in the number 99 car. Now, he's not on the lead lap, but nevertheless was right behind Pachito Lopez as the overtake was done by Louis Delatraz. I was wondering whether it might be James Allen, but he's about 4 seconds further back from Jose Maria and looking to try and close the gap. The lap times would suggest James Allen, well, is a bit faster than Lopez right now, but Lopez was being overtaken and may well be in traffic as well. No further action concerning a massive in-tray, I would suggest, about the safety car procedure and whether everybody played ball within that and stuck to the rules. And the fact that it's a no further investigation, as it's termed, suggests we're in the clear there.
Last time around, 146.178 for the race leader Neil Jardy. 146.177, a thousandth off from Paul-Luc Chatin, but a 10th quicker than both of those. Louis Delatraz is quicker again this time around.
Big lock-up, though, from Jardy as he worked his way out of turn 11. All the smoke coming from the... Well, it's difficult to tell on these prototypes whether it's from the rear or from the front because the airflow gets channeled underneath the car so expertly, but it was not an ideal run. coming out of Beausset and into turn 11. He was looking to slow the car down there. Let's have a little view of that again, because he will be burning through his tyres, and these tyres that will have to do the next stint as well, unless they have cleverly at Duquesne kept an extra set of Goodyears back. But you'll want to be losing as little time as possible and therefore skip the tyre change.
Traffic troubles for this pair already before they hit the traffic. Delatraz a second quicker on the last lap. Gap is closing. It's going to be about where the traffic is encountered, and by the look of this, I think Delatraz is going to catch this traffic on the Mistral, which is exactly where he wants to catch it.
So not quite as quick as Kiffin Simpson's lap earlier on, but it's a 1:45.430, which is a category best in Pro-Am, but still the fastest lap of the race, way back on lap 6. By the man from Barbados, Kiffin Simpson, 1:45.002. That has not been improved upon from any of the other categories.
Edict Sports chasing. Half a second back to the last timing beam on pit road at the moment. 35, the ultimate car. Louis Delatraz chasing hard. That gap now to second place under 4 seconds.
Racing Team Turkey, well, gunning for another overall victory if they can manage it. If not, they're already on the overall podium, looking in third position once you factor in Duquesne and Edict Sport leading the race. Here they are again. I didn't quite see whether Neil Jarni locked up once more into 11. Oh, they're further around the track now, but that gap's come down again, I would wager. We'll get a stopwatch time in a moment. 0.5, so it goes slightly back up again from the 0.4. That's 100 laps done, though.
It's another second closed in by the 34 car. Up the inside of the 72 car, or the outside rather, the 72 car. So not held up there either. Looking further back to the final LMP2 class podium position. James Allen is catching, and catching quickly. Pachito Lopez in the 47 car for 4th overall, 3rd in LMP2. And catching both of them, Jonathan Aberdeen, and catching all 3 of them is Malte Jakobsen. This is closing up nicely for what could be a cracking final stint here.
Yeah, Jakobsen has really been tearing up the timing screen as well. GT being bossed by Julien Anlauer right now in the 77 Proton competition car. Car off the road a moment or two ago. That's the 25 from Algarve Pro Racing, and doing entirely the right thing by staying left of the cones there. But you can see how much time it costs a car when they have to go all the way over to the left. That was James Allen making the error.
Yeah, about 3 seconds that cost him, but that's going to put Jonathan Aberdeen and Malte Jakobsen a little closer to this battle. The battle is right here and in the rear view mirror of the 28 car. 3 seconds is the gap to Delatraz now. Nose to tail between these two, and finally they get some clear air. There is the 3rd place car. Car 24, 5th in LMP2 Pro-Am, in the hands of Ben Handley. Reported to the stewards for not respecting the full course yellow procedures.
How far can Neil Jarni go into this stint? The problem is, we talked about maybe a bit of fuel save necessary here and there. He's not being allowed to do it.
That's correct.
And that's exactly what Edict Sport will have been thinking. Push like crazy, because we've got something like 7 laps in hand on the fuel window. So they're in a much better position. The car number 28 will be slightly heavier than the Duquesne car, but I reckon at best we're talking 2 more laps, because Jarni's just completed 20 laps, and we haven't seen an LMP2 car at green flag pace able to do much more than about 23.
It's going to be marginal then with fuel to the end of the race if it's under pressure.
It's the end of this lap, and I'll go with 2 more at the end of this one, but that is really extending the window. And 1:46 second laps. You've got 2 minutes to fill, so it is, plus of course the pit stop, which burns some time.
Yeah.
But are we going to be in the sort of extremity or the area where a car might run out of fuel on that closing lap? And is that a risk that Duquesne are willing to take?
21 and 24 for fourth position in LMP2 Pro-Am, but with a potential difficulty casting a shadow on the 24's run, the Nielsen Racing run, with reported the stewards for an FCY full course yellow procedure issue for the Nielsen car. So Duquesne lead less than a second from IDEX Sport Racing Team Turkey, under 3 seconds now from the overall lead. So watch this battle in LMP3. Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Antoine Decant is pulling away from Oscar Ginho.
Jonathan Aberdeen's just done a car best in the Inter-Europol competition machine, so a car best lap, that is, at a 1:45.4, quicker than his two previous teammates. As John Lancaster in the 66 car sensibly stays off the racing line to allow an LMP2 car through. That's the second place car of Paul-Luc Chatin, black and green car for Neil Jarney. Now, is this going to be the in-lap, or can he do one more at the end? If they can do one more, that will be absolutely crucial to whether they can reach the checkered flag on a single tank of fuel.
Once again, that traffic helped Louis Delatraz in pursuit here. He's under 2 seconds from the leader here. 1, 2. There is the third car going by the LMP3 car into and through Seen Corner.
Delatraz in a much better position. He sort of sits between the two of Neil Jarney and Paul-Luc Chatin in terms of fuel mileage. 18 laps into his stint. Now, is the green and black Duquesne car going to peel off here to pit lane? No. Around turn 13 it will go. Happy to stay out for at least one more lap, but there in the background is the cherry red Racing Team Turkey car. So with a flag of Turkey on the rear of that car, he is totally with them. And almost Paul-Luc Chatin being slightly distracted by that, because the gap appeared to, at least visually, have grown between he and Neil Jarney.
End of this lap, they're absolutely within the fuel window for one stop and home. And now it's about raw pace of the leading group. These three, no doubt about it, Louis Delatraz is the quickest of the three. Behind them, quickest on track at the moment is the car in fifth, Jonathan Aberdeen, catching James Allen. James Allen, though, is catching Jose Maria Lopez. So there's two cars to challenge Cool Racing for the final LMP2 podium position. It's LMP2 as a class, not the overall. Remember, LMP2 Pro-Am, led by the third place car overall here. But, having burned the bronze time, this is about a race to the finish between top drivers in very equal machinery.
Past the car guy, 57 of Scott Huffaker goes the Racing Team Turkey. Car 34 of Louis Delatraz. 57 Kessel Ferrari looking to try and keep with Alessio Picariello, and there's not a great deal of distance between them, 1.6 seconds after Picariello was able to pick off John Lancaster and the 57 more or less in one move.
Chatin's right there in the sights of Louis Delatraz, and the LMP3 car has held up the IDEX Sport car.
It's Jamie Winslow for DKR, peeling off in front will go the number 30 car of Neil Jarney. Well, I knew he was close on fuel. It's going to be a 22-lap stint for the Swiss, and he darts in with 40 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. So the 30 car should just about be okay. It's inside the fuel window now, and Duquesne ready to receive it.
Yeah, and the advantage now to the two cars that can go through is they will be within, of course, one stop of the finish, but it'll be a marginally shorter stop for less fuel required in the car. Inter-Europol, by the way, also on pit road. That'll be their final stop. James Allen gets a breather. Malte Jakobsen moves up a position, but he'll need to stop. Also on pit road, Tristan Vautier in the number 20 Argyle Pro car. He's in and out from 9th position in LMP2 Pro-Am. So orders will reshuffle, of course.
Still the work going on. They are doing tyres, interestingly. They didn't have to necessarily, but they feel they'll need tyres, so that's going to burn a little bit more time in the pit lane. And what do the other crews do, I wonder, about whether they change tyres as well? Do they give Louis Delatraz a new set or a newish set of Goodyears? It's absolutely side by side between these two as well, and that is Jose Maria Lopez under pressure from James Allen. James Allen to the high side at senior corner, but the Argentinian keeps the inside line and may well be able to defend into Bose 2. Yes, he can. Turns 9 and 10, but the pressure was really on there from the Australian, getting a very good run out of turn 7 plus the slipstream.
Really fascinating duel, isn't it? By far the more experienced prototype driver, Pachito Lopez, by far the more experienced LMP2 driver, James Allen.
And I think that's the key. And that's precisely why Louis Delatraz, who's coming into the pit lane now, was able to pick off Pachito Lopez. Way more experienced. I say way more. Delatraz only started LMP2 racing a couple of years ago. But Pachito, his first season of doing it. So in comes the 34 car from 3rd position overall, still leading the LMP2 category. And when we got underway, a little over an hour, or rather, sorry, 3 hours ago, we are 3 hours and 20 minutes into the race. It was the 47 car that broke free, that of Vlad Lomko, the 18-year-old, but there was an early spin for Henrik Hedman in the Dragon Speed USA car. Doing the chasing in the early stages was Kiffin Simpson in car 25, trying to hunt down Vlad Lomko. So the two 18-year-olds going hard at it there, and eventually Kiffin Simpson would reel in Vlad Lomko. An early, well, not an early pit stop, the first pit stop for car 47 for Cool Racing. That car came in, as did eventually the Algarve Pro racing car under the watchful eye of Samantha Cox. And then this clumsy moment for Jens Moller that would spin the 57 Ferrari that was being driven by Takeshi Kimura. Kimura would have felt like he was in the wars. This was an embarrassing moment for Proton Competition when the two Porsches got together of Ryan Hardwick in the number 16 Sky Blue car and the front of the silver-fronted number 93 of Michael Fassbender. Meantime, Fassbender again then up against the 50 car, another spin for the Irishman, and way more damage this time for the number 93 Porsche. That would bring out our, to date, only safety car to retrieve all the debris on the exit of turn 14, but obviously it condensed the field massively, and a full wave by was necessary as well, locking people out of the pits for the first 3 laps of that safety car. Meanwhile, battling between the LMP3 leaders would continue between Leo Weiss in the number 12 car and driving the 10, Clem von Berlo, Nick Lute in the number 10 car. And across the line, the new drivers into LMP2 would include, amongst others, Toyota driver Jose Maria Lopez. Tidy overtake there from Matteo Cressoni on the number 16 car of Zachary Robichon. Eventually, Alessio Picariello would take over that car. And Neil Jardy left out in front in the number 30 machine after they seemed to have ticked off their strategy, and when they pitted to the ideal point, it left them with a double stint each of 40 minutes to get to the finish. Although at the moment, 25 is labelled the leader, James Allen, because we've got some latish pit stops here with 40-odd minutes to go. So James Allen can push on within this stint. Paul-Luc Chatin can go even further than that in the number 28 car. And he's just come in fact, for the last gulp of fuel.
In and out for Paul-Luc Chatin. So we wait for the final pit stops to wend their way through. Cycling, by the way, all the way up to the top there for a little while was Philip Hansen. Phil Hansen up to 3rd place for a little while, but James Allen takes the lead of this race at the moment. He will, though, still owe us a stop, will he not, Johnny? The not too distant future.
Yeah, next lap probably.
Yeah, Paul-Luc Chatin for the moment 2nd, Louis Delatraz up to 3rd, and thereby leapfrogs Neil Jarny. That was 11 seconds quicker in the pit stop for Racing Team Turkey, the Duquesne team. 20 seconds will be added, by the way, to the next stop for the Nielsen Racing team, and that'll be right now for the full course yellow procedure issue. James Allen on pit road now, the final of the lead group. to stop. Also, by the way, in that last group of stops into Europol, leapfrogging Cool Racing's Jose Maria Lopez. So into Europol through to 4th position in LMP2, 5th overall. Jonathan Aberdeen within reach of Neil Jani for the final LMP2 podium finish. Just looking to see whether or not I don't think we've yet seen the final pit stop for the number 19 Team Virage car. Ian Rodriguez has cycled through to 2nd at the moment, but Milton Jakobsen has just stopped and come out. He's in 3rd. I'm pretty sure the 19 car rose as a final stop.
It's not been a good race for car 93, and now Ricard Leitz is being given a warning flag for the abuse of track limits, and that's not actually any work being passed on to the stewards just yet, but a few more warning flags, and that situation could change. 93 car running in 10th.
Luckless, I think we'll call that run.
Fair comment. Alessio Picariello, though, looking to try and fend off a car that's been getting closer during this stint of Scott Huffaker. Been a good stint this for the American in the 57 car. Not as experienced around this place, clearly, but, well, closing in and with an opportunity maybe to get ahead of the number 16 car, although Alessio Picariello might be easy to, well, not easy to catch, it's easier to catch than to overtake him, and Scott Huffaker, I'm sure, is about to find that out.
So, with the pit stops, the lead group done, he'd export retake the lead of the race. Paul Lipchatin has, what is that, 9 seconds ahead of Louis Delatraz, who emerges from that pit stop shuffle in 2nd place and in the lead, 2nd place overall in the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am. 3rd, James Allen in the 25 Algarve Pro Racing Orica. He's a further 6.5 seconds back from Louis Delatraz and leads Neil Jani in the final podium position for the LMP2 class, 4th overall by 5 seconds. In the order behind that, 4 seconds to Jonathan Aberdeen, and then a further 6 seconds to Jose Maria Lopez before we get to Team Virage, currently in 2nd place in LMP2 Pro-Am. But I think they do need another pit stop before the end of the race, with Melter Jakobsen 7 seconds behind Ian Rodriguez in the Cool Racing car. Currently 3rd LMP2 Pro-Am, 8th overall. 4th, and would cycle through to a podium position in LMP2 Pro-Am, the AF Corsa 83 car of Ben Barnicoat. That car currently running 11th overall. Racing Spirit Le Mans, unless they need a stop, which I don't think they do, have stormed through here. The 31 car leads LMP3 in the hands of Antoine Duquin by 12.8 seconds from Oscar Tinho in the W10 by Rinaldi Racing. 12 Duquesne that led for so long. Marcus Seibert is 11 seconds back in the Cool Racing 17 car in 3rd. And finally in GTE, with 31 minutes to go, Proton Competitions number 77 car of Julian Andlauer gradually being reeled in by Matteo Caroli in the Iron Lynx number 60 car. But Matteo Caroli in the last 10-15 minutes has taken 3 seconds out of what was a 20-second lead, still 17.5 seconds to the good, with Alessio Picariello 3rd for the moment is a Porsche 123 in the 16 Proton car, but he has his mirrors full of Greg Huffaker II in Kessel Racing's 57 Ferrari.
Otherwise known as Scott Huffaker across other championships.
Indeed.
But yes, I know what you mean. Neil Jani did tyres, or rather Duquesne fitted new Goodyear tyres to that number 30 car. Paul-Luc Chatin's 28 cannot have done. I can't believe they did tyres in 59 seconds.
No chance.
James Allen likewise. The 106 is the questionable one for me, which is the Louis Delatraz pit stop, which seemed to happen earlier than I was expecting it to. But that's probably because the team are preempting some caution, a safety car or a full course yellow in the closing stages, and want to get the pit stop done as early as possible within the pit window. So they're willing to kind of soak up any extra time with the fuel nozzle being attached for a little bit longer for the benefit of just getting the work done and out of the way.
I wonder if they did perhaps change maybe one tyre. They've been quick on pit lane all day. Racing Team Turkey, the TF Sport crew.
Left side tyres maybe?
No change to tyres.
From Steph.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, Neil Jardy, I'm not yet seeing it on the lap times, but he has got new rubber or newer rubber beneath him in the number 30 Duquesne. He might be wedged in traffic, of course, but that time around, Paul-Luc Chatin was a good second faster than the Swiss driver, Neil Jardy in 4th. Fellow Swiss Louis Delatraz running 2nd at the moment and leading Pro-Am. And we're looking to see whether that gap's going to start to come down between Paul-Luc Chatin and Louis Delatraz. There's no sign of that happening just yet.
No, indeed. So I can see where the moves are likely to take place on pace. Team Virage, by the way, did have to make that stop. They've dropped back to 6th in the LMP2 Pro-Am order, 13th overall. So as we surmised, Johnny, Racing Team Turkey from Cool Racing, 37, and the 83 AF Corsa car, they are the top 3 in LMP2 Pro-Am with quite big gaps between them. 2nd overall for the Racing Team Turkey car, 7th for the Cool Racing car, currently in the hands of Malte Jakobsen, who right now is the fastest man in LMP2 overall. Checks that. Yeah, Tristan Vautier slightly quicker, but much further down the order. So 7th place overall for the Cool Racing car, 10th for Ben Barnicoat in the AF Corsa car. But quick laps continuing to come, and none quicker at the moment as he completes the lap. And that for Louis Delatraz, 8.2 seconds is the gap to the overall lead. But LMP2 class leader leads LMP2 Pro-Am class leader. Another stellar stint, by the way, from Sally Yolak to set this one up. 3 wide, LMP2 cars down the Mistral straight. It is Racing Team Turkey up the inside of, I think that is one of the United cars and DKR Engineering. DKR Engineering having had a pretty major whoopsie at the start of this race. Been told to start the race from pit lane, we think passing the red light, having failed to join the grid in time. Started from a lap down of gathered back positions. It's at 17th place, but nothing like the result they would have been looking for. This is the 3rd place car of Alessio Picariello. And is he seeing off? He is pulling away from Scott Huthaker in the number 57 Castle Racing car at the moment, trying to secure a 1-2-3 for the Porsches. Proton from Iron Links from Proton. And that number 60 car, as you were saying earlier in the broadcast, Johnny, got a mighty leg up from an inspired call just as the safety car was about to come out. We're already on pit lane.
Yeah.
In a position to take advantage of that.
That gap is steadily growing now between Picariello and Huffaker behind, just shading through turns 4 and 5, with Neil Jardy behind that in the number 30 Duquesne team. 5 seconds adrift though from James Allen now, and
not making much of an inroad. The car on the move at the moment is Louis Delatraz. He's taking time out the lead.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. It's a second last time around. It's a few tenths of the lap before then. That's going to be one to watch as this last 25 minutes unfolds. Remember, 25 minutes, literally anything can happen in an endurance race, and it doesn't often do it, it always does it. Duquesne, number 30 in the hands of Neil Jardy, ducks up the inside of the Castle car on the way into scene. Looks her way by and finds it, the 16 car. I think actually that might just compromise the 16 car a little. I think that's closed the gap a little for the battling pair for the final podium spots in GTE.
Over the line, 112 laps ticked off now by the number 28 EDEX Sport car. Paul-Luc Chatin has done this stint and a full stint prior to this as well. But terrific driving from Laurence Hoare, who we grabbed a word with courtesy of Steph Wentworth not too long ago. Well, it was fresh from his stint, and Paul Lafargue opened things up with a couple of full stints, although the second one, remember, was affected by a little bit of caution. Since then, relatively speaking, it's been a green flag race. We had the safety car to deal with the debris after Johnny Lawson and Malcolm Fassbender's crash on the exit of turn 14, which left the whole of that track strewn with debris, and then a full course yellow as well to deal with the stray bullet in the final sector. But otherwise, green throughout, and that might have been a surprise to some of the teams. They've had to work around that. Some might have been banking on a late race caution. We could still have that in the closing 24 minutes, of course.
This is a mark of the damage done to the push of the 93 car. It's about to be lapped by its team car. They ran 1-2 in the early part of this race. I say the early part, I think it was after the first hour of this race that Richard Lietz about to be lapped by fellow Porsche factory talent Julian Andlauer. Andlauer seems to be very much in control here.
So down through the box will go Richard Lietz, and really unfortunate for this now 10th placed car, because it should really be right behind the black and gold car, because they were running 1 and 2 earlier on.
What's happened to Paul? He's on pit lane. Chatan's on pit lane, and Racing Team Turkey take the lead of the race.
So Delatraz and Racing Team Turkey, is that another tyre that's gone down?
It's a puncture.
What was the car that we heard of? It was 65 Panis Racing had a tyre and a slow puncture, and that's precisely the problem now for the number 28 car of Paul-Luc Chatin, who'd been pushing like crazy. I did wonder, there was one lap that he'd come through, and he was quite a bit slower than those cars chasing. He did a 1:48, which I thought was just a blip because of traffic, but maybe that was an indication that one of those tyres was letting go. Was it a front that they changed? They're looking at it now.
It was the front left, I think.
Yeah.
But Louis Delatraz was closing. He was definitely closing. I think it would have been close at the end of this race, but it's been gifted the lead of this race. Now 8 seconds clear of James Allen.
There's some preparation going on down at Team Turkey /TF with 1 or 2 personnel out in the pit lane. Maybe that's just in case something happens. Louis Delatraz's speed, 1:47.9 last time around. Nothing looks awry about the number 34 car. Running with the race numbers with the sky blue backing. That's to tell us this year that the car runs in LMP2 Pro-Am, which it does, of course. And there's quite a lot of the team now putting gloves on and needing perhaps to come out. They've got a tyre ready as well, potentially. So Louis Delatraz may not be too far away from a pit stop of his own. Peering down the pit lane is Delatraz. He's in the final sector now. Are they expecting the car to peel off to the right? Maybe there's just been some radio communication about a vibration that Louis is not too happy about. He's crossed the line on the racetrack this time around. This again feels like, I don't know, something bubbling up, Graham, in the closing 25 minutes of the race.
Well, we do say about the last 25 minutes and anything can happen. It has again, and it might yet still again happen in the final 20 minutes of the race. Louis Delatraz leads the race. This Racing Team Turkey car that took the overall win at Barcelona in the opening round of this championship. It's been many weeks since then, but there was a sense of deja vu at the moment. James Allen, though, will, I'm sure, be being told by his team what we're seeing. He is way quicker than Louis Delatraz, almost 2 seconds quicker. The gap closes to 6.3 seconds. DKR Engineering on pit lane with Sebastian Alvarez for their final pit stop. Here comes the number 34 car. 1:48 last time around. Not the pace we've been seeing from Louis Delatraz.
Yeah, so Sebastian Alvarez, 23 laps, that's about right for DKR, pitting from 17th position in LMP3. Antoine Ducin muscled his way to the front in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car number 31, and he leads Oscar Tuño by 13 and a bit seconds. Favouring the Colombian here and there, but Antoine Ducin probably measuring his speed through the traffic in the LMP3. He can afford to do that with the better part of 15 seconds in his back pocket.
It's been there and thereabouts, hasn't it, for the last half an hour or so. It does feel to me like Antoine Ducin on pace has got this covered. All of a sudden, Algarve Pro Racing are sniffing the possibility to win here, and there's no doubt in my mind that James Allen has been given the push call.
Yeah.
146.4 last time around, 147.3, but it's a 148.7 for Louis Delatraz. The gap comes down by over a second again.
So they've got 2 Goodyear Eagles on a tyre trolley, and they're right at the front of the garage. So are they ready to be pushed closer and get the 34 car in? Are they bothered about the speed of the car, or are they telling perhaps Louis Delatraz to ease things back a little bit?
If they need to do it, the time to do it is now.
Yes.
Because there's no doubt in my mind that Cool Racing will have got that message as well. The gap would make it super tight for the win in LMP2 Pro-Am. So how cruel would that be?
True.
From the overall lead position to potentially even losing the class win. And I think you're absolutely right. Can you make it home for 18 minutes on what you've got, with or without losing a couple of overall positions?
Well, yes, true. The priority is scoring maximum points, the 25 that are on offer for winning the subcategory. But LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am are individually scored within the championship this year. Proton competition, the number 16, back to Scott Huffaker's 57 Ferrari is back alive again. Alessio Picariello had somewhat weathered the storm, but it may well be that passing LMP2 traffic has brought these 2 drivers together. So Alessio Picariello of Belgium, Scott Huffaker, although called Gregory II on the graphics, I'm well aware of that, but please believe me, he's known as Scott. He races in the World Endurance Championship as well. It's the same guy. And Huffaker to the outside line now, trying to work his way by Alessio Picariello, but there isn't a way at senior corner.
That gap's coming down, and visually now under 5 seconds now. It is, what is it this time? Half a second quicker this time around from James Allen. There's time to do it at that pace.
Glenn von Berlo's just been in the pits, but only for 41 seconds. That looks suspiciously like a drive-through in the number 10 Euro International LMP3 car.
Yeah, their race went to ashes with that impact from the rear, didn't it?
Also, I noticed, as Johnny Adam just got ahead of, it flipped around on the graphic there. What's the gap between Adam and Matt Griffin? No, it's too great. It's actually Griffin and Lancaster that switched. So Matt Griffin, quite possibly, has got ahead of John Lancaster for 6th position on that last lap around.
Yeah, Greg Hucker, Scott Hucker, by the way, still with Alessio Picariello, trying to spoil this party for Porsche.
Well, you say still with, the gap had actually opened up to the benefit of the Belgian, but now, as I say, it's been brought back together somehow, and every credit to the Americans driver here, who darts to the inside. And remember, that's exactly the corner where Ryan Hardwick in the baby blue Porsche went for a move on Michael Fassbender many hours ago and did damage to the front left of the 16. So the 57 car guy car in the wheel tracks and looking to take advantage perhaps when the number 22 United Autosports P2 wants to get by. It works its way out onto the curb now. That's still Phil Hansen driving in 6th position in class and easily dispatches both of the GT cars in one move. Phil Hansen's actually under pressure here from Jock van Houten late in the race. So that is a dice for 6th and 7th in LMP2, 8th and 9th overall.
Yeah, that stop for Panis Racing for the cut tyre on a curb, very costly for what could have been a podium position. Yeah, Sam Cox there, barely able to contain herself at this stage. Team that works so hard in LMP2 with multiple titles. LMP2 Pro-Am at Le Mans, multiple titles in the Asian Le Mans Series. They'd love to add a European Le Mans Series title to that.
So snaking their way through 6 and 7 from Saint-Baume corner onto the Mistral straight. There's now on board with Neil Jarni, just skating the curb onto the Mistral straight, with now the pit stop for car 83 under investigation. Car 83, the AF Corsa Pro-Am car for Francois Perraudot, Mathieu Vaxivière and Ben Barnicoat.
That does put them at risk of a podium position change. Ben Barnicoat is only, 10 seconds ahead of Nelson Piquet Jr. and 12 seconds ahead of Ben Hanley in the fight for the final podium position. Phil Hansen, by the way, on pit lane with 15 minutes to go, or under 15 minutes to go, will drop down the order.
That is out of sequence as well. He only pitted about 7 laps or so ago. So is that another puncture? Because it's been a quick visit to pit lane. In fact, it was only 36 seconds. You can't do anything there. So was that a drive-through as well for the number 22 that we didn't get word about?
36 seconds is more than a drive-through.
But not much.
No, it might be a stop and go.
We've seen well, it could be one tyre that needed changing, of course, as well.
That's a very quick tyre change.
It is. I think a drive-through is 30 seconds. And in fact, well, drive-through penalties converted into race time yesterday were taking 35 seconds. So if you weren't able to do it in the race, then you get 35 seconds to your race time instead.
Another chunk of time taken out to Louis Delatraz. It is 3 seconds the gap now. And also catching Neil Jarni, quicker last time around than James Allen, but he's 4.2 seconds back from the Australian.
Through the gears for Louis Delatraz, leading the race, but only now by 3 seconds, and he's been done for track limits on this lap as well. That must have been through the middle sector, so it's not an immediate concern there. The lap time will be deleted, so if it's his best lap of the race, it won't count effectively, but it does still count as one circuit of this Le Castellet track. Warning flag to Scott Huffaker for abusing track limits. That's in his efforts to get ahead of Alessio Picariello for 3rd position in GT.
He's still there right in the wheel tracks of that car. It's the 43 car. This is Jonathan Abadai. He's pushing on in a podium position in LMP2, 4th overall, with Louis Delatraz continuing to lead the race, and that's
Picariello, straight lines, Virage de l'Hotel, and does that allow Scott Huffaker up the inside? Well, he did entirely what he was told to do in the driver's briefing. When you outbrake yourself into turn 3, you have to go to the left-hand side of the cones. He looked actually to have gained a bit of time going that way around, though.
So what happened here? On the brakes, couldn't stop.
But reacted so well to it.
Did.
Thought, I'm not going to get through the corner, turn left instead. And the lights are flashing now from Scott Huffaker, but that gap's grown, in fact, between Proton and Kessel this time. It's nearly a second.
Lead gap under 2 seconds now, 1:49 last time around from Louis Delatraz, 1:49.5 to 1:48 dead from James Allen. These gaps are coming down all the way through the top 5. This field is compressing. 12 minutes and less to go. This is going to come right down to it. We're now getting into a point in this race where if they were going to stop for a tyre, it should have been done by now. But James Allen can sniff victory here.
Yeah.
This is going to be about where this traffic falls. There is the leader, there is the second place car, and there is 3rd.
I think I might have worked out the concern about Louis Delatraz's car and TF Sport. He's only got one headlight working. The front left is not illuminated. So working their way out of Beausset, is that the concern that they need to sort that headlight out, or is it that just one needs to be working?
I think it's just one needs to be working.
Well, there is a nose of the car on the floor of TF Sport's garage as well. I noted that a little while ago and thought that's just a spare in case. But I suppose if the other headlight happens to go out, then they really do need to get down pit lane. So at least get the body part ready. And that's probably why so many engineers and mechanics are glued to the screens right now to work out whether that light on the right-hand side is going to pop or not.
The gap first to second down to 1.7 seconds. The gap first to third, 4.2 seconds. And the gap first to 4th, 7.4. Trouble for the 21 car.
Well, getting mixed up with the Picariello and Huffaker battle there.
That's Nelson Piquet Jr. That will help Ben Barnicoat and AF Corsa if they have to make any kind of penalty stop here.
It's the headlight lens which is slowly bouncing out of the front of the car there. So it might actually get a mechanical warning flag.
Car 16. The 3rd place car in GTE, reported to the stewards for abusing track limits and gaining advantage.
Let's see whether that lens hangs on. It could, of course, be chucked out of the car entirely and then end up on the racetrack?
I think they've got a tether on them.
Okay, well, it's moving around quite a lot in the socket, but if the tether's there and doing its job, then that will be fine. And that's perhaps why we've not seen the mechanical warning flag for car 34 so far. Louis Delatraz, well, I can't imagine he's being told to ease back the pace to conserve the front of the car. Definitely the pace has dropped away, and James Allen is right on his boot lid at 1.8 seconds further back. We're inside the final 10 minutes, though, now for Swiss driver Louis Delatraz. There's always a story, it seems, from TF Sport. Remember, they had to fix a part of the car at Barcelona as well.
It did.
With the shoebox needing to be replaced, and they instead took the whole broken rear deck off and put a new one on. And that was when they had a huge lead, and thankfully enough of a lead to soak that repair work up. They do not have this luxury in the south of France this weekend.
They're definitely gunning for the overall win. It's a single second trouble for the 16 again.
Was that contact between Picariello and Huffaker into L'Hotel corner? And again, it was the 21.
It was the hit from the 57 on the 16.
They were getting bottled up behind. Did you say it was Nelson Piquet Jr. in the 21 car?
Yes, it was.
So 21 had got back in front after spinning himself at Virage de l'Hotel, and then the nerve from Scott Huffaker, which might actually decide that battle now, because Huffaker the more likely to get a penalty.
But watch the overall lead here. This is where it could happen. It's not going to happen, I don't think, quite here. But that's a good run from James Allen from just about nowhere. Can he get with the 34 by the time they get to Seine corner? Behind them as well, roaring up to the rear here is Neil Gianni. Not going to happen there. But it does look to see, it seemed to be the case that the 25 is quicker than the 34 this phase of the race.
Looking for an inside line, even a hint of one, and there's some LMP3 traffic that they've got to get through as well. So there's the Inter-Europol competition car number 13 of Wyatt Bricacek.
That went the way of the 34 there, but then it didn't go his way with the second LMP3 car. But all of this seems to be playing as well into the hands of Neil Gianni. He's closing in quickly.
Two abreast for the race lead. James Allen to the inside and will get it into the final corner. And Louis Delatraz now trying to bury the throttle to get up alongside the Australian. Where's Gianni? He's a bit further back. The United Autosports car is not on the lead lap. That's a Pro-Am car. Absolutely door handle to door handle as they head into the first corner at Verrerie. And James Allen will have the advantage, although Delatraz will take some shaking off. And he has the inside line, but no longer as Gianni jinks to the inside of the United Autosports car a lap down.
And he's right there now with the back of the 34 car. We are 6.5 minutes to go. These are the three cars in contention for the overall podium.
Big wag at the tail there from James Allen. He did very well to hold out on that. Alessio Picariello forced up the curb in the number 16 Proton racing car. He's dropped to fourth, remember, after the contact between he and Scott Huffaker, which is being looked at. No surprises there. Neil Gianni trying to get the toe now off the 34 car that was leading overall. Leads still, though, Pro-Am, so they're still on course for maximum points. Although it looks like they're kissing goodbye to another overall win, the one that they experienced in Barcelona.
Doesn't seem to have the ultimate pace now, does it, the 34 car? But the 30 car, remember, was the LMP2 winner. Here's the overtaking manoeuvre again, side by side it was. Door handle to door handle almost. Finally had to cede the position to the Algarve Pro car. Can Gianni, though, deal with Delatraz, and can he be a factor for the overall win? Remember, they finished Barcelona with maximum points in LMP2. Second overall to the car. They're now in a battle with in the final 5 minutes of this race. What a race.
And Neil Gianni obviously wanting to better his road position, and if he's got any chance of catching James Allen, has to get by Louis Delatraz now, I would say, because James Allen is burning down the main straight and into the first corner with, well, so delicious for him, a clear road ahead of him. Looking at the tracker, he's got virtually half that straight between turn 2 and turn 3 to play with. Gianni looking to the inside line of Delatraz, but Delatraz has that covered off. There is a danger here that Racing Team Turkey are toying with perhaps contact they could not live with. And is it better to allow Neil Jarni through? But you tried telling Louis Delatraz, don't let Neil Jarni by. And they're not thinking about being in the Pro-Am category. You get the feeling, Racing Team Turkey this year, they want to finish ideally with more points than the team that wins the pro element of LMP2.
Johnny, I've got a very big dog at home. Trying to get him to give up a bone, not advisable, and it's much the same thing with Louis Delatraz and this second place. But Johnny's got the run here, and I think he's going to have to give it up. I think Delatraz is going to have to give best here. He does. Neil Jarni through to second place.
My other thought about the headlight is it's not travelling through the air anywhere near as good as a car fresh from Orica, which is not allowing the airflow to travel correctly over the nose. And as we've mentioned, the lens is bouncing around there, so that now becomes like a scoop for the airflow. It's going to be a drive-through penalty again for the 93. I say again, but that's the first one, I think. But
that's for track limits for
the
Ricard
93
Leeds.
car.
Also 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. That will be at the end of the race for the 83 car. We're just looking to see that will not lose it a position, and they will retain their podium position if things don't change.
When I said again, it's simply the next thing that the 93 has to deal with. It's not been a good afternoon after it started so well. Oh, spin for EDEX Sport. And where was that car in the order? Well, being shown in 5th place at the moment. Paul-Luc Chatin, of course, had to make that unexpected pit stop to replace a single tyre. And after that was cut or going down on the sensors, being beamed back to race control, being beamed back to their control at EDEX Sport. That car had to jink into pit road. It was a spin
to the 16
after Picariello made contact.
Where is Milton Jakobsen? He's the next car in the order.
And Jakobsen running second in LMP2 Pro-Am, now only a couple of seconds behind Paul-Luc Chatin. And Chatin for a long time there facing the wrong direction on the approach to Garlabin corner.
It's now about how much speed has Neil Jarni got against James Allen. And Louis Delatraz is under pressure now from Jonathan Aberdeen. So this is potentially Racing Team Turkey off the overall podium.
Contact between the 28 and the 16 going to be looked at. That's when Paul-Luc Chatin was turned around by the Porsche, it would seem, of Alessio Picariello. Or was it that Paul-Luc Chatin just misjudged whether he was past the Porsche or not? It will be looked at by race control.
Coming round to complete the lap is James Allen for what will be the start of the final lap of what's been another amazing European Le Mans Series race. This 4-hour format with this mix of cars just somehow, Johnny, seems to produce the goods every race.
Well, it's an endurance race, but it's one of the shorter ones. It's not quite as short as we used to run in the past. The ELMS were only 3 hours, 5 or 6 years ago, but 4 hours is just about the right length for all sorts of craziness to happen. This is without inclement weather as well, which we were never going to get here at Le Castellet. Looking at the forecast by a week out, it was going to be north of 30 degrees. That's the only punishing thing, is how brutal it's been in some of these cars.
Top 4 cars in one shot. In what order are they going to finish? This is the final lap. If anything looks like changing, it's the potential for the final step on the podium.
So way out wide there, Louis Delatraz. How old are his tyres? Because he's really struggling to hang on to that car. And Jonathan Aberdeen is now getting closer in the number 43 into Europol competition car. 43 is an LMP2 entry rather than LMP2 Pro-Am. So even if the Racing Team Turkey car allows the 43 by, and Delatraz may have little choice in that, it still won't detract from the points it's on for in the Pro-Am category. And Delatraz, a little worm and squiggle there at the end of the straight into senior.
That in itself is pretty gutsy at that point in the track. That is a high risk corner in anybody's reckoning, and come what may, it's been another extraordinary race from Racing Team Turkey, but that takes nothing away from the battle ahead, which by the way is a single second for the overall win. Last lap, it is going to be Algarve Pro Racing, Johnny.
So here is James Allen in the number 25 car for Algarve Pro Racing, sharing with Alex Lynn and Kiffin Simpson. They win in the 4 hours of Le Castellet. And across the line, how nip and tuck do you want it for third and fourth? Second position goes to Neil Jarney and Duquesne team, but Louis Delatraz and Jonathan Aberdeen separated by just a quarter of a second in the favour of the Swiss driver and Racing Team Turkey. Again, we have an LMP2 Pro-Am winner on the overall podium. Meanwhile, Antoine Duquesne in the number 31 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Ligier, sharing with Jean-Ludovic Foubert and Jacques Wolf. They take the victory in LMP3.
Your Racing's Milton Jakobsen comes home in 37 car, second in LMP2 Pro-Am. Ben Barnicoat looks like he will anchor the 83 car through to their win. Through and in third place, ahead of anything we hear post-race for a couple of issues in GTE, is the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Scott Huffaker. I think that will be a secure position for them because there have been further dramas for the chasing number 16. Wait to see the race winners through. 12 W10 by Rinaldi Racing Duquesne and the 17 Cool Racing Ligier come through to complete the podium. This is our GTE race leader.
The only cars home at the moment regarding the podium are the 57 and the 16, and remember they are still under investigation as to which order they finish in, but no doubt about the win in GTE going the way of the 77 Proton Racing Proton Competition Porsche for Chris Reed, who started, Gianmarco Liberati and Julian Andlauer.
One quick change, by the way, to report as we wait for the Iron Link 60 car to come home, and that is a change on the last lap for fourth in LMP2 Pro-Am. Ben Hanley taking the 24 Nielsen Racing car past Nelson Piquet Jr. in the 21 United car. They crossed the line just a tenth of a second apart.
Iron Lynx sealing a really good result in the number 60, and they benefited from getting in just before the safety car, which gave them a huge advantage over the rest of their competitors. Claudio Schiavone with the opening stint, Matteo Crisoni and Matteo Cairoli completing the job as the silver and the platinum drivers. Cairoli bumped up to platinum after a number of key wins in his career recently. And a tremendous effort, therefore, and a nice bit of pit lane call there to get the car in just before the safety car came out. And you could predict the safety car because of the amount of bits of Porsche and Ferrari littered over the road on the exit of turn 14.
One quick question I don't know the answer to. Is this Algarve Pro Racing's first ever overall race win in the European Le Mans Series? There's certainly had class wins in LMP2 Pro-Am, but I'm not sure we've seen an Algarve Pro Racing car win overall.
Well, according to Jeff Carter, under the team's own banner of APR, Algarve Pro Racing, yes, it is. In ELMS LMP2, obviously, he says. And there is the celebration. So congratulations to James Allen, who was given the kiss from Amber, his fiancée, before he got in the car and afterwards as well. And James Allen getting out with a big grin behind that helmet, I'm sure.
Cox, good drive. That is high praise indeed from Stewie Cox.
What did he say?
Good drive.
Good drive, yeah. That's probably
good
about the best you're going to get from Stuart.
LMP2 Pro-Am winner, and what a run from them in clear adversity at the end. Lots of pickup on those tyres. Not seeing a specific issue, but probably very old rubber indeed for them. They will be disappointed to have lost the overall lead, but frankly should be absolutely delighted with the class win at the end.
Neil Jarney finishing in second position, and he will now be heading towards Parc Fermé with Louis Delatraz into the winning quadrant, of course, because he finishes as a class winner.
Drive-through penalty for car 16 and 10 seconds added for two separate incidents. So what has happened to car 16? Fallen way down the order to 9th place. The championship leaders with two issues at the end. That puts TF Sports 95 car up into 4th place.
Is that related to the spin, I wonder? And
it's a drive-through penalty for the contact with car 28 and 10-second added for the contact with car 57.
Yeah.
Did hear, by the way, Louis Delatraz explaining the issue to Stewie Cox at the end of that race.
Going to say more? Because I didn't hear that.
I heard the end of it. I think he was talking about the light, I think you're right, and possibly the tyre as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, it was driving, I noted, 2 wheels over the white line, 2 wheels on the racetrack, but that's normally what you get when you're trying to boost.
Oh, look at the damage there.
Well, that's what I told you about.
Delaminated.
No, that was for the light lens and whatnot, so I don't think it was tyre related.
There was a groove in the tyre.
Oh, in the tyre?
Oh, yeah, the tyre was delaminated on the inside edge.
There was a huge gap on the top of the wheel arch, which isn't there by design.
No, you could see the inside of the tyre. We get that shot again. Massive groove in the tyre.
Okay.
Half that tyre is delaminated at some point.
Well, that's maybe what he was having to drive on.
Astonishing for him to bring it home like that.
Yeah, and as I say, straddling the white line. Normally cars do that to run over all the marbles and the stones to boost the ride height to make sure they pass the test in post-race scrutineering. But yeah, perhaps he was driving. Well, bear in mind he has been well off the road. So I'd like to see those tyres again and up close to see how bad they are. Big grins from Julien Andlauer, and I'm sure his teammates who will join him now, Gianmarco Riverato and Christian Reed, who jump into an embrace. All 3 drivers there in the 77 car, and a pat on the nose for the 77 Porsche as well. ELMS can give and to take away in the same amounts, really. And Christian Reed has been on the wrong end of some sorry results in the ELMS in recent times. But this one really does give him the reward. Let's catch up, though, with the winning trio for LMP2.
I'm with number 25, Algarve Pro Racing. Congratulations, guys, on the win. That is Algarve Pro Racing's first win first overall win in LMP2 here. Kiffin, we'll start with you because you had a great opening stint, which put Alex in a great position.
Yeah, it was a crazy one. The start was pretty tough from 5th, and everyone kind of got stacked up with some weird stuff going on the right side. But after that, I just put my head down, tried to move forward, and we were able to pass it over to Alex in P1. So I think the whole team did a great job today.
And tell us a little bit about your stint, because it seemed to be the most difficult of them all, really. You weren't in contention up with the Duquesne and the E-Deck, but you came back at it, didn't you?
Yeah, no, I think, to be fair, all day, a lot of people have been struggling with their front left tyre, so actually it's been a real mix between pushing and trying to save the car. But in the end, I think we got the strategy right. I just want to say a big thank you to Kiffin and James, who drove their hearts out today. And this one's for the team. We really deserve this, I think, and I'm very proud to be part of this team.
And finally, James, you obviously brought it home. There was a lot going on in that final stint for you, but huge congratulations. Can't keep the smile off your face.
Yeah, thanks. For sure, it was a big fight. I mean, great job to Kiffin and Alex for getting me into this position to start with. But yeah, like Alex said, a lot of people were having trouble with the front left, us included a little bit. So I really had to nurse at home once I got past the 34. But yeah, a little bit too close for comfort at the end, I reckon. But it was a very exciting finish, I'm sure. So it was mega fun. And really well done to the team, like Alex said. Like, it was a great job by everyone. Everyone, pit stops, strategy, it was all brilliant. So really good job to them.
All right, massive congrats. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Front left tyre is always going to take a punishment around here, particularly with the high-speed senior corner at the end of the Mistral. So we'll see those 3 drivers on the podium very shortly. Just after 11:30, though, the second race in the European Le Mans Series for this season got underway with a huge mass of LMP2s trying to get safely through the Verrerie S for the first time of asking, several taking to the escape route, and sadly for Henrik Hedman, it results in an early spin after he had contact with the car alongside him, Alexandre Coigny for Cool Racing. The sister car at Cool Racing, though, scampered away into the lead in the hands of 18-year-old Vlad Lomko. He was chased down by Kiffin Simpson, our eventual race winner, along with the other 2 drivers in this 25 car from Algarve Pro Racing. So they were left out front as Vlad pitted. and headed down into the first corner once again. This a horrible moment for Proton Competition as Ryan Hardwick went for a pass on Michael Fassbender. Fassbender showed his thoughts with the gesticulation, and then, if that wasn't enough for the Irish German Hollywood film star, there was contact from the 50 Formula Racing Ferrari, which would bring out a safety car because the amount of debris left on the road surface. The Ferrari and Porsche actually making contact on 2 separate occasions. We would go back to racing, but obviously with the whole of the field massively condensed, and the early running for people like Alex Lynn, who was leading by something like 6 or 7 seconds before the safety car, would all have to be done again. 28 E-Deck Sport Car with some talented drivers throughout, including Laurence Rohr doing the middle 2 stints. A pit stop for Duquesne as well, but then E-Deck were hit by a tyre going down, and they would have to replace the front left, which was certainly not part of their plan. And then clearly there was some concern from TF Sport about whether their tyre would quite do the distance. A word of advice from Alex Lynn from the pit wall to new driver James Allen, and James then reeling in Swiss driver Louis Delatraz. This was a classic European Le Mans Series moment with door mirror to door mirror LMP2 cars. Delatraz not trying to give up that first place position in any which way, but eventually he had no answer to the pace of Australian driver James Allen. And here was James exiting the final corner with the lights flashing to take victory ahead of Neil Jarni for Duquesne team, and finishing 3rd in the end, Racing Team Turkey with Louis Delatraz. The win in LMP3 would go the way of Antoine Ducat and Racing Spirit of Le Mans, the number 31 car that he shared with Jack Wolf and Jean-Ludovic Foubert after an intense fight throughout in LMP3. WTM by Rinaldi and Cool Racing completing the podium there. That's what it meant to the Swiss squad from Lake Geneva, or just south of there. And the 77 Proton Competition Porsche of Christian Ried, who started, Gianmarco Livorato and Julien Andlauer flashing his lights across the line to take the victory. Much discussion down at TF Sport as well, but the podiums are settled, and a great victory for Algarve Pro, for Racing Team Turkey, for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and for Proton Competition. 126 laps completed then for the trio in car 25, Simpson, Allen and Lynn, and they win by a second over the Duquesne team car that was being driven in the closing stages by Neil Jarni. A win in LMP2 Pro-Am for Louis Delatraz from Cool Racing's Malte Jakobsen and the AF Corsa car of Ben Barnicoat, number 83. And in LMP3, it's Racing Spirit of Le Mans, WTM, Bockenspiegel Team Monchau, that is, and Cool Racing. LMGTE is won by Proton Competition from Iron Lynx and the Kessel Racing 57 car with Scott Huffaker in the closing stages.
Yeah, and that last couple of penalties for the 16 car drops them out of that leading group. A chance to have another look, by the way, at the state of that front left tyre on the 34 car. Absolutely
I think
massacred.
that's pickup.
No.
I think that's pickup. Well, okay, the shoulder, the inner shoulder, yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
But Delatraz was deliberately way off the road, trying to boost the ride height of that car. So a lot of the graining is just extra bits of tyre. But beneath that, yeah, okay, there's a difference in the tyre surface. And it is, with the camber, of course, going into senior corner, it will be the inner edge that is absolutely pulverised through the course of the stint.
And it's the inner edge, I think, that's let go and caused the damage in front, because there's a huge gouge in the wheel arch of the 34 car. Either way, did well to bring that home, and they will come to the podium, Johnny, in 3rd place overall, a 2nd overall podium for Racing Team Turkey and LMP2 Pro-Am team.
So they're making sure they're standing in the right place. You are, chaps, be rest assured of that. We should actually get an overall podium and then 4 more podiums after that. So it's Neil Jarni and René Binder and Nico Pino to the 2nd step of the podium from the number 30 car from LMP2. But it is a really well-deserved win. Alex Lynn making the point, I feel we deserved it. And you can only agree, really, because they were walking the tightrope between tyre wear but also brutal speed, and they had to overtake as well to get that race victory. Kiffin Simpson, James Allen, Alexander Lynn. It's the national anthem of Portugal. well done to Algarve Pro Racing, to Stuart and Sam Cox's team, but particularly to the 4 gentlemen that stand on the top of the podium. 3 drivers plus their race engineer. And now the presentations can begin. But it's another spectacular result for Racing Team Turkey, especially considering the situation in the closing stages for Delatraz.
Mike McGregor from Goodyear hands out the trophies. It's, of course, a Goodyear shod class, LMP2 in the European Le Mans Series. The Kane team fought hard, fought well, but it is going to be Algarve Pro Racing that get the big trophies to take home. Trophies here.
So there's the round of applause for APR and 4 golden trophies handed out to celebrate a victory in the 4 Heures du Castellet. And now the fireworks can begin on the podium underneath the fluttering flags of Portugal and of France and of Turkey. And congratulations to all of those guys on the top of the podium.
Now, that will also be the first time we've heard the national anthem of Portugal for an overall win in the European Le Mans Series. Proud racing nation, and that's something to celebrate. So Turkey and Portugal so far this year. That is the overall Drivers' Trophy. Still, Charlie Eastwood, Louis Delatraz, Sally Jolic lead the way. Giuliani, Nico Pino and Rennie Binder. Second, 4 points of difference now, with a gap opening up to 3rd place, although that gap closed rather. Another LMP2 Pro-Am squad 4th in the standings.
A whole string of drivers there on 18 points across 2 separate teams, in fact. So the cool racing car of Jose Maria Lopez and Richard de Gueras and Vlad Lomko that started from pole position.
Did a great job, didn't he?
They're in 5th place now, having finished 5th in the race.
We're going to be seeing Racing Team Turkey again on another podium. Dog in the pit lane.
Officially correct, yes. But that's allowed though now. We've finished racing. Only the one. But I'm sure there'll be a few others perhaps in the crowd as the podium is being redressed in readiness for, look at the gathering of drivers here. Likely to be, what, LMP2 as a standard podium, a standard LMP2 entry podium next up. Thankfully, there is ample space outside the media centre to fit in all of these drivers.
4 podium ceremonies to come, LMP2 class. LMP2 Pro-Am, LMP3 and GTE.
So first of all, in 3rd position
LMP2
of LMP2, this includes the 43 car then for inter-Europol competition. So it's Rui Andrade, Jonathan Aberdeen, who finished in that car, and Ollie Caldwell. They were on a very different pit strategy for a time, and Caldwell needed to pit earlier than a lot of the cars in and around. Really close indeed to getting a 3rd place overall, in fact. As I mentioned at the time, 0.251 of a second off Louis Delatraz's winning LMP2 Pro-Am battle, and we will see Racing Team Turkey duo in a moment. But for the second time, it's the trio from Duquesne team that get on the 2nd step of the podium. Nico Pino, Rennie Binder and Neil Giuliani. But the win in LMP2 goes the way, as we know, to Kyffin Simpson, James Allen and Alex Lynn. And again, a chance to enjoy the national anthem of Portugal.
Easier these days, you don't have to rewind the tape.
That's true. get it on a hotkey perhaps, because it may well be played a few times this year, although there are a number of squads with different national anthems who would like to argue against that. And for a time, certainly in that opening hour, very tough indeed to know who was in the best position of the 7 LMP2 teams, but also you've got this unknown quantity of the Pro-Ams, particularly if the Pro-Am time or the Am time has been burned in Pro-Am, and then there's a safety car. Yep. And then it really can condense the whole of the field, because the cars are identical. They all run to the same LMP2 specification.
11 seconds covered the top 5 here. 6 seconds covered the top 4. And if you want to look a little bit further, just over 30 seconds, 40 seconds or less covered the top 8. And that would have included 2 Pro-Am teams. Excellent race again, Johnny. And how tough is it to win a race in the European Le Mans Series this year?
Yeah, I mean, incredibly so. And you really need to have been around the block for a little while to know the intricacies of how any LMS race can pan out sometimes. It's all very well when there's plenty of green flag and you're just pounding round producing good average lap times, but as soon as a safety car comes out, particularly with new rules in place this time, locking you out of the pit lane for most part, and you need to have pre-thought everything as well. And it's interesting to me, with hypercar drivers coming in with vastly more experience in a different category, they're getting to grips with LMP2, but it's taking some time. 43 points for the Duquesne team then to lead heading to Aragon next month. They lead by 8 over Algarve Pro Racing, the winners today, and a further 9 points further back to the next team. It is Neil Jarni, Nico Pino, Rene Binder, then leading by a small margin over Lynn Allen and Simpson. And then it's Job van Aert, Manuel Maldonado, Tijmen van der Helm from the 65 Panis Racing crew. And Cool Racing's trio come next for Vlad Lomko and Rishad de Giras and Jose Maria Lopez. They are 4th in the championship. Let's head to Steph Wentworth once more to get reaction again from today's race.
I'm joined by the drivers from Team Racing Turkey, car number 34. Missing Sally Olic, but Louis, let's start with you. It was a really tough final stint for you there. Can you just tell us about some of the issues that you had on the car there?
To be fair, I think we were very fast today. All the team did a good job, my teammates as well, and then 10 laps to go, the phone left blue, so I had a punctured tire basically the whole time. We better to stay out, and yeah, I could still save the overall podium, but not ideal.
All right, and Charlie, you were in the middle stint there, and you put, Louis in a really great position to take on that final stint, didn't you?
Yeah, we got super fortunate with the safety car, obviously, which bunched us all back up, and yeah, we were in fighting distance of the lead, and Louis got in with super strong pace, and yeah, it's bittersweet, to be able to actually finish with the damage that we had in the tires on the overall podium is great, but yeah, the win was definitely on the cards today, unfortunately, but it happens, it's motorsport.
All right, well, thank you.
Charlie Eastwood wanting even more, but to get to the end and to win your class with a punctured tyre, as Louis Delatraz said, which presumably that, as you say, was doing the damage to the headlight and also taking chunks out of the front left wing. So that will have been the inner shoulder wearing away, flailing, and amazingly still not making the tyre flat. This is LMP2 Pro-Am. Not LMP2 Pro-Am, because I saw lots of faces very last minute, and then from a distance I just had to guess, folks, and I was entirely wrong. GTE that was, so a win and the German national anthem for Proton competition. The 77 of Christian Ried, Gianmarco Lavorato and Julien Andlauer. Second place for Iron Lynx, the 60 car of Claudio Schiavoni, Matteo Cressoni, Matteo Cairoli, and third position after a shuffle of the order, although in fairness the 57 car had got in front despite the contact. Kessel Racing's Takeshi Kimura, Scott Huffaker and Frederick Scharndorf.
Cracking battle again in GTE, well won by Proton competition, led from the front. Looked like their strategy was a little bit edgy, but the safety car helped them. But behind them, my God, there was a battle. got to say, I do feel sorry for the 93 crew.
Alessi Picariello made to work by Scott Huffaker, and he was starting to make the odd error here and there, and then got wedged in between a United Autosports car and the Scott Huffaker Ferrari. There was a spin, there was contact. It was tough to know which way that was going to go, but it drops the 16 car, who were the championship leaders coming into this, all the way down to 9th place. They only scored 2, therefore, and it'll be fascinating to see who is now in the better position championship-wise, with 1/3 of the championship already done.
Agree completely. Things fell the way of the 77 car, but the other 2 Proton cars were in the top 3 in the early stages. Both had bad luck, poor fortune in the latter parts of the race.
So it is Iron Lynx who will lead the championship in car number 60 by 3 points over Proton Competitions. The Wright Motorsport liveried car finished 9th today. Then the winners today, 77, up to 3rd and only a point behind the sister car, JMW Motorsport, 4th and 5th position for Formula Racing. But that's a span of 8 points separating 5 teams. 9, you can go down to, in fact, 7th there. With only a span of 10 points. So it is totally up for grabs with a whole load of points left on the table, of course, as well. 100 purely for the race wins. We will look back elsewhere now around the race with Steph.
I am joined by... Oh, can I start?